Audio Epics presents The Treasure of Boneyard Bay, a witch hunter tale. Written and performed by Domien de Groot and Eline Hoskins. Main theme composed by Peter van Riet. Music score by Ivan Dutch, Peter van Riet and Dane Russell Leonardson. Sound mixing and post-production by Domien de Groot. Special thanks to the following Patreon supporters: Caitlin Bredenkamp, Ryan Stock, Peter Strandkrone, Arno Teva, Matt Patain, Ossarian, Mix and Match, Kat Mosseri, Joseph Stowell, and Amy and Dallas Austin. The Flatlander. The door opened, and Gustav was once more pushed into a new room. It was a luxurious place of ornately carved dark wood, silk curtains and leather-bound tomes. A modest fire illuminated a single figure sitting at a massive desk in front of a large stained glass window.
"Are you done manhandling me now?"
Gustav said to one of the guards flanking him. But of course he didn't answer. Turning his attention to the person behind the desk, Gustav could see it was a tall, broad-shouldered man, who seemed to be too busy writing something down with a quill to take notice of him, or the guards.
"You may leave us, guards,"
the man said eventually, in a deep, authoritative voice. The two men immediately turned and left the room, leaving Gustav feeling somewhat forlorn. As much as he had despised being dragged out of his shop and into the witch hunter headquarters, like some heinous criminal or sorcerer, he suddenly felt even less happy about being alone with this mysterious figure. The man looked up from his writings. He seemed to be in his early 50s, with streaks of silver in his black hair, which was combed straight back. He had a high forehead, showing a deep frown permanently etched above his long, straight nose. An intense, inscrutable gaze greeted the shopkeeper from deep, dark eyes.
"I do apologize if the guards were a bit rough with you,"
the man said.
"I assure you, They do not represent our order.
Master Lord Witch Hunter, sir, am I under arrest or something? Because I swear I didn't do it, whatever it is, Gustav said in a smaller voice than he had intended. When the man remained silent, Gustav felt a rising urge to prattle. He tried to suppress it, but didn't last longer than a second. The one time I dabbled in dark magic, it was just a trick to impress a tavern wench. And it was just stage magic, so I really don't think it counts. And all those bizarre and curious amulets and charms and implements and orbs and wands and robes and magic items in my shop, they're just for show. They don't really do anything, except for maybe that marble that can store lightning, but come on. How could I not hold on to that? I'm still a merchant after all, and I have to...
You are not under arrest, but you should stop talking now, if you would like to keep it that way,
the man said simply, and then gestured towards a chair in front of his desk.
Please, have a seat, Mr. Finsterdunkel.
Who are you then, sir?
Gustav asked as he carefully sat down, still shaking a bit.
Are you the big witch hunter head boss?
The tall man laid down his quill and sat back in his lavish armchair. Avoiding his host's intense gaze, Gustav's eyes wandered towards a book that lay open on the desk. The man quickly closed it and put it away in a drawer.
I am Lord Adomir of the Witch Hunter Order. I am not the Grand General, but she does heed my advice.
Gustav decided to remain silent, realizing that there were certain situations, however rare, when talking his way out was not an option.
And you are Gustav Finsterdunkel, owner of Gustav Finsterdunkel's wondrous emporium of occult devices and sundry artifacts of the bizarre.
At first, Gustav was rather proud that Lord Adomir had memorized the name of his shop, but then he realized how it must sound to a witch hunter.
It's just a little curiosity shop. I mean, occult is just a word, isn't it?
Lord Adomir ignored him.
It seems your inventory has something of a reputation, and you yourself are often quite vocal about the nature of the items you sell.
Gustav could only smile sheepishly. If this wasn't an arrest, it certainly felt like it was leading up to one.
There is one item in particular that sparks my interest,
the witch hunter lord continued.
Just say the word, sir, and it's gone. I don't want anything unseemly in my shop.
Adomir leaned forward and looked Gustav in the eye.
An exotic metal statuette. The one you bragged about in public, if you remember.
Of course Gustav did remember. Only a few weeks ago he had openly declared that he possessed the key to the fabled Treasure of Boneyard Bay, in front of the mayor and 100 citizens of Seven Peaks. Then it dawned on him.
You want to go look for the treasure?
He said in a low voice, and then added,
Why?
Adomir sat back again and looked at the shopkeeper appraisingly.
Surely you are aware that Seven Peaks is ailing. After the plague, many families found themselves struggling for basic necessities, such as food and water. Our economy almost collapsed. We are slowly rebuilding, but we desperately need the means to restore our city to its former greatness.
Gustav knew well enough what Lord Adomir was talking about, having suffered through the hard times himself.
The Treasure of Boneyard Bay, if it is indeed real, would be an immeasurable help in these dire times, as you yourself have pointed out,
Adomir concluded. Gustav could kick himself. He had indeed loudly proclaimed the value of the treasure on the Grand Market when the mayor had held his speech on rebuilding the glory of Seven Peaks. And he had indeed boasted about owning the statuette that was probably the key. He had simply never expected that to be the first time for anyone in Evenendale to take him seriously.
First, I need to know for certain if there is indeed any truth to these claims of yours,
Adomir said. Gustav clutched the armrests of his chair.
Any truth, sir? Are you suggesting that I am less than truthful in any way? I will have you know that I won the award for most trustworthy man of Flatland back home, and that 3 out of 4 historians agreed that my autobiography should be required reading material, and that the king of the Dugarim himself once entrusted me with his personal sword.
The Dugarim don't carry weapons. They are entirely peaceful,
Adomir pointed out.
Yes, well, that's what they want you to think,
Gustav muttered under his breath.
Where is the statuette?
Gustav narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling very unsure about the entire witch hunter order.
It's hidden in a place where you will never find it, he said obstinately.
Oh, I believe that. If the rumors of that pigsty of a shop of yours are to be believed,
Adomir commented.
I never said it was in my shop,
Gustav retorted with a devious grin. The witch hunter lord sighed and drummed his fingers on his desk.
What do you really know about the statuette? Where did you find it? Where did it come from?
Suddenly, feeling a lot more confident, Gustav sat upright in his chair and gave Adomir his most charming smile.
First, I would like to ask you some questions, sir, if I may.
Adomir sighed impatiently, but granted his approval with a dismissive wave.
Who wants to know?
Gustav asked.
The Grand General, Lady Hoskev of the Witch Hunter Order, commissioned by the mayor.
Gustav nodded.
That sounds reasonable. My second question. Why should I share my treasure with you?
Adomir raised an eyebrow at that.
Aren't you a dutiful citizen of Seven Peaks? Or are you still just a self-interested Flatlander at heart?
Gustav had to think about that for a moment. Even though he hadn't been in his homeland for a long time, he felt a bit insulted by Lord Adomir's remark. He knew more than a few generous Flatlanders.
Even if you lack the intrinsic motivation to help, there are other reasons,
the witch hunter said.
We know you've been looking for the treasure for years and haven't found it. We have the resources to finally reach that goal of yours.
Gustav had to think some more. He absent-mindedly picked up a letter opener from Adomir's desk and started fidgeting with it. The witch hunter lord regarded him with a dark frown.
What's in it for me if I help you find it?
Gustav asked, sitting back in his chair. He knew he had no other choice than to help the witch hunters, but he wanted to at least give the impression he was holding all the cards here. Unfortunately, Lord Adomir saw right through him.
Don't be a fool. You would never find it on your own. But if you are afraid of returning home empty-handed, have no fear. If we do find it, all those who have played their part will have their share of the treasure.
Gustav returned the letter opener to Adomir's desk.
I'm really only after one item in all of the treasure,
he admitted at last.
As long as I get to keep that, I will be happy.
He felt a bit strange as Adomir looked at him with a mixture of suspicion, curiosity, and the beginnings of a grudging respect.
What item? Is it large? Exceedingly valuable?
Gustav shook his head.
It's very small, and it would be of comparatively little value to most. A trinket, really. I will say no more.
He felt very small under Adomir's stern gaze, but he held his ground as best he could. To Gustav's surprise, the faintest hint of a smile suddenly appeared on the witch hunter's face.
It is settled then,
he said calmly in his deep voice.
You will provide the statuette and guide a carefully selected small task force as they seek for the treasure. In the unlikely event that this fabled hoard is indeed found, you will receive your fair share, including this mysterious item of yours.
Gustav frowned.
So, if I understand correctly, the mayor is sending witch hunters on this quest?
Indeed.
Puzzled, Gustav scratched the stubble on his chin.
But aren't witch hunters supposed to, hunt witches?
Lord Adomir let out a weary sigh.
I had my reservations too at first, but Lady Hoskiv convinced me. Our order has more to offer than what we are known for. This quest is vital to Seven Peaks and will require many of the skills of a witch hunter, from tracking to combat.
Gustav didn't like the sound of that last word, but he kept silent.
Now, Mr. Finsterdunkel,
Adomir said as he leaned forward again.
I would still like to know how you came by the statuette. Where did it come from?
Gustav shrugged. Where it came from? Goddess knows. But I can tell you where I bought it.
You bought it? How do you even know it's real?
Excuse me, Mr. Adomir, sir, but I am not some idle collector of trinkets. I am Gustav Finsterdunkel, adventurer extraordinaire and proprietor of the wondrous emporium of occult devices and sundry artifacts of the bizarre. I have more than enough experience with this sort of thing. Trust me, this is the item, and it is the key. All we need is the location of where to insert it.
That will not be a problem,
Adomir said.
I already know where to look.
It took a few moments before Gustav realized he had been staring at the witch hunter lord with his mouth open for a while. How? Was all he could utter. Countless pirates, adventurers and explorers had been looking for centuries for the location of the treasure. All they had discovered was that the journey started from Boneyard Bay.
All you need to know for now is that we have a heading, and with your statuette we will have the key as well, if it is indeed real.
Are you still in doubt about that? Gustav exclaimed in exasperation. Look, I know this particular merchant who sold it to me has deceived me several times in the past, but that's precisely the reason why I was on my guard this time, and I know for certain that this is the real key. He could see in Adomir's eyes that his words sounded less convincing than he had hoped. The fool thought it was just a piece of decoration like all the previous ones he had sold me, but he didn't know what I knew at that point, having researched the treasure for years. The real statuette has a base in the shape of a 5-pointed star and sapphires for eyes. The sapphires made it a bit more expensive than usual, but they confirmed it to me. This is the one. He laughed as he remembered buying it. I haggled down the price and told him it was to be a birthday present for my niece. And he fell for it. Adomir remained every bit as serious as always and stroked his beard thoughtfully.
Very well. I will trust your word. You will be our guide and the statuette will remain in your care until we reach the location. If it proves false, the price for this entire expedition will be yours to pay, Flatlander.
Gustav suddenly lost all of his bluster and swallowed hard. He sat there, smiling uneasily, until eventually the sense of excitement for another adventure took over. This was to be an endeavor sponsored by the Witch Hunter Order, and despite their intimidating disposition, Gustav was already looking forward to the advantage of their resources. The Initiate. The stone courtyard remained hidden in cool shadow, but the sky was already brightening beyond the high walls of the Witch Hunter headquarters. It would be a hot day today, especially for the last moon of spring. Ludlov was wholly unconcerned about the weather, engrossed as he was in the practice of his dagger. Unlike the rapier, the crossbow and the pistol, the dagger was not a weapon he took to by nature, and so he forced himself to spend each morning repeating the thrust, twist and pull of a sneak attack. The attack sequence itself was not Ludlov's biggest challenge, however. His greatest difficulty consisted of the art of drawing a concealed dagger before an opponent had the chance to realize he was carrying one. It was a feat of dexterity, almost like a magic trick. To practice it, Ludlov also forced himself to make the draw a part of each attack sequence as he practiced. Every morning, he would hide a dagger in a different location, a breast pocket, a belt, even a boot. Every morning, he would slide it out in a swift and subtle movement and complete the thrust, twist and pull again and again. He was so deep into his exercise, his mind blissfully blank in the flow of the action, that he hadn't noticed the Grand General, who was standing just a few paces beyond the wooden practice dummy he had been assassinating on repeat for half an hour. His heart jumped when he heard her stern voice address him.
Your technique is improving, Initiate.
He stopped and bowed to her respectfully, still breathing hard.
My Lady Huskiv,
he said in greeting.
I think you have mastered the dagger now. Don't forget, you can use the same technique to snatch small items from opponents, such as charms, wands and the like.
That made sense to Ludlov. He slid the dagger back onto his belt as the lady produced something from underneath her cloak that made a soft clinking sound. It was a cord of silver prayer beads.
Try and retrieve this from me,
she said. Ludlov didn't hesitate and walked over to her slowly. Then, with the sudden speed of a viper, he stretched out his hand, took hold of the prayer beads, twisted and pulled, only to feel his hand squeezed tight by the beads wrapped around it. He looked up into Lady Huskiv's cool grey eyes.
It's not just a matter of applying technique, Ludlov. You know this. Be aware of your opponent's state of mind at all times. I saw you coming for them.
Ludlov relaxed his hand as the Grand General took back the beads. He felt a bit silly.
When it comes to technique, you have made an impression on all of us, Ludlov. I saw you at work with a pistol yesterday. I wouldn't want to be a sorcerer on the run from you.
Ludlov straightened his back. He was only slightly taller than the Grand General, but in her witch hunter hat she seemed the taller of the two.
Are you here to inform me about my final evaluation, my lady?
A rare smile appeared on the lady's lips.
Not yet, Initiate. I admire your ambition, but it will take much more to rise to the rank of witch hunter. There is no need to be impatient.
Ludlov swallowed. He was hardly impatient. At 36, he was already far older than most initiates, having turned to this path only after his previous life had fallen apart a year before.
Fear not. The day will come when you will wear the witch hunter hat.
Lady Huskiv added somewhat more gently.
May I be ready to fight and die for my city when that day comes,
Ludlov added, feeling an unexpected intensity surging inside of him. A strange blend of excitement, hope, and fiery hatred.
On that day, you will be, I assure you, Initiate,
said the Grand General, as she gestured for him to walk with her through the courtyard.
As for the purpose of my visit, you are indeed to be tested, and we will be watching you closely.
An assignment, my lady?
Ludlov asked, feeling hopeful. He was more than ready to confront the darkness in the world and punish each and every servant of evil for the murder of his wife.
Indeed, Initiate. You are about to embark upon a quest, along with 2 other initiates, 2 witch hunters and 1 master witch hunter.
6 of us? That's a rather large group.
You and your peers will be there to aid and support your superiors, and in turn your performances will be evaluated by them,
she explained. Ludlov imagined 6 witch hunters with drawn weapons and torches slowly making their way into the lair of some hideous beast or vile necromancer.
Have you ever heard of the Treasure of Boneyard Bay?
The Grand General asked. The name seemed vaguely familiar, but that was all Ludlov could muster.
A treasure hunt? My lady, don't we have other things to do? The black sickle is still out there.
Lady Huskiv stopped walking and laid a hand on Ludlov's shoulder.
Listen to me carefully, Initiate. You are the most promising student I have seen here in years, but you must remember, you are not training for revenge. I know what drives you, and I encourage your zeal, but I hope you will be truthful when at last you recite the witch hunter's oath. Once you have made the rank, your life will belong to the goddess and to Seven Peaks. You will exist to serve your people. Our order is a sacred weapon, not a tool for you to reach your own goals, however noble and just they may be.
Ludlov swallowed, looking down. He knew she was right.
From the depths of my heart, I hope we will stop the Black Sickle one day, Ludlov. And if you can help us with that, you are very welcome to it. But that is not why the Witch Hunter Order exists. Our goal is the glory of Seven Peaks, for the further glory of our goddess.
Ludlov nodded demurely. I understand, and I assure you, whatever task you set before me, I will complete it with diligence and devotion, my lady, he said sincerely.
Good,
she answered, and continued to walk again.
Still, I do wonder what exactly we will be facing,
Ludlov said, as they passed from the courtyard into a cool, gloomy corridor inside the main building. Tall, gold-framed portraits of former Grand Generals lined the walls beside them.
I don't know,
Lady Hoskiv admitted.
There is a good chance you will not be seeing any combat, but it will still be a long and arduous journey, and you will need your wits to find a way.
If we won't be facing any vampires or witches, why is the Witch Hunter Order involved?
Ludlov ventured to ask. He couldn't hide his disappointment, having longed to look a cultist or devil worshipper in the eye as he ended his life.
We were commissioned by the Mayor, Initiate. The quest for this treasure is of grave importance to the whole of Seven Peaks. You should embrace any opportunity to help your people.
Again, Ludlov felt in his heart that she was right, but he couldn't ignore the cold fire of his desire for vengeance within. They mounted a wide wooden staircase, facing a splendid stained glass window, depicting Sancta Gwendala as she held her sword aloft. Lady Hoskiv regarded it for a moment.
I know your mind is on the Black Sickle, Ludlov. I do not condemn your thirst for revenge.
She gestured towards the image.
When she faced off, I know she was driven by the same righteous anger you feel.
She held still at the window, prompting Ludlov to do the same.
Justice, retribution, even vengeance. These are worthy goals. Obsession, however, is a grave stumbling block. There have been many in this order who have fallen prey to it, you know. It never ends well.
Ludlov had heard this many times before, and as usual, he calmly accepted the admonishment, inwardly still burning with the desire to punish.
Lord Adame thought it would be a waste of your potential to send you on this quest, you know,
the Grand General said. Ludlov was surprised by her candor and remained silent.
It was I who reminded him you were still an initiate, and that this quest would do you good. You need to get your nose out of the books and your legs out of these headquarters. You've become a bit of a loner, I've heard,
she continued, eyeing him curiously. Ludlov couldn't deny it. He hadn't exactly sought out any friendships during his entire training, but that was mostly due to his age and his background. He simply didn't feel like one of the other initiates.
I have greatly benefited from the kindness and support of Lord Adomir and yourself, lady, he offered.
I know, but we will not be out in the field with you. You need to learn to rely on others. Only masters have the luxury of living the life of a lone wolf. You are still a long way from that, Initiate.
Ludlov felt something in his gut twist in aversion. The idea of working in a team with a pair of young whelps irked him. He was no schoolboy. He had been a magistrate. When he met Lady Hoskiv's gaze, he could see that she was aware of his feelings.
I will do my duty, my lady, he said.
Good,
she replied.
The briefing will be in the courtyard tomorrow, after breakfast.
The briefing. The next morning, Ludlov was in the courtyard before dawn once more, practicing until the tower bell rang for breakfast. There was a quiet tension in the mess hall, and Ludlov overheard very little conversation during breakfast. He sat alone at the edge of a long table, as usual, enjoying his fried fish and scrambled eggs silently, when suddenly a shadow fell over his plate. Looking up, he saw a pudgy, unshaven man with a shock of wild, greying hair and a broad smile on his rough face. His clothes might once have been considered high quality, but they looked worn and discoloured. This was definitely not a witch hunter. Ludlov nodded a greeting and returned to his food. His visitor sat down and just remained there in silence until it became impossible for Ludlov to ignore him. Looking up again, he saw the man was still smiling like he had just heard a dirty joke and was looking to share it with someone.
So, you're a witch hunter?
He said loudly, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The stranger sounded to Ludlov as if he suffered from some kind of speech impediment. Not yet, Ludlov replied with a smile.
Oh, I see! You're one of the trainees, then.
Now Ludlov noticed that it wasn't a speech impediment, but a foreign accent. He couldn't quite place it yet, though.
We are called initiates,
Ludlov said.
Oh, an initiate then. But aren't you a little bit old to still be in witch hunter school?
perhaps, but here I am.
Ludlov tried to enjoy the last remnants of his food, but the mere presence of the man was beginning to make him nervous.
My name is Gustav Finsterdunkel, he said, extending his hand.
Out of sheer politeness, Ludlov shook it.
Ludlov.
I know. When I came in, I asked who would be joining us on our journey, and they said, try Ludlov. And I asked, who is Ludlov? And they said, you'll find him in the mess. He always sits alone. And so I thought you had to be Ludlov.
Flatland. That was it, Ludlov thought. This was a Flatlander. Perhaps a sailor of some sort.
So you will be joining us on our quest,
Ludlov said, not quite sure what to make of that.
Why is that exactly, Mr. Finsterdunkel?
Oh, please, call me Gustav. Well, I just know a lot about the treasure. I'll be a guide, so to speak.
Ludlov took another look at the man. His clothes were worn, but they looked like they had once been fairly high standard. His unkempt appearance made it clear this was a loner, like himself, but not one whose life was dictated by discipline and routine. He had the look of an amateur historian, one who spent most of his time with books and maps.
I see. Well met in any case, Gustav. Can I ask you something?
The Flatlander nodded enthusiastically.
Do you think the gold might be cursed?
Ludlov had been thinking about that possibility in his bed the previous night, and it had begun to trouble him somewhat. Gustav shrugged.
Who knows? They say that about almost all treasures. In my experience, it's only about half of them that are cursed. Maybe a little less.
That still leaves us with a reasonable chance. Witch hunters can fight evil, but we can't lift curses,
Ludlov said, still unconvinced that this treasure hunt was a suitable task for the witch hunter order.
I think that might be why she's involved,
Gustav said, nodding to another table where a white-robed woman was sitting with the witch hunter masters.
That priestess is coming along as well?
Ludlov asked, inviting a firm nod from Gustav. It was a sensible idea, he realized.
So you already know our list of companions?
Not really,
Gustav admitted.
Just you and she. Besides that, and the fact that we'll be headed for Boneyard Bay, I know about as much as you do, I think.
Nothing then.
Just then, the bell rang, indicating that breakfast was over. Most witch hunters went about their daily routines, but a select number made their way to the courtyard, including Ludlov and Gustav. Master von Baumeister was among those who went with them, as well as a young Goldorian woman Ludlov recognized from several occasions, although he had never learned her name. The priestess and another male witch hunter followed closely behind. Two of Ludlov's fellow initiates, Federhel and Alvarado, completed the group. All were silent. Once outside, Ludlov saw a familiar figure already standing on the wooden platform that had been constructed at the edge of the courtyard. Mayor Schmidt was an imposing man, even taller than Lord Adomir, and unusually gruff in his appearance, especially for a politician. He had the ruddy, weathered skin of a farmer, and a deep scar ran across his face, from one cheek to the other across the bridge of his broken nose. His hair was short and grey. Schmidt was one of the few politicians Ludlov could respect. A man who had fought and suffered like the rest of Seven Peaks, not some pampered nobleman. Not everyone liked Mayor Schmidt, though. He was a man who could make very difficult decisions quickly without looking back, and who truly had the best interests of the city at heart. But he had very little patience with complicated nuances of any kind. He was the perfect example of a good wartime leader, and while the plague and the ensuing economic troubles hadn't been a military conflict, it had certainly felt like wartime to the inhabitants of Seven Peaks. As soon as the mayor started speaking, more and more people gradually seeped into the courtyard, curious about all the activity there.
"Good morning, witch hunters," Schmidt said.
Everyone in the courtyard stood perfectly straight, listening to the mayor's address. Everyone, except one nervously fidgeting Flatlander, that was.
"I know the quest on which you are about to embark is not the usual sort of activity in which the Witch Hunter Order engages. Some of you may have doubts."
The mayor's small, cunning eyes scanned the crowd, as if he was looking to pick out any doubters and remove them from the companions.
"I ask you to set aside those doubts. This is not an idle endeavour to satisfy the curiosity of the historians, or fill the museums of Seven Peaks with trinkets. Nor is it the greed of a few wealthy noblemen that drives this quest, I assure you."
He paused, taking a deep breath.
"The treasure of Boneyard Bay must be found and brought here. By you. I will speak plainly to you. If you fail, the King of Parslavena promised us he will end the age-old trade agreement and replace it with a new one which will be disastrous for our already struggling economy. And we'll have no other choice than to accept it. More than that, our weakness will be seen by our neighbours, and word of our state will spread. Eventually our enemies will come to us in our darkest times, drawn to us like predators to a wounded animal. Your task, witch hunters, is nothing less than to save Seven Peaks from collapse. I pray the blessings of the goddess will go with you."
The mayor's words had hit Ludlov harder than he had expected. He had no idea the situation was as dire as that. Gustav made a silly, mock-worried face, comically widening his eyes and pulling down the corners of his mouth. It annoyed Ludlov somewhat. Why was this amateur historian here if he couldn't take the situation seriously? After the mayor had stepped down, Lord Adomir ascended onto the platform, with Master von Baumeister beside him. The two men were an imposing sight, both of them tall, stern witch hunters, one broad-shouldered, dark and refined, the other wiry and pale, with small, accusing eyes and a tight grey ponytail. Ludlov didn't know von Baumeister very well, even though he had often seen his mentor talking to him. Adomir addressed the witch hunters in the courtyard.
"Master von Baumeister will be your leader on this journey. Those of you who have had the pleasure of working with him or studying under him know of his strength, dedication, and willpower. Those who haven't will learn soon enough. Master von Baumeister was chosen for this task because he is not one who suffers fools lightly. We will need all of your wits, all of your training, and all of your heart on this journey. Besides leadership, he is also here to evaluate 3 of you. Initiates Ludlov, Alvarado, and Federhel. Master von Baumeister will be keeping a close eye on you. Your performance during this quest will be reported back to us."
Ludlov looked at the other 2 initiates. Federhel was a gentle-looking young man, with thoughtful blue eyes and light brown shoulder-length hair. He had always seemed a bit soft for a future witch hunter to Ludlov, but he did admire his intellect. Alvarado was almost the polar opposite in appearance. A handsome, powerfully built type with long, dark, oiled hair and a tanned skin. Hailing from Isklavia, he had a very different temperament from most others. Ludlov never talked much to him, but he had taken notice of Alvarado's joyful simplicity and loyalty, and quietly approved.
2 other witch hunters will join,
Adomir continued.
Turmgard is an experienced traveller and has seen his share of combat. Initiates would do well to follow his example. Chapelle has only worn the hat for a year, but she has a quick and agile mind and an unwavering faith in our mission. We are proud to send her on her first great task for the Witch Hunter Order."
The two witch hunters were standing in front of Ludlov, so he couldn't see their faces, but he assumed Chappelle was the Goldorian woman he had noticed before. Her beautiful golden hair was quite remarkable, and reminded him a lot of Maria. Turmgard had to be the stocky, red-haired man beside her.
"Besides the initiates and members of our order, you will have 2 guests. Blessed Ulla Zelenheim of the Vox Dei will join you. She is a holy woman, and her prayers and blessings will surely aid you on your journey."
The priestess bowed her head respectfully.
"Mr. Gustav Finsterdunkel is a shopkeeper, who is in possession of an item that may be the key to this operation. He also claims to have some knowledge about the legends surrounding the treasure."
A shopkeeper? Ludlov scowled at Gustav, who responded with a sheepish grin. Adomir paused for a moment, allowing the travelling companions to take a look at each other for a bit. Ludlov saw some nervous faces, but most looked determined and implacable. Alvarado had a kind smile on his face, as if he wanted to reassure everyone. Then Adomir spoke again.
"You will travel the old road through the western wilds until you reach Linecrest, where you will board a sail barge that is expecting you. This vessel will take you along the river Landsader to the city of Bruchhaven. There you will meet with Captain Brökelhoff, who will take you to Boneyard Bay on his ship, the Theresia. Once you have reached your destination, you will have to use your own wits to find the way to this fabled treasure."
Adomir paused again, for dramatic effect.
"We do not know how long this journey will take, nor how dangerous it will be. We can only hope and pray that you will succeed and make it back before the end of the year, which is when the King of Parslavena will withdraw from our current trade agreement if we cannot provide the necessary evidence of our continuing prosperity. Seven Peaks' current state is a disgrace to the memory of our founders and saints. Saint Wolfen the Great will not let our city come to ruin while there are still souls brave enough to fight for her. So go, sail, learn, seek and fight for Seven Peaks, for Ivanendale, for Sancta Gwendala and for Wolfen himself!"
A spontaneous roar of cheers erupted in the courtyard, and Ludlov felt his heart swell with hope and pride. This was a worthy mission after all. The forest. The setting sun had finally hidden itself beyond the trees ahead, turning the forest into an impenetrably gloomy mass of bark, leaves and branches. The sky above was slowly changing from a soft purple to a dark blue. 8 riders quietly made their way along the dusty road, riding 2 by 2. Von Baumeister and Turmgard made up the vanguard, followed by the priestess and Chappelle. Then there was Federhel and Gustav, and finally Ludlov and Alvarado. It felt to Ludlov as if they had been travelling through these woods for weeks, although in truth it could only have been a few days. They had only just started riding again after a brief respite and a modest supper of bread and cheese. They would now continue to ride for as long as they could, even as night was falling. A few birds were still singing their serenades, but most had gone quiet, leaving only the sounds of the trees themselves and the occasional cry of some animal far away. Ludlov had heard many stories about the western wilds. It was rumored to be an abode of witches, werewolves and warlocks, and now that he was here, he could believe the stories. It was an intimidating place, vast, mysterious, and far removed from the civilized world. Still, he knew there were some villages in these woods, even up north, far from the old road, which was the only part of the western wilds that saw regular traffic. The sound of a wolf howling in the distance startled him a bit.
Pay no heed, said Alvarado. We have nothing to fear from wolves. And besides, those sounds are coming from much deeper in the woods.
Ludlov had spent most of the day riding beside Gustav, and was happy to have another conversation partner beside him on this last stretch of the day.
Do you ever worry about anything, Alvarado? He asked. Oh, there are many things that cause me anxiety in this world, the Esclavian replied. Demons, sorcerers, poorly prepared food, but not wolves.
Ludlov chuckled, more out of politeness than genuine amusement.
How do you feel about returning to your homeland? He asked. Well, we are headed for Boneyard Bay, Alvarado said, on the west coast of Esclavia. I hail from the east coast, and I have never even visited that place. But still, it is my homeland, and it will be good to hear my language again, eat the food I ate as a child. Now I'm getting hungry. The tales of the treasure probably weren't as popular on your side of the country then, Ludlov said. On the contrary, the Treasure of Boneyard Bay is a popular legend in all of Esclavia. I still find it hard to believe we are actually pursuing it now. I know next to nothing about it, Ludlov admitted. Is it a pirate horde?
Alvarado shook his head.
Oh no. Its history goes very far back and involves many different people and places. I would be useless at explaining it though. I only know bits and pieces. But it involves the gypsy peoples.
The gypsies? Ludlov repeated in astonishment. As far as he knew, neither the Sintra nor the Ungra tribe had a very great presence in Esclavia.
It's true, but if you really want to understand it, you should ask Federhel or maybe Master von Baumeister, Alvarado said.
You have studied under von Baumeister, haven't you? Ludlov recalled.
Si, amigo, that I have. Forensic investigation. A rather tedious and demanding subject, but he made it come alive, that I must admit.
What do you think of him? Ludlov asked.
Alvarado shrugged. He is a hard man, a hard teacher. He demands perfection of himself and of others. He will be difficult to please. However, I've always known him to be fair.
That was satisfying enough to Ludlov. The stars were shining above their heads when they held still at a small clearing and made camp. Gustav almost fell from his horse with the ridiculously oversized backpack he was wearing. There had been some merriment and quite a few questions about the size of that pack throughout the journey, but Gustav maintained that everything he carried was essential. The witch hunters and initiates traveled much lighter, each carrying a small pack or satchel with them. Ludlov had packed some personal belongings, such as his sketchbook and journal, along with his usual weapons and gear. Like the other initiates, he kept his rapier, dagger, and pistol on his belt. The witch hunters carried the same weapons, but they were armed with a set of 5 daggers instead of just 1. Rumor had it that Chapelle was naturally very skilled with such weapons. He would be watching her closely to see what he could learn. Turmgard, who was saddled with the second largest backpack, seemed to be carrying von Baumeister's belongings as well as his own. As they were preparing the fire, Master von Baumeister addressed the entire company.
If all goes well, we will reach Engebrücke tomorrow, he said. That will mark the end of the Western Wilds. From there, we will make our way to the river Lanzada.
He turned to the priestess.
Blessed, if you would pray for us.
All the witch hunters kneeled beside the fire as Blessed Zelenheim stood before them, spreading her hands. She closed her eyes.
Beloved goddess, author of life, grant these companions rest this night, to better to serve thee, and avenge thy daughter the maiden.
Then she made a sign of blessing and went to rest. The others laid down on their bedrolls to sleep, except for Federhel and Tormgard, who were on guard duty. Like every night since Maria's death, Ludlov had trouble going to sleep, fearing the dreams that would haunt him. He recited rote prayers in his mind until he became weary enough to fall asleep. The last day of their trek through the western wilds passed without event. There was a sense of quiet anticipation, as if the end of their journey was in sight, even though they all knew this was far from the case. Ludlov rode in the middle of the column, next to Federhel, who spent most of his time explaining the history of the western wilds and the Edelhart family, who used to rule over the few villages and hamlets in this desolate and forgotten part of Evanendale. Ludlov was intrigued by the subject matter, even though Federhel wasn't the most exciting storyteller, so he didn't pick up that much. Behind them, he could hear Alvarado and Gustav cracking jokes and telling tall tales. They were clearly having a better time than Ludlov was. Towards the late afternoon, they began to emerge out of the forest and turned straight north. The wide open skies brought a sense of renewed vigor, and they were glad to be out of the woods and into the open air again. Soft white clouds drifted through the azure sky like lazy sheep above a cozy landscape of rolling green hills covered with yellow and white flowers and the occasional copse. Far in the distance, to the northwest, they could see the snow-capped peaks that marked the northern borders of Goldor. The sun was setting again when at last they noticed chimney smoke rising from behind a hill straight ahead. When they crested it, they saw the village of Engebrücke beneath the warm orange light of the sun, snugly tucked in a dell amidst the hills. Between the companions and the village was a swift and narrow stream. A wooden bridge led towards the first houses, which were simple timber constructions with thatched roofs. Deeper into the village, they could see cottages with stables and paddocks where horses stood grazing. More woodlands were visible on the road further north, stretching out as far as they could see. It was as peaceful and lovely a view as any painter could wish to evoke, especially in the current light. As they came down the hill, children and dogs came running over the bridge, greeting them excitedly.
Are you bandits?
Asked a little boy in an oversized cap. Von Baumeister ignored the child, but the priestess smiled reassuringly.
Don't be an idiot, Ferdinand,
hissed a blonde, freckled girl.
They're monster hunters from the big city. I can tell by their hats. My dad told me about them.
Is that true? Are you monster hunters?
The boy called out to the traveling party as the column passed by him.
Witch hunters, foolish boy. We're witch hunters,
Tormgard said in a loud voice. Ludlov nodded a curt greeting to the children before riding over the bridge into the village. Behind him, he could hear Gustav saying, "I'm a treasure hunter." He stifled a groan. Much to Master von Baumeister's disappointment, there was no inn in the village at all.
"Surely other travellers must pass through here from the old road," he said to an old man in the street.
"Not for many a year,"
the geezer replied.
"Most prefer to go round the western wilds these days. Only smugglers and robbers take these paths. Not that I'm pointing fingers, of course."
Ludlov recalled how lonely their journey had been. They hadn't come across a single traveller on the old road. Master von Baumeister didn't seem too taken with the old man's comments.
"In any case, we do need lodgings. There are 8 of us, and if the witch hunter order doesn't mean anything to you rubes, surely you will not deny a priestess of the Vox Dei the best you have to offer."
Blessed Zelenheim laid a calming hand on the witch hunter's shoulder.
We have camped in the wild for days, Master. I do not mind doing so again, truly.
The old man chuckled.
"That won't be necessary, blessed one. We've had travellers through here before. Try the Sanftimes farmstead over there. They're kind people, and they'll be happy to have you, for sure."
"That's better," muttered von Baumeister, as the priestess smiled gratefully at the elderling. The farmstead was at the northeastern edge of the village. It was fairly large and looked quite comfortable. They met Farmer Sanftheim and his wife in the vegetable garden as they approached the front door. They looked to be in their mid-40s. The husband was a muscular man with unruly blonde hair and a coarse beard. He greeted them with a wide smile. His dark-haired wife stood beside him and looked at the strangers with fear and awe in her eyes. Ludlov could see older children in their teens working in the stables, as well as younger ones running around.
"Master Witch Hunter, sir,"
said the farmer.
"Good evening," said von Baumeister. "We are on an urgent errand and in need of lodgings. There are 8 of us, including a priestess of the Vox Dei. I was told you would be able to help us."
Even though the words were polite, there was a quality to the witch hunter master's voice that made it clear he would not take no for an answer. The farmer's mouth fell open in surprise.
Well, we do have a lodging room, but that will only be enough for 2 people. Beyond that, I don't know if we have any beds available."
He looked to his wife, who seemed even more impressed.
We would be happy to provide room.
She said hurriedly.
The children can sleep with us tonight. Please be welcome to use their rooms.
"That will do just fine," replied von Baumeister. "Can our horses be stabled here as well?" "We'll do what we can," said the husband. "Felix! Uta! Give our visitors' horses a place to rest!"
2 older teenagers emerged out of the stables, a boy and a girl, both looking tired and grumpy.
Should we really accept this offer, Master?
Chapelle asked softly.
There is a barn over there. We could sleep there just as well.
Turmgard snorted.
"These people want to pay their respects to our order. I say we grant them the opportunity. Their humility and willingness to serve will be good for their souls."
"Yes, but taking advantage of their kindness and fear will be bad for ours," muttered Alvarado, causing the master to turn in his saddle.
"Excuse me, Initiate. Do you have an opinion you wish to share with us?"
The Esclavian swallowed. He had clearly not intended for his comment to be overheard.
"Well, it just seems to me a bit unnecessary to take these children's beds. We are warriors and seasoned travelers,"
he uttered with far less confidence in his voice. Ludlov felt a bit sorry for the young man. Von Baumeister simply responded with a drawn-out, icy stare.
"Does anyone else feel the same way?"
Well, I do for one,
said the priestess.
"Anyone involved in the Witch Hunter Order, I mean,"
von Baumeister corrected himself.
I stand by my position,
Chapelle said earnestly. Federhel just looked around uncomfortably. I agree with Alvarado, Ludlov said. Von Baumeister's cold gaze now turned to him. The Order's good name will be better served if we show ourselves to be grateful and humble guests, Ludlov added. Turmgard grinned, clearly enjoying where this was going.
"The Order's good name,"
von Baumeister repeated.
"Is that what you're concerned about, Initiate?"
Ludlov didn't reply.
"The Witch Hunter Order is Seven Peaks' elite force in the fight against evil. Necromancers fear us. Vampires cower before us. Demons flee us. We are to be known for that, not for politeness. How will the servants of Lucas respect us if we do not even command the respect of these simple villagers?"
Everyone was quiet. The farmer and his family were still waiting patiently.
"You do as you wish," said von Baumeister. "If it is humiliation you seek, you will find plenty of opportunity in that barn or out here in the farmyard. Everyone else, come with me."
In the end, no one chose to sleep inside the house, except for the master and Turmgard. Even the priestess was adamant about it. As a result, the farmer's children were all able to sleep in their own beds that night, and the lodging room was taken up by 2 witch hunters. The priestess and Chapelle retired in the barn, leaving Ludlov, Alvarado, Federhel and Gustav outside in the farmyard. Ludlov didn't mind sleeping in the open air. He had gotten used to it, and figured he would have to do a lot more of it throughout his witch hunter career. Besides, out here they could stay on guard for any potential dangers, although it was hard to imagine any in this peaceful place. As they were preparing a fire, Ludlov overheard Gustav saying he didn't care where he slept.
I once slept in the branches of a dead tree at the edge of a cliff, with vultures circling above my head and the palace guard of Virkasia out in the wilds looking for me. What is Virkasia? I've never heard of it, said Alvarado. It is believed to be a wealthy nation in the deserts of the southern continent, ruled by a monarch called the Sultan, Federhel explained. I'd always dismissed the tales, though. I thought Virkasia was just a legend. Oh, it's real, Gustav said. I've been there. Unfortunately, I can never return.
The important question is, did you sleep well that night? Ludlov asked.
Like a baby.
Why would you sleep in the branches of a dead tree at the edge of a cliff? Could you really not find a better spot?
I could tell you, but it would be a long and exciting tale full of adventure, betrayal, and adultery. You probably wouldn't be able to sleep anymore afterwards. The point is, I can sleep anywhere, like my sister always says.
You have a sister? Alvarado remarked, as if he couldn't imagine a female version of the pudgy Flatlander. What is she like?
Smart, pretty, brave. I miss her, Gustav said wistfully.
He sounded uncharacteristically sincere.
She's still in Flatland, he clarified. How long have you been living in Evanendale? Asked Federhel as he spread out his bedroll. Long enough. I feel like a man of 7 Peaks now.
His accent was still very thick, but he did speak the language well.
What about you, gentlemen?
Gustav asked, leaning back against his oversized rucksack.
I'm from Vugtakke, a fishing town near the borders of the Intronian Empire, Federhel began. My parents sent me to 7 Peaks because I was useless as a fisherman, and always had me nose stuck in a book. They'd imagined the future as a scribe or a librarian for me, I think.
Gustav was already snoring loudly, lying on his back with his arms and legs spread out and his head lolling to the side as if he had been felled by an arrow in the chest. Even in his sleep, his left hand remained clutched to one of the straps of his backpack. Federhel ignored him.
I may be a bad fisherman, but I still enjoy being outdoors and doing things, much as I love to read and write as well. This career seems one of the few where I can combine both,
he said with a shrug. It seemed a pretty thin motivation to become a witch hunter to Ludlov.
I hail from Misclavia, as you know, Alvarado said. I was an apprentice to the great Ferdinando Quaron in Marnosa.
Ludlov had no idea who that was, but Federhel's raised eyebrows indicated he had to be someone impressive.
I was there when he died,
Alvarado continued.
I tried to defend him against the robbers, but I failed. I had to flee. That's when I decided I wanted to learn how to fight rather than cook. I was already good at that anyway.
Gustav underscored the end of the story with another loud snore.
I never knew, Federhel said softly. You've never mentioned any of this before.
Alvarado shrugged.
During training, we don't get much of a chance to forge friendships, do we? It's all discipline, all business.
That's true, Ludlov said, staring into the flames. In truth, he had liked it that way.
And you, Ludlov?
Alvarado asked. Ludlov had been dreading the question.
7 Peaks, born and bred, he said with a smile. You're a lot older than us, Alvarado remarked. What did you do before you joined the Order, if I may ask? I was a magistrate, actually, Ludlov said, but I was bad at it. And it's like you said, Federhel, we all need some fresh air and some action. Actually, I know something about Ludlov he hasn't told us, said Federhel.
Ludlov felt a surge of anxiety. He didn't want to share anything about the tragedy that had set him on his path to the Order. He simply couldn't talk about it with anyone other than Lord Adomir or Lady Hoskir. Then he noticed the initiate's mysterious smile and realized he couldn't have meant the murder of his wife.
Feel free to share it. You've made me curious.
You know I'm a bookworm, Federhel began.
Ludlov smiled. Now it dawned on him.
Oh, that. It's not a secret.
Alvarado raised an eyebrow.
Don't tell me you write romance novels. Not quite, Ludlov said. I've written some theological works, that's all.
Yes, and they've caused quite a bit of a stir in some circles, I must say, Federhel added.
And why is that?
Alvarado asked. Ludlov cleared his throat. He wasn't sure where the other initiates stood and didn't want to be dragged into an argument either.
Well, I hold something of a minority position,
was all he could say.
Ludlov doesn't believe in the 7 sacred stones, Federhel said. He still holds to the pre-Voronician Scriptura Sancta.
Oh, that is nothing special. Almost everyone in Isclavia agrees with him on that. And I think the people of Lioncrest and Goldor do too.
Ludlov felt relief washing over him.
Well, in Seven Peaks it's different, of course. Where do you stand, Federhel?
He ventured to ask. The slender young man shrugged.
Well, it's getting late, and if I know Master von Baumeister, he'll expect us to be up and ready to leave when he comes out of that house tomorrow morning.
The others agreed, and they prepared to go to sleep. Ludlov found himself thinking about their conversation again. It had been quite a pleasant relief to discover his peers' openness to his views. But more importantly, he realized he had enjoyed talking to them and learning more about them. Perhaps he shouldn't have kept the other initiates at a distance back in Seven Peaks, simply because of the age difference between them. He quietly berated himself for that, before resolving to give his companions the same respect they had shown him. Then at last, his eyes grew tired enough to fall asleep. The river. They were up at dawn, except for Gustav, who was still snoring. Fortunately, he had never even opened his backpack before falling asleep, so he would be able to simply stand up and leave once he did wake up. Chapelle and Blessed Zelenheim emerged out of the barn. When she saw the men standing around Gustav, Chapelle asked,
What happened to him? Did he have too much to drink?
He did not have anything. He just fell asleep as soon as someone other than himself was talking,
Alvarado said.
You should wake him before Master von Baumeister arrives.
We've tried,
Alvarado said.
Did you try everything?
We nudged him, shook him, shouted at him,
Ludlov said. Chapelle nodded, turned and left.
Perhaps the light of the rising sun will wake him up,
Federhel suggested. Then Chapelle returned with a bucket of water. Everyone began to chuckle, except for the priestess, who looked a bit worried.
1, 2, 3.
Chapelle counted. As soon as she emptied the contents of the bucket over Gustav's head, the Flatlander jumped up, screaming. The initiates roared with laughter. Gustav immediately turned around.
My backpack! My backpack! There are books in there! Notes!
I've seen it withstand the rain,
Ludlov said.
It can take a bit of water.
Gustav hugged his backpack tight, then shot an accusing glare at Chapelle.
This is not funny, witch hunter!
She shrugged.
It was not meant to amuse you, but to wake you up.
Well, it did that,
he admitted, relaxing a bit. Then he smiled and noticed her piercing blue eyes.
I suppose it was a bit funny.
Just then, the front door of the farmhouse opened and Master von Baumeister came out, followed closely by Tormgard.
It sounds like you're all having a merry morning, he said. I hope you can keep up your spirits. We have a long journey ahead.
After a meager breakfast, they bought some further provisions from the farmers and thanked them for their hospitality. The priestess performed the blessing ritual over the family's house as Ute and Felix brought them their horses, all looking well-groomed and fed. After a final greeting, the company left the farmstead and the village of Engebrücke. They followed the road north and travelled for a while through a quiet, shadowy wood of pine trees. As the day passed, the snow-capped peaks in the distance slowly grew closer, and by the evening they made camp in the hills in the shadow of the mountains. The next morning, they set out early for the final stretch to the river Landsader. Once they had completely left the mountains behind them, they knew they had come out of Yvennendale and entered Lioncrest. Even though spring was giving way to summer, it was a chilly and cloudy afternoon when at last they reached the wide, dark green river, slowly making its way through a green vale between wooded hills.
We follow the river until we reach the place where our transport is moored,
Von Baumeister called out. They rode on in single file along the river, with Ludlov and Gustav once more dangling at the tail end. An hour later, they arrived at a quay where a single sailing vessel lay anchored. It looked like a fishing boat, and a rather old and rickety one at that. A frightfully thin man with greasy grey hair emerged out of a wooden shack beside the quay.
I think you will have to serve as our interpreter, Gustav. They speak Flatlandish in Lioncrest, no?
Alvarado called out. Gustav shook his head.
Silly Esclavian, no. In the north they speak Leontish, which is similar to my tongue but not the same. Here in the south they speak Goldorian, so Mademoiselle Chapelle will have to do the talking.
Von Baumeister gestured with his head to Chapelle, urging her to move ahead in the line. She obeyed and greeted the man in Goldorian. He cackled, then succumbed to a fit of coughing that sounded quite worrying. Then he returned her greeting, and they began to converse. It seemed to Ludlov the two were haggling. Chapelle seemed to grow increasingly frustrated with the conversation. Eventually, she turned her horse back to her travelling companions and addressed Master von Baumeister.
He says we took longer to arrive than expected and he wants more coins.
"You shall have them," von Baumeister said coolly, reaching for his money purse and taking out a few more copper foxes. He gave the coins to Chapelle, who returned to the Lioncrester and handed over the money. He shrugged and accepted the money, even though he clearly wasn't impressed. Then he talked some more to Chapelle, who turned around on her saddle and called out to the master,
We need to show a writ from the mayor to prove that we are the witch hunters.
As if it isn't obvious enough we are,
Tormgard sighed. Von Baumeister produced a sealed scroll and rode up to the greasy-looking man, handing it over. The Lioncrester broke the seal and read the parchment carefully. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction.
Alors, venez,
he said.
Et les chevaux?
Asked Chapelle.
Calmez-vous, mademoiselle,
the Lioncrester said. He gestured for them to dismount as another man emerged out of the shack. He was a lot younger and had an easy, friendly manner about him. Chapelle and the older man exchanged a few more words.
His son will take care of the horses,
she explained to the others.
Very well,
von Baumeister replied. Everyone dismounted and said their farewells to the animals who had carried them all the way from Seven Peaks. Then they followed the older man to the boat.
Who'll be sailing in it?
Federhel asked.
We will,
von Baumeister answered.
You are from a fishing village, are you not, Federhel?
I am, but...
Excellent. I'm sure you'll be able to pull your weight then. Furthermore, we have a Flatlander and an Esclavian in our midst. Surely they know something about boats.
Gustav laughed.
Ha! Know something about boats? I could sail this thing on my own,
he exclaimed.
Even better, said the witch hunter master.
It turned out that Gustav indeed knew his way around the vessel. He took on the role of captain and steered them on their way. The wind was with them, and the boat glided over the murky waters of the river easily. The paddles of 6 long oars stuck out from holes in the hull, but luckily rowing didn't prove necessary yet. Standing on the deck of the boat, Ludlov watched as the younger man led the horses away. Eventually, the quay and the shack faded from view as the river took a turn. Ludlov turned around and looked ahead. All he could see was the Landsada carving its way through the pine-covered hills. He sighed, and only then realized just how hungry he was. It was evening when Ludlov emerged from below deck where he had taken a light supper. Gustav was still steering the ship.
I've brought something for you to eat, Ludlov said. Thanks, Ludlov, but I can't right now. I have to be careful here. The water is rather shallow and there are some sharp rocks below.
It sounded strange to hear Gustav speaking responsibly about something. It was even slightly unsettling.
Can I ask you something? Ludlov began. I'm at your disposal, witch hunter, Gustav replied, still looking focused on the waters ahead. Initiate only, for now. I've been wondering why you've been carrying such a big backpack.
Gustav shrugged.
Like I said, Ludlov, everything in there will be useful on our journey. You've got a collection of notes and information, I assume? You must know more about the treasure and about Boneyard Bay than any of us.
Gustav grinned.
Oh, is that it? You're curious about our journey? Well, yes, Ludlov admitted. We've been told precious little so far, and I'd like to have some idea of what's ahead.
Gustav's grin turned into a friendly smile.
Ahead is Brughaven, capital of Lioncrest. From there we will set sail along the western sea, probably anchor down in Rendez-vous for a bit, and then continue on to Boneyard Bay.
Yes, but what then?
Ludlov asked. Surely we can't just disembark and ask the local population if they've seen any treasure lying around. No, we can't. Wouldn't that be funny, though?
Then, what will we do?
Gustav looked at him with a mysterious twinkle in his eye.
Don't worry, Initiate. My backpack will help, and that's all you need to know so far.
The Theresia. The boat was sailing on calm waters through a wide, flat landscape. Here and there, tall reeds and willow trees grew along the banks of the river. In the distance, they could see poplar trees and the occasional farmstead or windmill. Massive white clouds hovered in the sky like floating mountains, but they didn't obscure the sun, which shone down on them with a pleasant warmth.
It looks a lot like my home country,
Gustav said wistfully from behind the steering wheel. He had a small pipe in his mouth. Ludlov stood close by, leaning on the railing and watching the landscape slowly slide by. He turned around and faced Gustav.
I must say, the north of Lioncrest is very different from the south.
Alvarado and Federhel emerged from below deck.
We must be getting closer to the sea,
Federhel said.
How do you know?
Alvarado asked, but his friend simply shrugged.
I just have a sense for these things. Comes from my background, I suppose. You are right, Federhel,
Gustav said, wisps of smoke pouring forth from his mouth as he spoke.
We are nearing Brughaven, the city of beer.
Ah, great, Alvarado exclaimed, smashing his hands together excitedly.
Then the quest can really begin.
Gustav took out his pipe and smiled warmly at the Esclavian.
So, you are looking forward to it then?
Alvarado nodded emphatically.
I have heard so many tales from my parents and grandparents about the legendary gold of Boneyard Bay. Many of them contradicted each other, so I still have no idea which ones were true, but now we can find out.
He took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air.
I knew when it started that this was going to be a remarkable year.
Gustav nodded and took another tug at his pipe. As the hours went by, they began to see more horses and wagons on the road, and eventually even a lone gull came flying by. Then the river turned due north, and the city of Brughaven appeared before them. Even from this distance, it appeared to be massive, far larger than Ludlov had expected, almost rivaling Seven Peaks, although it was very different in appearance. Whereas his home city was densely packed with tall, narrow buildings, Brughaven was wide and spread out, and its many houses, inns, shops and guild halls were only 2 stories high at most, although some were quite large. Here and there, a tower stood out, but there was really only one construction that rose above all the others, a church with a tall spire, similar to the Grand Cathedral of Seven Peaks, but much smaller. Still, it looked most impressive amongst these buildings. The next thing Ludlov noticed was the way the city had been built on top of the river. There was a complex network of bridges and walkways connecting various isles, some natural, others man-made. As they came closer, he saw streets of water, where people traveled in small boats punted by men in feathered caps. Federhel climbed up the mast to take down the sail, and they all helped out with rowing the boat, as Gustav simply steered it into the city. There were no guards asking them who they were or where they came from, and the only walls Ludlov could see were around the central area, where the grand church was located. "This city has seen precious little war," Tormgard commented, echoing Ludlov's own observations. "Lucky beer gobblers."
"Oh, it's been invaded enough times," Federhel said. "The Landcresters simply never chose to fight back. They'd rather not see their city ruined over politics."
A sensible attitude, Ludlov thought, as long as the invaders weren't dragon-worshipping monsters or heathen barbarians. But Lioncrest was fortunate enough to be far removed from Felskar or the Horn Mountains. They finally moored their boat in an area where many other similar vessels lay. When they disembarked, they were approached by a colorfully dressed man in a feathered cap, who came asking for a docking fee. Master von Baumeister dutifully paid it, and then the companions were ready to explore the city.
"Feel free to take a look around, each of you," the master said. "The Order has already arranged our sleeping quarters. Unfortunately, the inns are too crowded for all of us to stay in the same place. Blessed Zelenheim, Chapelle and Gustav will lodge at an establishment called the Zerob with me. Tormgard and the 3 initiates will stay at Het Verloren Anker. It's in the Sea Harbour district, so you may already catch a glimpse of our transport for the remainder of this journey." "If I may, what is this vessel called?" Gustav asked. "The Theresia," von Baumeister said, "and her captain's name is Brökelhoff. You will meet him tomorrow."
They split up, but not according to their sleeping arrangements, since Master von Baumeister had given them leave to explore the city first for a few hours. Ludlov decided to come with Gustav, Federhel and Chapelle in the direction of the harbour to take a look at the Theresia. The priestess went to visit the Grand Church, which was apparently called the Basilica of Sancta Agnes. Alvarado was headed for the market to look for rare herbs and spices, and Tormgard followed von Baumeister around like a loyal lapdog, although Ludlov hadn't caught where they had set off to. Walking around with 3 companions felt freeing after being stuck in a boat with double that amount, and Ludlov found he enjoyed his current company, especially Chapelle. Federhel's endless tidbits of knowledge could become a bit exhausting after a while, and Gustav was still an unpredictable mystery, but still there was something naturally likable about both of them. Blue-eyed, golden-haired Chapelle was a lively, optimistic young woman who was serious enough to be interesting, but light-hearted enough to brighten his own spirits, which had been leaning heavily towards melancholy and depression lately. Ludlov's only regret was the absence of Alvarado, who had shown himself to be an exceptionally pleasant travelling companion throughout this journey.
I must say, Brughaven is impressive,
Chapelle said, as they crossed one of its many arched bridges.
Then you should see Zeestad,
Gustav exclaimed.
Lioncrest tries, but nothing surpasses the mariners and ships of Flatland. We should have sailed to Boneyard Bay with one of those.
Chapelle shrugged.
Actually, the Witch Hunter Order even has its own ship anchored up there. But Master von Baumeister wanted to take the shortest road, and Brughaven is closer to Seven Peaks than Zeestad is.
Still, Ludlov mused aloud. Perhaps it would have been worth the detour. Flatland is part of Yvennendale these days, and so we would have been supporting our own economy instead of Lioncrest's by travelling from there.
Once we find the treasure, our economy will do more than fine,
Gustav said. But Chapelle ignored him, looking at Ludlov with wide eyes.
Flatland is part of Yvennendale?
She exclaimed.
When did that happen?
Didn't you know?
Federhel replied, shocked at her ignorance, which irked Ludlov a bit.
The annexation of Flatland in 1763 was a necessary political move, after the laughably incompetent rule of Governor Gus Papercook had weakened it to the point of near collapse.
He even talked like he was reading aloud from a book, Ludlov observed.
That is a completely one-sided view,
Gustav interjected angrily.
Papercook was a very misunderstood leader. The people simply weren't ready for a new approach.
Federhel smiled.
Calm down, friend. I have no strong opinions on these matters. I simply report back what I've read.
I think I know what Alvarado would say,
Ludlov said, hoping to steer the conversation away from political disagreements.
The real reason to visit Brughaven instead of Zeestad is Brughaven.
Federhel and Chapelle both gave him the same puzzled frown. But Gustav smiled.
Of course, you are right, Ludlov.
Brughaven, the best beer in the northern continent,
Ludlov clarified.
The best in all of Hruda,
Gustav said. When they came to the sea harbour, Ludlov was overcome by an unexpected surge of excitement and anticipation as he beheld the Western Sea. Gulls cried, ship bells rang, and waves roared. He tasted salt on his lips as a pleasant breeze rushed through his hair. Suddenly, he felt the call of adventure and the allure of the great unknown.
There she is,
Federhel called out, pointing to a massive, three-masted galleon that lay anchored not too far from them. Its huge red sails all bore the image of a yellow lion rampant, and above the main mast was a flag with the same image, except the red was darker and the lion was golden. The bowsprit was decorated with a gold-lacquered figurehead, depicting a beautiful bare-breasted woman spreading her arms behind her as if she was soaring above the water.
The Theresia,
Federhel exclaimed in awe. Ludlov had never expected anything like this, especially after the pathetic boat that had carried them on the river. He could even see a multitude of cannons peeking out of gun ports on each side of the ship. Crewmen were climbing up and down the shrouds, shouting at each other and making final preparations for the journey. After spending some time admiring the ship, the four of them made their way to a tavern on the waterfront, and they all ordered a stein of Brughaven. Even Chapelle, who admitted she preferred wine. Eventually, evening fell, and they all had to make their way to their sleeping quarters. Ludlov and Federhel said goodbye to Chapelle and Gustav when they arrived at a bridge where they had to go their separate ways. The two initiates crossed over to another isle, where Het Verloren Anker was located. Chapelle and Gustav continued on deeper into the city. The establishment itself was decent enough, and Ludlov did enjoy being close to the seaside, even though he couldn't actually see it from his room. It was an immense relief to be sleeping alone again, in an actual bed, and for once he didn't fear the nightmares. The departure. Ludlov was already up and fully dressed when someone knocked on the door. He opened it and saw Alvarado, looking bright and eager to start the day.
"Good morning, Ludlov. It is good to see another man who is ready for adventure," he said.
Ludlov smiled.
I am ready,
he said, though in truth he had woken up early because he had dreamed about Maria again. It had been that dream where blood rained down onto her pale face. A horrible image, but one he had had to endure regularly for more than a year now. Goddess, had it been that long? Maria had been murdered on the very first day of 1770. Now the summer of 1771 had arrived, and the nightmares hadn't diminished. Perhaps he would have them for the rest of his life. That was a horrifying thought, but he refused to let it dampen his spirits today. Alvarado led Ludlov outside, onto a porch looking out over the waterway, where they were about to have breakfast. From where he sat, Ludlov could see gondolas passing by, carrying richly dressed people. Federhel and Tuamgard soon joined them at the table and ordered breakfast. When Ludlov asked for eggs, he was shocked to hear the waitress ask whether he would like a horse's eye. Federhel laughed and explained that it was simply a literal translation of a local term for eggs fried sunny side up.
"Leontish is a strange language," Tuamgard said. "Hearing the locals speak it doesn't sound at all like Gustav's accent." "It's almost the same language as Flatlandish, actually," Federhel said. "They just pronounce it very differently, and they have all kinds of varied dialects, of course. And over here they speak a particularly strong one."
Ludlov noticed an annoyed glare from Tuamgard, who obviously didn't enjoy being lectured by an initiate. Ludlov, on the other hand, was impressed by the breadth of Federhel's knowledge.
What do you know about the history of the treasure, Federhel?
Ludlov asked, recalling his earlier conversation with Alvarado in the Western Wilds.
Apparently, it involves the gypsy peoples.
Federhel nodded enthusiastically.
"It certainly does. A great deal, in fact."
How?
Ludlov asked.
What do gypsies have to do with Esclavia?
Well, the story goes back a long time in history, long before the gypsy people existed,
Federhel began to explain. Ludlov knew that both the Sintra and the Ungra gypsies were the remaining descendants of the people of Oskurta, a wealthy city-state in the far north with a rich history steeped in magic and mystery. Oskurta was about as far removed from Boneyard Bay as was possible within the northern continent, however, and he had no idea how the two could be connected.
"Do you know how Oskurta came to be?"
Federhel asked.
Not really,
Ludlov admitted, somewhat ashamed for his lack of historical knowledge.
Didn't it have something to do with Urba Classica?
"It does," Federhel said. "But it all really begins with the people who lived on the archipelago of Garadoso in ancient days."
Ah, the Matpatanian civilization,
Ludlov said, happy to be able to contribute something to the conversation.
I've heard of that.
"So have I," Tuamgard said. "They worshipped all kinds of gods, didn't they?" "They did, and their empire covered all of Esclavia,"
Alvarado said.
"But then the Urba Classicans defeated them, destroyed their civilization, and used them as slaves." "That's an oversimplification, but it will do," Federhel said. "The story begins when a large group of slaves from Garadoso was sold to an Urba Classican mage known as Plinius Novacula. By some accounts, the most evil magic user who ever lived.
This was a part of the story Ludlov had never heard. He leaned in, fascinated and eager to hear more.
Novacula was also incredibly rich and powerful, which gave him the power to do whatever he wanted in his city. He had a vast underground dungeon where he lived, worked and kept his slaves. He used them in all sorts of terrible magical experiments, and eventually the slaves rebelled and killed him. Now, legend has it that before he died, Novacula had succeeded in creating a portal that could instantly transport him to a faraway location. Knowing that the Orba Classicans would execute them if they remained in the city, the slaves escaped through that portal, which took them far to the north, to Oscorta.
So, the Oscortans began as escaped slaves from Garadoso, Ludlov said. But Oscorta became rich and powerful. How did they do that?
Novacula was rich and powerful, Federhel said, and all his possessions were in that dungeon.
I see, Ludlov said. But how is all this related to the Treasure of Boneyard Bay?
It's not that hard, Ludlov, Tomgard said. Novacula's wealth is the treasure. Again, Federhel interrupted with a smile, it's not quite that simple. Do you all know the tale of Queen Sintrasha?
Everyone at the table nodded. Queen Sintrasha of Oscorta had been a powerful mage who had been involved in dark magic until an angel had visited her with a warning that only arcanic magic was sanctioned and other forms would lead to the destruction of her nation. Sintrasha had converted, but only managed to convince a minority of her people. Eventually, she had been forced to leave Oscorta along with her followers, who then became the Sintra Gypsies.
According to some, the Treasure of Boneyard Bay is actually the wealth of Queen Sintrasha, possibly supplemented by Novacula's jewels and coins, Federhel said. I can imagine they took at least some of it along. As you know, eventually, most Sintra settled in our very own Seven Peaks, but the Queen herself is reported to have travelled much further south with her treasure.
Why did she take it with her?
Alvarado wondered aloud.
The Sintra was still being persecuted by many different factions. I think it was wise of her to hide her treasure until the time was right.
Doesn't this treasure rightly belong to the Sintra people then? Ludlov said.
Alvarado rubbed his chin, perhaps pondering the same question.
Treasures belong to those who find them,
Tomgard stated.
It has been many centuries, Federhel said. Most of the Sintra live in Seven Peaks. If we find the treasure, it will benefit them as well. I think it would be far better for the Sintra if we found the treasure than if the Parslavanians did, for example.
Ludlov could see the truth in that, but he didn't know if Queen Sintrasha would have approved.
I would like to see the Basilica before we leave, he said, to change the subject. Would that be allowed, Tomgard?
I would as well,
Alvarado added.
And I,
Federhel said. Tomgard seemed pleased by the initiate's deference and sat back in his chair.
We should always make the time to praise the goddess if we can. Master von Baumeister expects us at the Theresia by noon, so you'll have plenty of time to pay your respects.
Will you be joining us?
Alvarado asked carefully.
I will not. I'll go straight to the harbour to help out the master with our final arrangements.
The relief at the breakfast table was palpable. The inside of the basilica was even more impressive than its outward appearance. It was a much lighter church than the Grand Cathedral of Seven Peaks, mostly due to the white stone out of which it was constructed, but it also had windows on every side. In a large side chapel, there was a gold-lacquered statue of a portly woman in an oversized cloak.
Sancta Agnes,
Federhel whispered. Ludlov knew who she was, of course. The patron saint of adventurers, Sancta Agnes once provided for all of Bruchhaven during a time of great distress, when all the food and water in the city had been cursed. She had been a very devout woman with a large house, and her supplies had been kept safe throughout the crisis. In the end, she had given almost everything away, surviving off the scraps herself before the curse had finally ended.
I've prayed for her intercession throughout the plague in Seven Peaks. It seems fitting to do so again as we set out on this journey,
Ludlov whispered to Fedahel as they both knelt down before the statue. Tomgard stood with his arms crossed as Ludlov, Alvarado and Fedahel arrived at the Theresia.
Finally, he said. We are still on time, aren't we? Alvarado said. You are the latest to arrive, Tomgard replied. And don't forget, you three are the ones being evaluated.
They boarded the ship and greeted the crew. Master von Baumeister, the priestess and Chapelle stood nearby on deck. A man approached them, dressed in an elaborately decorated red coat, with rows of shiny brass buttons, gold-coloured tasseled epaulets, and an enormous feathered hat. This had to be the captain.
Ah, you must be the initiates,
he said in a friendly voice, with a thick Leontish accent.
This is Captain Brökelhoff, von Baumeister said. He will bring us safely to Boneyard Bay.
I hope so, the captain replied, but Boneyard Bay is not exactly Seestadt. Could still be a heavy trip.
Just then, Gustav came running up the boarding plank, his face bright red and sweaty. When he arrived on deck, he almost fell over from the weight of his backpack. He just stood there, panting for a while. Then he took off his burden and greeted everyone.
Right, I'd forgotten about him, Tomgard said.
Goedemiddag, kapitein,
Gustav panted in Flatlandish.
Aha, a man from Flatland. That may be a blessing to our journey then, as the Theresia was built in Seestadt.
I knew it!
Gustav called out.
A ship like this can only be made in one place.
The captain inclined his head.
That is true, friend. The Theresia has delivered me home through many adventures on the high seas, and I know I would never be parted from her. I named her, you know.
You named the ship yourself?
Ludlov asked.
She looks like she would be property of the Royal Navy of Linecrest or something.
Captain Brökelhoff smiled sympathetically.
She was. First, my grandfather and then my father sailed with her for many years, until my father retired from the Navy. Back then she was known as the Prospector, a name he never liked. He believed a ship should be named after a woman. For our family's long service, he was actually given the ship when he retired. I believe the Navy thought the ship had become too old to sail anyway, but they didn't know my father. He completely restored her, beyond even her initial glory. I studied under him and eventually I became her captain. Then he gave the ship to me, and I finally renamed her.
Who pays for the crew?
Gustav asked.
I do, the captain said proudly. We sail all over the seas, sometimes for trade, sometimes for war, sometimes for expeditions. My clients are nations, trade unions, even the Witch Hunter Order. They pay me, and I pay my crew.
Ludlov had never heard of such arrangements before. It reminded him again of how little he knew of the world outside of Seven Peaks.
Why did you name her the Theresia? He asked.
A wistful look appeared on the captain's face.
Theresia was my wife. She died, still carrying our firstborn in her belly. And now she lives on in here. I can even feel the kicks of my little one sometimes as I touch these timber railings. I feel her heartbeat when my hand is on the mast. I hear her breath when I listen to the waves. She was my first and true love. And now she always will be with me, in spirit only, until the treacherous seas take me back to her bosom at last. So, you're all aboard now?
We are complete,
von Baumeister responded. Then let us not waste another moment and set sail, said the captain. He turned and made his way to the quarterdeck. Then he bellowed, "Haul anchor! We're heading south!"
As the ship left the port of Brughaven, Ludlov stood at the railing, taking in the sights and sounds around him. He suddenly felt overwhelmed by a sense of destiny. This voyage would be no mere search for an old chest of gold. It was a journey that would change his life. The sea. It was a perfect day to set sail. The city of Brughaven was already disappearing from view as the Theresia cleaved her way through the calm waters of the Western Sea. Ludlov stood looking at the waves, enjoying the way the wind stroked his hair, reminding him of Maria's fingers. He sighed. Everything reminded him of her. It hurt, but in a strange way, it also made the small moments that make up life more beautiful. He scoffed at himself. Maria's death had turned him into a wretch, shaken out of his wits by unbearable missing at the slightest provocation of his memories. Then again, he had seen the deep grief in the captain's eyes when he had told them about the real Theresia and their child. And looking at the man now, he seemed happy. Ludlov wondered how long ago it was that he had lost his family. Just then, he was brutishly pulled out of his reverie by the charming sound of a seasick Flatlander vomiting into the ocean right beside him.
Gustav, I thought you were a seafarer, Ludlov said. And the waters are perfectly calm today, too.
Gustav raised his head and stared at him, looking sweaty and pale.
It's not that. It's these mussels. They upset my stomach.
Mussels aren't meant to be breakfast, amigo,
Alvarado said.
Especially not pickled ones, I suppose,
Gustav admitted. Chapelle approached them.
I just had a word with the captain. It seems he's slightly worried about something.
What is there to be worried about?
Alvarado asked, leaning with his back against the railing and basking in the sun with his eyes closed.
Something called Tubalar, apparently.
Chapelle replied.
You mean Tubalbar,
Gustav said, trying and failing to improve his current appearance in front of the pretty Goldorian.
What's that?
Ludlov asked, looking around for Federhel, but he was nowhere to be seen on deck.
A sea serpent,
Gustav said.
Legendary one.
Let me guess,
Alvarado said without opening his eyes.
You once defeated this creature in single combat using nothing but a wooden spoon?
Ludlov and Chapelle chuckled.
No, actually,
Gustav said seriously.
You clearly don't know anything about Tubalbar. He is a monster beyond anything you can imagine. They call him the Great Worm of the Western Sea. I think the Felskaren worship him as one of their gods. He migrates in circles around their island, always traveling counterclockwise, so you can more or less predict his location depending on the time of year. Sometimes he travels more to the south though, into these waters where we are now.
I think I heard Captain Brukkelhoff say that Dubalbar usually reaches the southern end of Felskar in late spring or early summer.
Chapelle said.
And it's hard to predict when he will turn north again.
Please don't remind me,
Gustav said, looking genuinely terrified. Or perhaps it was still the nausea, Ludlov wondered. He followed Chapelle's gaze as she looked towards Master von Baumeister and Turmgard, who were standing on the quarterdeck, looking rather tense as well.
I wonder what sea serpent tastes like,
Alvarado mused.
It would probably be good in a nice steak stew.
They were approached by a crew member who spoke Flatlandish and introduced himself as Joop. Joop guided them around the ship and showed them their cabins. Ludlov was surprised the companions all had one of their own, while most of the regular crew had to sleep together. Gustav was especially pleased with the large chest where he could store his luggage, while Chapelle seemed apprehensive about the idea of sleeping in a hammock.
In Esclavia, we use them on land as well for relaxation. They are much more comfortable than you may think,
Alvarado reassured her. Once they were settled in, they were all invited to dine with the captain in his spacious and luxuriously decorated quarters. A single large window gently invited the soft summer evening light, while the candles on the table completed the illumination. Master von Baumeister demanded most of Captain Brokkelhoff's attention, lecturing him about the history of the witch hunter uniform. But to Ludlov's surprise, the captain seemed genuinely interested in the topic. Eventually, the conversation did shift to sea travel and the route they would be taking. Chapelle took the opportunity to mention sea serpents again. Captain Brokkelhoff looked rather worried at that, but then he smiled.
Sea serpents are not so rare in these parts. Most of them know better than to harass a powerful ship such as ours. These animals learned about cannonballs and harpoons long ago. You can see them rising above the surface from time to time, but they'll leave us alone.
But I heard something about a particularly big one that swims around Felskar.
Chapelle pressed.
Dubalbar,
the captain said. The way he spoke the name made it sound like the creature was his arch-nemesis.
Some call him the Ur-serpent. The Felskaran worship him as the dragon god of the sea. In truth, he's just a very old, very large and very grouchy animal. We usually avoid these parts of the sea around this time of year, if at all possible, but of course, as Master von Baumeister made clear, your journey cannot wait.
Do we have to worry about the Dubalbar?
Ludlov asked. The captain took his time to drink from his goblet of wine before answering.
There is a small chance of an encounter, he admitted then, but it really is quite small. This is the time of year when he reaches the southern end of Felskar, and we might actually be able to catch a glimpse of him from a distance, but as long as we stay away from his territory, we should be safe. Of course, the smaller sea serpents are sighted much more often in these parts, but they are less of a threat.
Mr. Finsterdunkel informed us that sometimes Dubalbar ventures further down south.
Did he?
The captain smiled, looking at Gustav, who was too busy sucking out the contents of a clam to pay notice.
Well, yes, it has happened, Brokkelhoff said. But only when he is provoked somehow. Like I said, Dubalbar is grouchy and likes to be left alone. Anyway, we only have to pay extra attention for the first few days. The closer we get to Rendez-vous, the less likely we are to encounter vicious sea creatures.
That seemed to satisfy Chapelle.
You hail from Goldor, I hear,
the captain said.
Yes, Captain. I am from Rendez-vous.
Captain Brokkelhoff's eyes and his smile both widened.
Ah, Rendez-vous. La cité du vin et des belles femmes. But then I have good news for you. We are on our way there right now.
Rendez-vous? Vraiment?
Chapelle exclaimed with a gasp, her blue eyes shining with excitement.
It's on the way. and we would do well to replenish some of our provisions before we make the final stretch to Isklavia, von Baumeister clarified in a tone that indicated their voyage was not supposed to be a pleasure trip.
Especially wine, Captain Brokelhoff said, somewhat ruining the mood the witch hunter master had set. Our Slavenian wine just doesn't compare, does it? He added, looking sadly at the contents of his goblet before swilling down the remainder. Ludlov had travelled quite a bit around the northern continent after his graduation as a magistrate, when he had met his wife, but he had never been on a sea voyage before. Resting in a hammock while the ship gently cradled him on the high waves was surprisingly relaxing, and he had less trouble going to sleep than usual. There was something about being isolated far away from the lands where evildoers dwelt that calmed his mind. There were no nightmares that night, and he awoke well rested. He washed himself, got dressed, and left his cabin in search of breakfast. Unfortunately, the morning quiet was disturbed by a loud cry from the deck. Ludlov hastened to the deck and saw several crew members gathered together at the starboard side, pointing, yelling, and pushing each other aside. Tormgard, Federhel, and Gustav arrived with him. The sailors made room for the passengers to take a look. At first, Ludlov couldn't see anything except grey waves, but then he caught a glimpse of something dark rising to the surface and quickly disappearing again. "Couldn't it be a whale?" he commented, assuming that all that talk and speculation about the serpent had sparked their imagination. "Probably," Tormgard said. "These sailors are all a bit overexcited." "It's not a whale," Federhel said, pointing at the sea again. Now Ludlov could see it very clearly. A row of spikes on top of an elongated, scaly mass. "That's a sea serpent, no mistake!" Gustav cried out. "How big do you think it is?" Ludlov said. "This is one of the smaller ones, if you can believe it, sir," said one of the sailors. "It has to be as long as the Theresia herself," Federhel said. "Let's not take any chances and be rid of it," Gustav said, and then suddenly he was gone. "Where's he going?" Ludlov asked, but no one had an answer. On the quarterdeck, the captain was handing his spyglass to Master von Baumeister. Chapelle and Blessed Zelenheim were standing nearby. The scaly creature seemed to ignore the Theresia completely, just swimming alongside at a distance. All of a sudden, everyone was startled by the deafening blast of a cannon being fired. Smoke rose from the hull of the Theresia below them, accompanied by a triumphant cry. The sea serpent immediately dove underwater again and was gone. A minute later, Gustav appeared on deck, laughing. "What a cowardly beast! One little cannonball and off it goes!" Captain Brokelhoff came running down the stairs from the quarterdeck, looking furious. Von Baumeister followed in his footsteps.
"The Theresia's guns are to be fired by her crew only, at the command of her captain only, not by a passenger!"
he shouted.
"Sorry, sir, I didn't know," Gustav said.
"If you were a member of the crew, you would be keelhauled," grunted the captain, standing intimidatingly close to the Flatlander. Ludlov thought of Captain Brokelhoff as an easy, amicable type, but Gustav's behavior would have infuriated anyone.
"If you were a member of the Order, I would have had you shot where you stand," von Baumeister said. Ludlov hoped he was exaggerating a bit to make a point, but he couldn't be sure. Gustav didn't look the least bit intimidated.
"Well, I got rid of the sea serpent for you, didn't I?"
"Hold on!"
shrieked a panicked voice from the crow's nest. Everyone looked up at the sailor and then at each other. An instant later, there was a massive thud, resonating through the wood beneath their feet. Alvarado dropped his breakfast onto the deck as the Theresia began to rise up, then veered back down and tilted heavily starboard. Men who had been standing on the port side found themselves losing their footing and sliding down onto the deck as a truly enormous shape began to emerge from the sea. The Theresia rocked back again, causing many to lose their balance once more. Ludlov just held on fast to the railing. There were screams everywhere as a sea serpent's head appeared, water streaming down from all sides. It was dark green, as large as a house, and vaguely shaped like a horse's head, with strange, beard-like tendrils dangling from its chin and throat. Long, thin, black spikes ran along its scalp and over its back like a mane. The serpentine form rose up higher and higher, already reaching halfway to the main mast and still extending. Its eyes were silver orbs lying in deep, dark sockets, with sharp, spiky eyebrows of bone, making it look both intelligent and malicious. The colossal creature was staring down at the tiny people on board the Theresia like a man watching ants crawl around in his backyard. The screams died down and made way for a horrifying moment of tense silence, as the monster's head finally held still. Towering above the ship, its mouth level with the very top of the main mast. Then Captain Brokelhoff cried out, "To Balber!" and drew his sword. Ludlov had no idea what to do except stare up at the monstrosity. None of his morning training sessions, with or without General Hoskiv, could have ever prepared him for this.
Man the guns!
The captain shouted as sailors tried to make their way below deck. Tubalbar's mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth like serrated swords and a long, worm-like tongue that unrolled from its widening jaw until a deafening roar emerged from the creature's open gullet, bringing with it a hot gust of wind that stank of dead fish and refuse. Ludlov found himself frozen, unable to respond to such a vast and incomprehensible terror. This was not a sea serpent. It was a sea dragon. All around him, men were shouting, running around or climbing up into the shrouds. Somewhere in the midst of all the chaos, he saw Blessed Hula Zelenheim, standing calmly in the middle of the deck, her eyes closed and her arms spread wide in a gesture of blessing. She was deep in prayer. Captain Brokelhoff ordered her to find cover, but either she hadn't heard him, or she chose to ignore him. Soon after, the captain was bellowing orders to his crew, who were rushing in every direction to obey. All Ludlov could do was stand and watch the monster as it regarded the ship with a demonic intelligence in its eyes. He was certain it was simply studying its enemies in preparation of some sort of attack. It arched its long neck as the spikes on its back rose straight up like the hair of an angry cat. Its mouth opened wide and the head trembled slightly. Pistols were fired and axes were thrown, but Tubalba didn't even seem to notice it, its jaw opening impossibly wide.
Too late!
He heard someone cry out, and then a torrent of green slime was ejected from the monster's throat, splattering all over the main mast and sail, which began to bubble and corrode.
It's some sort of acid!
He heard a voice scream. "Ludlov!" He shook as he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around swiftly. It was Alvarado. "Time for us to prove our worth, amigo," the Esclavan said with a smile. Ludlov didn't know what to say or do and just looked at him. "Stop right there, you brave fool," said Gustav, who came running up from below deck with his huge backpack. "We have to..." Several cannons were fired at once. The creature roared in pain and anger and momentarily faded from view in a haze of smoke. Then it appeared again behind the ship,
and its huge head veered down, crashing its teeth into the poop deck, shattering wood and iron. They saw one of its silver eyes smoldering with hatred and malice.
The eye!
Gustav cried out in a shrill voice.
Get the eye!
Alvarado drew his pistol, but he was too late. Tubalbar already raised his head again, looking down as if the ancient creature was studying the ship for weaknesses. Gustav was down on one knee, busy unloading something large from his backpack. Alvarado ran towards the quarterdeck, where von Baumeister, Turmgard and Chapelle stood, all firing at the monster with their pistols, clearly to no avail. When he saw their bravery, Ludlov was suddenly shaken out of his frozen terror. He had to do something, but pistols didn't seem to make much difference against this legendary beast. As if he had heard Ludlov's thoughts, Gustav shoved the weapon into his arms. "What is this?" Ludlov asked. It looked like an oversized crossbow that wasn't loaded with a bolt, but with a strange orb of glass.
"I call her Trine, after my nanny when I was small,"
Gustav said proudly. "How do I use it?" Ludlov asked impatiently.
"You shoot it, Ludlov, like any other crossbow. Now, I heard you were a good shot, so I'll let you do the honors."
The creature was moving towards the front of the ship again, planning another attack.
"Be patient, Initiate,"
said the Flatlander.
"Go for the eye. Only the eye. Nothing else will do."
Ludlov believed him and nodded. The other witch hunters were running over the deck towards the forecastle. Chapelle had switched to her daggers and was throwing them at the creature now, not missing a single one. They had little impact on Tubalbar though, as they just remained stuck in his thick hide. Chapelle was growing increasingly irritated with her lack of success. When he heard the Flatlander's voice, Ludlov refocused on the task at hand.
"You have one shot,"
Gustav said.
"One."
Alvarado came standing next to him.
"We cannot keep firing blindly away at its scales. It is useless," he said. "We have to find its weakness and exploit it." "The eye," Gustav said again. "Get the eye." "That is a difficult target indeed, amigo, but you are right."
They heard a loud creaking and splintering of wood, and then suddenly, the entire crow's nest and the flag of Lioncrest came tumbling down, crashing onto the deck behind them, right next to the priestess, who was still standing perfectly still, only her lips moving in prayer. The sea serpent uncoiled its sinuous neck and tore away the jib sail in one fell swoop. The witch hunters stood frozen in place, watching in sheer horror. Captain Brokelhoff himself was climbing into the shrouds, carrying a very long rifle on his back. Other sailors were still readying their firearms or rushing to get new throwing axes or spears from the hold.
"What's the range on this thing?"
Ludlov asked Gustav, who shrugged.
"You'll need to get close,"
he said. Ludlov cursed himself for his earlier inaction and started running in the direction of the forecastle. He made his way beside the other witch hunters, held up the crossbow and aimed. Tubalbar seemed to be studying the ship again. Or perhaps the ancient worm was actually looking at the ship's crew and passengers. Ludlov thought he had an aim on the monster's eye, but he needed to get closer, and so he made his way to the front of the deck. He had his fingers on the trigger when another shot sounded from behind and the mighty serpent was hit on its nose. It shrank back momentarily, shrieking in pain. Ludlov instinctively pulled the trigger and saw the orb flying past and landing harmlessly into the briny waters.
No!
He had destroyed their only chance of doing any real damage to this creature. Despair washed over him.
Let me through,
he heard Gustav say behind him. He turned and saw the Flatlander making his way between the witch hunters, who were all busy reloading their weapons. Gustav ran up to Ludlov and offered him another orb.
"I thought you only had one,"
Ludlov said.
"I just said that to make sure you wouldn't waste it,"
Gustav explained.
"But that clearly didn't work."
Ludlov didn't know whether he wanted to strangle or kiss the man, and simply accepted the ammunition.
Tubalbar was angry now, blood dripping from the creature's nose, its head trembling once more as it made ready to spew its acid again.
Get closer,
Gustav said as Ludlov was reloading the crossbow.
This really is the last orb.
Ludlov gave the Flatlander an incredulous frown and loaded the orb. It made a sharp click as it was set in the weapon. Then Ludlov suddenly realized what Gustav had just suggested. Closer? He repeated. There wasn't any further to go on the ship's deck. Gustav inclined his head towards the bowsprit.
Draw its attention,
he added, then stepped back and looked at the enormous creature as it opened its mouth wide and readied itself to cover the mast where the captain was located with acid. Ludlov hated to admit it, but Gustav was right. He carefully climbed onto the bowsprit and slowly made his way as far ahead as he could, holding on tight with both legs and one arm, his other clasping the crossbow. The monster seemed to ignore him, too busy with its plan to avenge its bloody nose. When he was on the middle of the peak, Ludlov realized he could climb no further. He tried to sit upright, but the ship was moving too violently. He lost his balance and almost fell off. He hung upside down now, clasping the bowsprit tight with his legs and holding the crossbow in both hands. In his topsy-turvy view, he saw the wild waves above him, a mass of scales below it, and the vastness of the sky at the bottom. Somewhere in the midst of all this chaos, he could see a silver eye, small and impossible to hit. Tubalbar spat, and he heard the horrible acid being sprayed onto the sails behind him. Men were screaming, firearms were being shot, wood and rope were crashing down onto the deck, and the spiteful worm neared its head towards the Theresia as if it were gloating and enjoying the damage it had wrought. In that moment, its eye came closer, and Ludlov believed he could hit it, but the trajectory would fail if he were to shoot from this upside-down position. So with an enormous effort, he tried to swing back on top of the wooden peak, but failed and almost dropped the crossbow into the sea. He was still dangling upside down when he heard a familiar voice calling his name.
Take my hand, amigo! Take my hand!
Alvarado had climbed onto the bowsprit and held out his arm towards Ludlov, who exerted all his strength to move his torso upward and grab the Esclavian's hand. Behind Alvarado, he saw Gustav, who was cheering them both on. Alvarado pulled with all his might and eventually managed to get Ludlov back on top of the bowsprit. Every muscle was burning, and his head swam in dizziness, but he had no time to recover. Ludlov was on his belly, with Alvarado holding his legs down onto the bowsprit so he wouldn't lose his balance again. With both arms, Ludlov grasped the crossbow. He closed one eye and aimed carefully.
Look at me, you wretched worm!
He cried out to Tubalbar, and he felt the creature's malevolent gaze turning towards him. Then he shot. The orb flew right into Tubalbar's eye and exploded. The shards of glass in its eye had to be painful enough, but there was an eruption of blue flame followed by a thick, black cloud of smoke that spread out all over the side of the monster's head and burned it like dark fire. It screamed in agony, louder than all the guns of the Theresia if they had been fired simultaneously. Charred scales stumbled down into the sea as the massive head recoiled far back, trailing inky smoke in the sky. Ludlov caught a glimpse of Tubalbar's half-ruined head before it crashed down into the waves and the colossal serpent swam away. The waters in front of him rose and crashed against the bow of the Theresia, utterly engulfing Ludlov. He thought he was drowning for a moment, but still held on tight to the bowsprit. Then the water receded, the ship rose up again out of the brine, and he heard a momentous cheer erupting behind him. The Rendezvous. Whether Tubalbar was dead or had simply fled to lick his wounds, no one could tell. But they were all relieved to be away from the cursed waters where they had met the Great Worm. The Theresia had lost several sails and the crow's nest was gone. Tubalbar's teeth had wrought havoc to the deck and the hull, but the damage had been mostly aesthetic. 6 sailors had been burned by the acid, 2 of whom had died. The man in the crow's nest had also perished. In truth, it was a nearly miraculous outcome for an encounter with the dreaded Ur-serpent. The sails could be repaired right away, although one of them had to be replaced with a plain white one. The flag of Lion Crest could fly once more as well, even though it was torn and ragged. The monster's attack had also destroyed the 2 rowboats that had been attached to the starboard side of the hull, leaving only the 2 on the port side. Apart from what had happened to his crew, Captain Brökelhoff's greatest regret was that they would arrive in Rendezvous with the Theresia looking less than herself. The deadly victims of the attack were called Tom, Corneel, and Evert. Wrapped in linen, they were given a brief but solemn ceremony led by Blessed Zelenheim, which concluded in a eulogy from the captain. Then they were entrusted to the endless waters. After the departure of the monster, Ludlov had been showered with adulation. Almost everyone on the ship seemed to think more highly of him now, especially the sailors and his fellow initiates. Even Master von Baumeister had taken notice of his achievement and approved. Gustav had patted Ludlov on the back like a proud father, clearly convinced he deserved a share in his triumph, as he had provided the means to their victory. Afterwards, the Flatlander had taken Trine the crossbow from his backpack and thrown it into the sea, claiming it was useless now without the glass spheres. Nevertheless, Ludlov was sure the extra room in his backpack would soon be filled again with other trinkets on this treasure hunt. Only one person remained cold in his interactions with him after the serpent's defeat. Turmgard, who obviously felt threatened in his position as von Baumeister's favorite. The witch hunter had nothing to fear from Ludlov, though, who felt no urgent need for the master's approval. Of course, he was hoping for a positive evaluation after this endeavor, if he survived, that was. He still wanted to become a witch hunter, as it was the best way to find out who had killed his wife and punish them. And of course, he knew that von Baumeister's testimony held a lot of weight and would certainly help him reach that goal. The truth was simply that Ludlov didn't like the man. He had always held Lord Adomir and Lady Hoskev in high esteem, in part for their uncompromising loyalty to the principles of the Order. And he recognized that sometimes those principles were hard. Von Baumeister, on the other hand, was a different personality altogether. Ludlov found him haughty rather than confident, and callous rather than strict. Still, Alvarado had spoken well of the master, and Ludlov trusted the Esclavian's judgment. Alvarado himself had also enjoyed his fair share of compliments.
I am just grateful to have witnessed the attack of such a magnificent beast of mythical proportions, he had said. If I had become lunch to the likes of Tubalbar, it would almost have been an honor. And by the way, he had added conspiratorially, it would no doubt have been the best meal the creature had ever had. Apparently, I taste pretty good according to the ladies. Of course, that was before I signed up to become a witch hunter, he had corrected himself hastily. Most had chuckled.
The sun was setting in a splendorous display of purple and orange, as the Theresia continued her journey over peaceful waters that reflected the warm light, making it almost seem as if the sea were on fire. There was no sign of the great worm anymore. The beast was gone. Despite all the praise Ludlov had received, he didn't feel particularly heroic. As he revisited the past events in his mind, he realized he had simply been standing there for the longest time, frozen in fear. He even recalled the 2 crew members who were now clearing the deck of the last souvenirs of the attack, bravely trying to fend off the Ur serpent. He'd heard Captain Brökelhoff call them Piet and Nele, and based on their speech, he had concluded he was a Flatlander and she a lion-crester. Nele must have been the first female crew member he'd ever encountered on a ship. As he watched Piet and Nele clean the deck, he noticed they obviously knew each other well. Looking up from their scrubbing and cleaning, the 2 occasionally shared a gaze. Ludlov knew right away those looks weren't just expressions of shared relief after surviving an encounter with a legendary monster. Instead, he was witnessing an awakening love between 2 people. Ludlov was sitting on a barrel, watching Alvarado and Federhel playing cards from a distance. Blessed Ulla Zelenheim stood on the forecastle, with widespread hands, praying a litany to the goddess for the further protection of the Theresia. She had become much more proactive in her duties ever since the attack of the sea serpent, Ludlov noticed. Then again, that was hardly surprising, unlike the sudden appearance of Chapelle from below deck, carrying a book. She had been very quiet and reserved lately, and Ludlov wondered why that was. Chapelle was a mystery to him. A frail young woman, beautiful but pale and delicate in all her features, with large, innocent eyes. She didn't exactly look the part of a witch hunter. Her hat even seemed somewhat oversized and looked a bit comical on her. Seeing her made him wonder what Maria might have looked like as a witch hunter. Still, Chapelle had reached the rank and clearly knew how to handle herself. Looks could deceive, as he knew all too well. As she turned to him, he realized he had been staring at her, so he looked away self-consciously. To his surprise, Chapelle approached him and started talking.
I think I know that look in your eye,
she said. Ludlov didn't know what to say and just looked at her curiously.
You miss someone.
He felt relieved that she hadn't misinterpreted his gaze and nodded. How did you know? Chapelle leaned on the railing, which had been repaired with a rather unsightly wooden board. She was looking out over the sea as the wind playfully stroked her golden hair.
Everyone on board probably does, of course,
she clarified.
But in you I sensed something more, deeper. Someone was taken from you.
You've probably heard from the others,
he replied. It irked him that his personal tragedy had been doing the rounds as nothing more than a bit of gossip, even though he understood the nature of these things. He couldn't blame anyone, realizing he might have talked just as casually about it if he had been in their place.
Actually, no one has told me anything about you, except that you were good with firearms, and crossbows as well, apparently.
She smiled warmly, which made her look even more beautiful, especially in the light of the sunset.
I wouldn't call that thing Gustav shoved into my hands a crossbow, but
thank you, Ludlov said, returning her smile.
So, how did you know?
He asked, genuinely curious.
Do you have a gift?
Nothing arcanic in it,
she said reassuringly, not knowing that he would not have disapproved.
I just know what missing looks like.
And what it feels like, I presume, Ludlov added, when he noticed a faraway look in her eyes. She smiled and nodded, then watched the sunset in silence.
We've turned south today,
Ludlov said.
We're getting closer to the coast of Goldor.
I think soon we might even see the cliffs where the convent of Sancta Brisea is located. He tried to find her eyes, but she was still looking away.
Does that stir up memories?
Chapelle turned to him.
How do you know that?
Ludlov shrugged and couldn't help but smile.
It's nothing arcanic or anything.
Chapelle returned his smile, then leaned back against the railing.
I suppose I have been a bit absent lately.
She admitted.
Very well. I will tell you. But please, keep it to yourself.
As you wish.
Ludlov said.
But first, I want to know about you.
Chapelle said. Ludlov was a bit taken aback by that, but it was a fair request. He sighed, looking at the two men who were still deeply focused on their game.
I was a magistrate before, as you may have heard already.
Chapelle didn't reply, but just listened.
I was happily married, until my wife was brutally murdered. It had been some sort of ritual.
It was hard to speak of, and he couldn't bear going into more detail.
It was clear there was some sort of dark magic involved. Soon after, I learned about a demonic cult called the Black Sickle. As I studied accounts of their modus operandi, it became apparent very quickly that they were behind my wife's murder. I just didn't know anything more than that, and I needed to.
He looked at her, hoping she would understand.
I wanted to make sure no one else would ever have to suffer what I went through. That's why I decided to become a witch hunter.
All the pain had come flooding back as he had told the story. But he felt an enormous wave of relief washing over him, just as he had experienced when he had first talked about what had happened to Lord Adomir and Lady Hoskiv. Chapelle looked at him with compassion in her eyes, but not pity, and for that he was grateful.
Now I understand why you are the only witch hunter wearing a wedding band.
Ludlov stroked his hand and briefly touched it. He'd never even realized he'd never taken it off.
And I see now why you have been so close to Lord Adomir,
She continued.
since he has been investigating the Black Sickle for so long.
Yes,
Ludlov said.
he was the one who invited me to join the Order.
Chapelle went silent again, apparently thinking about what he had said.
I grew up in Rendez-vous, in a well-to-do family, but after the death of my father in a stupid duel for honor, my mother lost all of her fortune and we wound up seeking a new beginning on a farm in the countryside. In truth, at my young age, the change was a welcome one. We had to work hard, but life was simple and beautiful. One day, my mother and brother went out to trade meat and vegetables in Castaway, a small town right at the edge of the Boneyard forest. They never returned.
Ludlov remained silent. He had never been to that part of the Druidic realm, but even he knew about the rumors surrounding the Boneyard forest.
I hired a ranger who went looking with me along the forest road. We found the cart completely abandoned. My mother, my brother, the horse, even the food, all were gone. I still had hope because there were clear horse tracks leading into the forest. I thought maybe they had escaped whatever danger they had encountered. But the ranger told me that it looked like someone had led the horse at a slow pace, not ridden it in haste. We followed the trail but eventually lost it. The tracker did find one thing for me. My mother's locket. He gave it to me, told me he was sorry, and refused to accept payment when he saw the grief in my eyes. I went back home, knowing I was all alone in the world.
Didn't you have any other family members?
No. My uncle, who had helped us buy the farm, had died the year before. I had a few friends, but no real close connections. Eventually, the missing became too much, and I went back to Boneyard, hoping to find, I don't know, something.
You went alone? How old were you at the time?
I was 13 years old. My mother had always told me there were people in the woods who lived at one with nature, as she had called it. I loved her, but she was a naive woman. She used to make little charms out of sticks and cloth to protect us from harm and make poultices, salves and the like, to soften toothaches and sore backs.
Did they work?
Chapelle seemed surprised by Ludlov's question. She shrugged.
Maybe, sometimes. We never got sick when we were living in the countryside, unlike my uncle.
Chapelle regarded Ludlov very seriously.
Whatever the value of her remedies, my mother had misjudged the inhabitants of the forest. At one with nature,
She repeated, shaking her head and trying to hold back tears.
I don't even think they were human, Ludlov. As I made my way through the woods and it became darker, I heard sounds of people, but I didn't see anyone. Screams, giggles, grunts, moans, growls. I could not even tell what they were expressing, just that they became less human and more animal the further I went. I still don't know where I found the courage to continue. All I had to protect myself was a torch, a dagger and my mother's locket. Eventually, I found a place to sleep in a small cave. I made a fire there and discovered there were paintings on the rocky walls.
Paintings? Of what?
Chapelle shrugged.
Animals, trees, some things I didn't understand. Perhaps they were symbols, but you know what else I found there, Ludlov?
He looked at her quizzically.
A primitive leather pouch, lying on the ground. I opened it and inside were teeth. Human teeth. Pulled out, root and all. Covered in dried blood. I turned around and ran. I know it isn't possible, but to my memory, I ran for days without pausing. Eventually, I left the Boduwag forest, but kept running. I slept in fields and stables. I stole food from farmers and villages, and just made my way east until at last I arrived at the lake of Carleon.
It was fully dark now. Everyone else had left the deck, leaving Ludlov and Chapelle alone with only the stars for company.
They say that in the waters of that lake you can see your greatest desire. It's true. I saw it.
Ludlov just looked at her.
I saw myself carrying a rapier and a pistol, killing every last one of those creatures.
There was no more tremble in her voice now, only a cold, hard determination.
A fisherman and his wife found me. They clothed me, fed me, and healed me. From there, I went to Bucolia, to the convent of the Sacred Fire, where I stayed for 3 years. I could have become a sister of repentance and lived a peaceful life. The hatred had subsided, but I was still determined to bring an end to this evil. And eventually, I left and went to Seven Peaks to become a witch hunter.
The story had bereft Ludlov of all speech. Chapelle was perhaps 10 years his junior, but she had already suffered more than he had. He could only look at her and pray to the goddess that she would someday find peace again.
So you see, Ludlov,
Chapelle said, as she looked out over the dark waters.
The customs of those innocents who live at one with nature, there is nothing admirable about them. Although my mother's dabbling in that filth did save my life.
Ludlov nodded, unable to say anything more.
Every confession day, I still ask the priest to cleanse me of all the influences those things might still have on me.
Chapelle concluded.
What about your farm?
Ludlov asked.
You never went back?
She shook her head.
I don't want to. I can't bear it.
What about Rendez-vous?
He asked.
I look forward to revisiting Rendez-vous.
Chapelle said.
It reminds me of my father and the way my family was once, long ago. During the innocent days of my childhood. It will be good to set foot there again.
Ludlov smiled carefully.
Good.
I hope I didn't give you nightmares, Initiate.
Chapelle said, forcing a bit of mirth into her voice.
Not at all. I thank you for sharing your story.
It's good to meet someone who understands,
she said.
That's true.
They were both silent for a bit.
Well, it's late. Very late. I should prepare for night prayers,
Chapelle said.
Good night, Witch Hunter,
Ludlov said, with a respectful nod. As she turned, something dropped out of the book Chapelle had been carrying. It was a folded page. He bowed down to pick it up. He wanted to tell her she'd dropped something, but Chapelle was already gone. Curiously, Ludlov opened the folded piece of paper. On it was a crude sketch of the Black Sickle. The Wine. Ludlov saw precious little of Chapelle over the following days. Whenever he did run into her, there were other people nearby, which somehow stopped him from addressing her. He wanted to give her back the sketch, but secretly wondered what she might know about the cult that murdered his wife. The image had been unmistakable. It even featured the drop of blood dangling from the curve of the sickle's blade. The Theresia was making good time. The skies were clear and the weather was soft, but there was a good wind blowing from the west, which helped them along swiftly. Whether this was due to the skill of the crew members, the prayers of the blessed Zelenheim, or the mercy of the goddess herself after their brutal encounter with Tuvalba, he did not know. It was afternoon when Ludlov finally found Chapelle alone, exactly where he thought he would. She was looking out over the sea, towards the cliffs along the coastline of Goldor, far in the distance.
Do you think you'll catch a glimpse of the convent of Sancta Brisea?
Ludlov asked.
In truth, I think we may have already passed Sainte Brisée.
Her calm tone indicated she had expected him.
But still, I like to watch the coast of my homeland.
He handed her the page with the sketch on it.
You dropped this after our conversation a few nights ago.
Chapelle accepted the page gratefully.
I had noticed it was gone. Thank you, Ludlov.
She looked at him as if there was more that she wanted to say, so he waited.
I know it must seem strange to you that I carry around such gruesome designs, I mean.
She opened the folded page to look at it again.
These are my drawings. Sometimes things come back to my memory and I put them on paper. I want to remember everything I can, learn as much as possible about the things I saw.
Ludlov looked at her, puzzled. He was shocked to realize she didn't know what the drawing represented. Chapelle looked away from him again, across the sea.
You don't know what this is?
He asked, more bluntly than he had intended.
The drawing? It's some sort of symbol. One of many I saw in the woods of Bauduac.
It's the Black Sickle. This is their mark.
The shock in her eyes was genuine, which restored some of the trust he had felt earlier.
The cultists who killed your wife?
Indeed,
Ludlov said softly.
But they were city people, organized and...
Civilized? Don't hesitate to use the word, Witch Hunter. Civilization houses just as many evils as the wilds do.
He sat down on a nearby chest.
We both want to confront the evildoers who murdered our loved ones. But in the end, I suppose we are both still running away, afraid to face them.
Chappelle looked at the coastline again, more clearly visible now than ever before. Gulls were soaring above the Theresia, looking for scraps.
There begins the land where they live, Ludlov. No one else came after them. They still live in those woods, still doing rituals, still making victims.
Perhaps the Knights of Garleon,
Ludlov began, but Chappelle shook her head.
The knights took an oath long ago to leave the inhabitants of the great forests alone.
Surely they must have meant the druids who dwell in Dryadane, not these savages.
She smiled ruefully.
You do not know the knights,
she said.
An oath is an oath to them. There are no reinterpretations or amendments.
Ludlov had to respect that, as frustrating as it was.
You say there were many symbols.
Yes, I would be happy to show you the others. I draw everything I can remember. I don't have my sketchbook with me right now.
Oh, look over there! It's the coastline of Goldor!
Shouted Gustav, who had appeared out of nowhere and was spewing the crumbs of a piece of bread he was eating onto the deck. The gulls would surely be feasting soon.
I know, Gustav,
Chappelle said.
We're getting closer to Loin-Vu.
Gustav looked at her and then at Ludlov, sitting close by, and he held up his arms.
Sorry for interrupting your little romantic rendezvous. You know, I play the lute. If you ever want to have a candlelight dinner on deck, I could really set the scene for you.
Alvarado appeared from behind Gustav's back, patting the Flatlander on the shoulder.
I doubt it, amigo. I am afraid romantic entanglements are forbidden for members of our order.
Oh,
Gustav said with widening eyes.
So it's forbidden love, is it? Even more romantic.
Ludlov didn't have time for this nonsense. He stood up, ready to bid farewell to Chappelle and make for his cabin. But Alvarado stopped him.
That was not very sensitive, Gustav. Ludlov is an honorable man. Next time, choose your words more carefully.
Instantly, Ludlov's annoyance disappeared. For the first time in many years, he felt like he had real friends, and it made his heart swell with hope and gratitude. Gustav shrugged and moved on. The Esclavian gave Ludlov and Chappelle a charming smile and left as well.
I think I would like to pay a visit to the Boduag forest myself one day, Ludlov told Chappelle.
If ever you make it to the rank of master, you may go where you wish, Ludlov, unless you receive some direct orders from a lord or the Grand General, of course.
He already knew this, but the reminder strengthened him in his resolve to complete his training.
But I would strongly advise against it.
Chappelle continued unexpectedly.
Even for a master. No one should enter those woods alone.
Perhaps one day we will both be masters, and we can go together, he said,
causing a look of proud resolve to appear on the delicate Goldorian's face. It was a bright golden dawn when the Theresia arrived at the port of Loin-Vu. Summer was in full swing now, and it was already quite warm even shortly after sunrise. Ludlov admired the city from the deck while the crew were readying the gangplank. It was a very different sight from Brughaven indeed. While the pride of Lioncrest had been a beautiful place to visit, Loin-Vu was simply glorious. There were tall towers with round, pointed rooftops bearing colorful flags. There were mansions, churches, shops and houses painted in cheerful yellows and soft pinks, or built out of stones with natural warm hues. There were gilded statues, fountains overflowing with crystal clear water, and most beautiful of all, there were flowers everywhere. On every balcony, underneath every window, and in every little garden, even on the rooftops, there were red and purple peonies, orange nasturtiums, and immaculately white lilies of the valley. Ludlov had never seen such a wide variety and sharp contrast of colors in one place. But somehow, the view was deeply pleasant and harmonious, not jarring or chaotic at all. The people of Rendez-vous were equally colorful in the way they dressed. He saw dandyish men in blood-red breeches and storm-blue feathered caps, women in orange dresses with yellow fringes, and even horses clothed with green blankets with white tassels.
There will be no rooms for you in Rendez-vous, said Master von Baumeister. You will sleep in your usual quarters on the ship during our stay, which will not be long.
I understand your haste, Master, said Captain Brökelhoff. But I do want to make sure that Theresia is fully ready before we depart.
Naturally, Captain. If we can assist in any way, please let us know.
I already sent a pigeon to some of my contacts in Rendez-vous to notify them of our encounter with that mythic worm. They'll help me restore the crow's nest and some of the minor damage, but it will take some time, Captain Brökelhoff answered. I think it's best if you explore the city a bit during the day, so we can finish up as quick as possible. Then he turned to Chapelle. Mademoiselle Chapelle, I trust your taste in wine. Would you be so kind as to purchase our stock for the remaining journey? I think about 20 barrels should do.
He handed Chapelle a purse full of money.
And Master Alvarado, you know a thing or two about good food, I've heard. Can I entrust some of our funds to you as well?
Alvarado's face lit up, as bright as the colors of Rendez-vous.
If there is one thing this city is well known for, it is Brûlé Gras, he said.
That is true,
Chapelle admitted.
What is Brûlé Gras?
Gustave asked.
Brûlé Gras is a local dish, with a rare kind of mollusk served with melted cheese, simmered onions and roasted bread.
The description triggered Ludlov's stomach, which protested loudly at the lack of breakfast.
Come, Alvarado, we will head into the city,
Chapelle said.
I know where you can find the best, authentic Brûlé Gras. Ludlov, would you join us as well?
Ludlov stepped forward to join Chapelle and Alvarado. Gustave also went with them, since he'd also become curious about this local dish. Blessed Zelenheim took Federhel with her to visit the famous Museum of Cartography, since they both suffered a greater hunger for knowledge than for food. The others remained in the harbour to have their breakfast on board the Theresia. While they were exploring the city, its unique charm became even more obvious up close. Most windows were framed by a particular design of wooden shutters, always painted in a color that contrasted starkly with the house, sometimes bearing floral designs. Many roofs were covered with peculiar shingles in deep dark blue or even purple. They were often shaped to resemble leaves, or perhaps the scales of a fish. Ivy was allowed to grow freely along the walls and even over rooftops. Along with an abundance of trees lining the streets and flowers on every corner, Ludlov felt as if the entire city was one big park. There seemed to be no logic to the way the streets were arrayed. One moment they were walking up a hill across a bridge, and then they were going down in a bend, passing underneath the same bridge again in the other direction.
Are you sure you know where you are going?
Alvarado asked.
Yes. This is the way,
Chapelle replied confidently. It was nearly noon, and they were all ravenous. At last the smell of food reached them as they made their way through a shadowy alley, at the end of which was a humble little tavern.
Le demi-poulet.
Chapelle announced.
Due to its name, people think they just serve chicken, but their seafood is in fact among the best in Rendez-vous. At least, that was the case when I was a little girl.
The place appeared to be a little bit run down, but they were not the only patrons, and there was a friendly atmosphere to the establishment, despite its shady location. The waitress, a tall woman with long brown hair, introduced herself as Janine, and gave them a full description of the various sorts of Brûlé Gras that existed. Ludlov settled on the Brûlé Gras Spécial, which he discovered was actually a sumptuous seafood stew. Alvarado had chosen the Bruegras d'eau douce, which contained trout and salmon, and he was over the moon with it.
Now about that wine,
he began during the meal.
Do you know where to find that as well, Chapelle?
She laughed.
A blind donkey could find a wine merchant in Rendez-vous, my friend. But I remember the one where my father used to buy. With any luck, he may still remember me and we might get a friend's discount.
Aha, that is excellent. Then we have more culinary pleasures to look forward to.
It was easy to forget they were actually on a dangerous mission during their stay in Rendez-vous. In every respect, it felt like a very pleasant holiday, except for one. They all knew that soon they would leave for Boneyard Bay, where the true quest would begin, and none of them had any idea what they would be facing down there. It was hard to believe they had already faced the terror of Tubalbar on their sea voyage. Having lunch with his newfound friends in this charming city, Ludlov found he couldn't even summon such dark images in his mind. The whole ordeal seemed like a half-forgotten nightmare now. After they had finished their meal, Chapelle led the three men to a hill at the northern edge of the city. There was a large, beautiful mansion with a carefully maintained rose garden behind a cast-iron fence, with a tall, ornate gate that stood wide open. A gravel path led to the front door. Chapelle stood there for a while, just looking at the house.
Nice place. I wouldn't mind living there, Gustav said.
I did live there.
Chapelle replied wistfully.
Long ago.
Is it as nice on the inside as it looks on the outside?
Ludlov rolled his eyes at Gustav's silly question, but Chapelle didn't seem to mind at all.
If I remember correctly, it was even nicer.
This was your father's house, then?
Ludlov asked.
It was, before he died and my mother was forced to sell it. I know nothing about the people who live there now, but...
If you want to take a look inside, why don't you knock on the door?
Alvarado suggested.
We will wait.
Chapelle looked to the house, then back to her companions.
Are you sure you wouldn't mind?
I think I speak for all of us when I say not at all,
Alvarado said. Ludlov nodded approvingly. Gustav just shrugged.
I will be back soon,
said Chapelle, before making her way to the front door. They could hear her knock and saw the door being opened by a thin, tanned woman in her 50s. There was a brief conversation, but it was in Goldorian and too soft for them to overhear clearly. Chapelle was led into the house, and the door closed behind her.
Well, what do we do now?
Gustav asked.
We wait,
Ludlov said, looking out over the city of Rendez-vous.
We have a beautiful vista here. I say we enjoy it. That's what I was thinking as she was walking up to that door,
Alvarado said, then immediately held up his hands in apology.
Lo siento. Chapelle is my superior, I know. I am just a man with eyes. What can I say?
Ludlov tried to ignore the man's words. Alvarado and Gustav spent the next half hour talking about women and which types they found attractive. Ludlov stayed out of it as long as possible, until the question was posed directly at him. He tried to shrug it off.
Come on, Ludlov, Gustav pressed. We've been wearing our hearts on our sleeves here. I like sophisticated redheads. Alvarado likes dumb tavern wenches.
That's not what I said at all,
Alvarado protested.
Tell us, what's your type?
Gustav continued, ignoring the Esclavian initiate.
I was married, you know. I don't have a type. My wife was my type. These sorts of conversations are just tiresome to me. Then tell us, what was your wife like, if you wish?
Alvarado asked gently. Ludlov sighed again, but not out of exasperation this time.
Better than I deserved. A gentle soul, with a warm and generous spirit, too sweet and delicate for a world full of evil and corruption. She was always a bit... not quite like us. Not like other people.
Before the others could react, the door of the house opened, and Chapelle emerged. She gave her host a cordial greeting and returned to the three men. As she approached, Ludlov noticed she was carrying a small bronze figurine, about as tall as her hand.
"How was it?"
he asked.
The people who live in my family's house now are very friendly. It was good to see my old home again.
"What's that?" Gustav asked, pointing at the figurine.
It's a depiction of the maiden, Gustav. The lady of the house was kind enough to give me this as a gift.
Ludlov found it a bit odd, but then he didn't know much about Goldorian customs.
Well, let's be on our way now,
Chapelle said, and before anyone could respond, she was already on her way down the hill towards the eastern side of the city. After another disorienting walk through the maze of Loinvu, they arrived at a tall, half-timbered house. If the lavish sign outside hadn't made it clear enough, the massive barrels stacked next to the door indicated beyond any doubt that it was a wine merchant's base of operations. They came up to a gangly teenager who greeted them awkwardly. Chapelle's witch hunter uniform made little to no impression in these parts, but her name did seem to ring a bell with the young man. He led them to the cellars, where it was refreshingly cool and dark after the sun-drenched streets of Loinvu. A massive man approached them, both tall and fat. He had wild red hair and a handlebar moustache.
Monsieur Latrappe?
Chapelle said.
Petite Marie!
The man began talking to her in Goldorian, but it all went by much too fast for Ludlov, who could understand bits and pieces of the language but no more. He could only just make out that Monsieur Latrappe had recognized Chapelle by her eyes, and he tried to ignore the fact that he had heard him call her by her first name. He liked it, though. Marie Chapelle. It was a beautiful name altogether. Chapelle introduced Alvarado, Ludlov, and Gustav.
An Isclavien, an Evandalien, and a Flatlander.
Monsieur Latrappe commented in heavily accented Thottic.
Walking into a wine cellar. Is this the beginning of a joke?
He burst out laughing, as if he had already heard the punchline in his head. Then he began asking Chapelle lots of questions again in their native language. He heard her mention Seven Peaks and the Witch Hunter Order in her reply, and the big man's jovial face slowly turned more serious. He crossed his arms.
Witch Hunter, huh? I hear strange stories about them,
he said a little bit disapprovingly.
Many of those are true,
Chapelle said.
And many are not. It does not matter either way. There are good witch hunters and bad ones. I aim to be one of the good ones.
Monsieur Latrappe's natural smile returned, if a little reluctantly.
I would not doubt the daughter of my good friend, Raymond Chapelle. May the goddess keep his soul. Now, what is the purpose of your visit, if I may ask?
Wine, of course,
Chapelle said. After a lot of lecturing on different types of wine, extensive discussions on the most fitting choice depending on the food that would be served alongside it, and a fair bit of tasting, the four of them emerged from Latrappe's establishment with a writ of purchase for 20 barrels of some of the finest wines in Loinvu. When they arrived back at the Theresia, it was already evening, and the ship looked like some mythical vessel, aglow in the sunset. Men were still working on it, repairing the main mast and installing a new crow's nest. Apparently, they had reattached one of the two remaining rowboats on the port side to starboard. It was a detail that struck Ludlov, but he thought it made a lot of difference. Federhel greeted them as they came walking up the gangplank.
Good evening. How did your search for wine go?
Perfectly well, Federhel, thank you.
Chapelle said. Captain Brökelhoff approached them.
Welcome back, witch hunters and initiates,
he corrected himself.
I hope your visit to Loinvu went well.
As well as could be hoped, Captain.
Chapelle said charmingly, then handed him the writ of purchase.
And this is the wine you may expect to arrive here by tomorrow morning.
The captain took a look at the list, making pleased sounds as he went over the names, and once even uttered a pleasantly surprised, "Ooh." "Well, this looks excellent," he said. "I hope you didn't have to add your own money to the meager budget I gave you."
On the contrary, Captain.
Chapelle said, handing him the purse of money, which still contained some coins. "Amazing! You have certainly proven your worth aboard this ship, mademoiselle." The captain's weakness for beautiful women made him practically ignore the other passengers. But Ludlov could forgive the likeable lion-crester for that. Chapelle had, after all, done him a great service. They had bought some Goldorian bread and cheese on the way back, which they proceeded to eat on deck. Federhel, Alvarado and Gustav invited Ludlov to join in their game of Palasht, the Parslavanian card game they had been playing ever since Alvarado had discovered a deck on board the Theresia. Ludlov decided to play for a few rounds and found himself enjoying it as a pleasant distraction, even though he lost every single one of them. Alvarado fared no better, but he clearly played the game for the sake of simple fun and camaraderie, while Federhel and Gustav both approached it in a much more serious and competitive way. Being his usual boisterous self, the Flatlander was better at trash talk than he was at the game. Federhel, on the other hand, remained stoic throughout it all. He was a quiet, focused player who won every round with ease. After sunset, when the sky turned to soft pastel hues of blue and purple, and the air began to cool, they saw Master von Baumeister leaving the ship with Tormgard. Neither of them said a word to the card players. Where would they be going? Alvarado wondered aloud.
L'Ancre Cassée,
said the priestess unexpectedly. None of them had noticed her standing on the deck.
famous dockside tavern, quite beloved with travellers. I hope they still serve that rosé I like.
Then, with an almost apologetic smile, she made her way down the gangplank. Well, if the priestess is going for a drink, I'm not staying behind, Alvarado said, clearly happy to abandon the game. The popularity of l'Ancre Cassée was quite obvious to any visitor in Rendez-vous. The sounds of raucous laughter and boisterous singing continually echoed from the establishment over the docks, night and day. It was an unusual place, both a haven for rough sailors and an attractive curiosity for more refined travellers. It was decorated in a distinctly nautical style that simultaneously evoked a sense of home and hearth. The broken anchor that gave the tavern its name hung on the mantelpiece as the crown jewel among a lavish collection of wall decorations, which also included several paintings of stormy seas, as well as of Rendez-vous itself. There was also an entire case full of bottled miniature ships, several mounted crabs, and the jaws of some huge fish, perhaps a shark. The scent of seafood mingled with burnt wood, pipe smoke, beer and sweat hung thick in the air. I could go for a second dinner, Alvarado said, sniffing the air with clear delight. The others ignored his remark and led him further in. All the treasure hunters were gathered together around a table, and a few of the Theresia's regular crew were there as well, sitting at different tables further on, behind a mass of other patrons. Some were already arm wrestling in a thinly veiled attempt to impress the local women. Others were simply eyeing the harlots and counting their coins. The companions were enjoying various Goldorian drinks, ranging from the famous wines of Rendez-vous to the popular ale known as Chevalier from Carleon. The mood was so light that even Master von Baumeister and Turmgard seemed more agreeable than usual. The conversation turned to old war stories and humorous anecdotes, which was of course where Gustav shone. until he became too drunk to remember anything clearly. He even started telling tales about political conflicts in Flatland from the point of view of the historical figures involved. Alvarado's tales were slightly less spectacular, but decidedly more believable, and often ended in a hilarious twist. Everyone was already chuckling when he proceeded to tell them how, as a cook in training, he had once used too much pepper and accidentally sneezed into the plate of a nobleman right before it was taken out of the kitchen to the dining table.
I don't know what I had that night, but it was no ordinary cold. A perfectly prepared fish salad, ruined by my snot. No one had seen it happen, and all of a sudden this serving girl comes in and just snatches the plate right from under my nose. I just stood there watching her leave the kitchen with it. There it went. A perfect dish on a gorgeous plate with my phlegm right on top of it. And it was a big one, let me tell you.
Federhel was shaking his head, laughing.
Imagine how I spent the rest of the night. Hiding away in the kitchen, trying to stay out of sight of everyone. But I could not avoid my fate. Eventually, the servants came asking for me, and I had to present myself at the dinner table. So there I went, almost soiling my breeches. I thought I was going to be kicked out of the castle for certain, at the very least. Up I went to this nobleman, and he was just beaming at me. I thought, what's this? Is he relishing the thought of humiliating me in public? But no, the next thing I know, this man is showering me in compliments. He could not stop talking about how delicious his salad had been, especially with this amazing clam sauce.
Everyone was in tears. Ludlov couldn't remember laughing this hard. Then his gaze shifted to Chapelle, who was only smiling at the story, clutching the figurine as if her life depended on it. While the others were still joking about Alvarado's secret sauce, Ludlov moved closer to Chapelle. "Is everything all right?" he asked. She smiled gratefully at his concern.
Yes, it's just... I've been thinking about Madame Florentville.
Is that the lady who lives in your old home?
Chapelle nodded sadly.
I have to ask for your forgiveness, Ludlov. I wasn't entirely honest.
Ludlov was very surprised to hear a witch hunter speak to an initiate in such a manner.
This figurine was not a mere gift. It was meant for me. Someone had left it with Madame Florentville. Unfortunately, I have no idea who it was.
She allowed him to take it from her. Ludlov accepted it, at first simply admiring the craftsmanship. The maiden was represented with her arms spread wide in a welcoming gesture. A joyful smile was discernible on the tiny face. Then his eyes went to the base. Beneath her feet was the name, Chapelle. Ludlov looked at her, puzzled, then returned the statuette. Then Gustav, who had been watching the interaction from squinting eyes, pointed at the figurine and loudly proclaimed,
You know, Chapelle, that little maiden statuette of yours looks a bit like the one I have of Sintrasha.
He swayed in his chair, holding on to his mug of ale as if it were glued to the table.
Of course, mine is more than just a statuette, if you know what I mean.
He slurred with a big fat wink. Von Baumeister looked as if he were about to strangle the drunken shopkeeper.
Be quiet, you fool!
Gustav reacted sleepily.
Oh, right. Secret journey and all that.
He smiled, then put his finger to his lips. His eyes went over the table.
Nobody mention Boneyard Bay,
he bellowed. Federhel kicked the Flatlander beneath the table, but he was so far gone he hardly felt it. Everyone began to talk loudly about all manner of different subjects in an effort to turn the conversation away from their quest. In all the confusion, nobody noticed how Chapelle quietly left the table with the bronze figurine clutched in her fist, except for Ludlov, who followed her outside. Chapelle was quiet on the way back. Ludlov wondered what she was thinking.
I will kill them, Ludlov.
she said eventually, through gritted teeth. Ludlov knew she meant the people or creatures that killed her mother and brother, and he felt somewhat responsible for encouraging her to visit her old home. Had he known it would revive her old wounds, he would have never done so, and immediately accompanied her to that friendly wine merchant instead. It was very uncharacteristic of her, but for the first time, Ludlov saw that she really did have the hardness in her that a witch hunter needed to possess. But unlike some, Chapelle was still capable of great softness as well.
I will destroy every last one of them, if it's the last thing I do.
She said again.
Goddess help me, I will.
Suddenly, she began to sob, softly and quietly. They sat for a while on the low wall of the fountain in Rendez-vous. Ludlov stayed with Chapelle until her tears had dried and she looked like herself again. Then they returned to the ship. When Ludlov and Chapelle arrived back at the Theresia, it was already deep in the night, but Gustav and the other two initiates were still playing Palasht on deck by the light of a single lantern. Chapelle bade Ludlov good night and then she retired to her cabin. Unwilling to go to sleep, Ludlov decided to join the other men in their game. When he approached, Alvarado gave him a sly grin.
Ah, finally! Our lovebirds have arrived!
Gustav shouted, subtle as ever.
May I join your game? Ludlov asked.
Alvarado invited him in for another round. The game went as it always did, with Gustav prattling on and subsequently losing from quiet calculating Federhel. Eventually, Ludlov lost for the umpteenth time and tired of the game. He wished the other men a pleasant night and left, wondering when they would finally be going to sleep. That night he dreamed about Maria again. The ship. The Theresia was cleaving a path through the blue waters of the southern sea, on her way straight to Boneyard Bay. To a casual observer, it would seem Ludlov was reading or studying on the deck, sitting on a barrel with his feet resting on a chest next to it. There was a satchel beside him on the barrel, containing some other books and materials. In truth, he hadn't looked at the book in his hand for quite some time. He was watching the rolling waves and the white clouds slowly drifting by, looking like floating snowy mountain peaks in the azure sky. He breathed in deep. He had been a city man for most of his life, but being at sea had come to agree with him. As soon as they had left Rendez-vous, the nightmares had ceased. It might have been the soothing beauty of the calm seas that had refreshed his mind. Or perhaps it was just the simplicity of travel and the clarity of their destination and their goal. He had also found more peace by spending time alone in thought and prayer. Simultaneously, he was deeply grateful for the presence of his traveling companions, especially Chapelle and Alvarado. Gustav could be somewhat tiresome at times, but he had proven his worth in Ludlov's eyes, and more than that, somewhere beneath the lies and exaggerations, the adventurous shopkeeper seemed to have some sense of loyalty and honor. Ludlov had also come to appreciate Federhel more over time. He was beginning to think he had misjudged the bookish young man, considering him too soft and unprepared for the dangers and hardships of witch hunter life. But Federhel had actually shown himself to be more cool-headed and implacable than any of them, except perhaps for blessed Zelenheim. The priestess had equally impressed Ludlov, with the calm determination of her deep faith and her quiet patience. She was also more approachable than she had seemed at first. Turmgard, on the other hand, still struck Ludlov as arrogant and aloof, all while clinging to his master in a way that appeared insecure and weak. Ludlov tried to refrain from judging the man too harshly, though. He didn't really know him very well, and he was, after all, still of superior rank. And then there was the master himself. Ludlov wondered what to make of von Baumeister. He seemed to care little for what anyone thought of him, and that in itself was a good sign. Disingenuous people tended to seek for the approval of others. His pragmatism often came across as callous, even cruel, but he was focused and devoted to their cause without question, as a witch hunter ought to be. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden change in the scene before him. In the distance, he clearly saw a small black spot on the waves. It was not the first time he had noticed it. A day earlier, he had seen the same shape on the horizon behind them. From where he stood, it was impossible to tell whether it was a ship or something else, but it was clear to Ludlov that it was following the Theresia, while keeping a safe distance. He heard footsteps behind him and turned around. It was Alvarado.
Ludlov, amigo, would you care for something to eat?
He asked cordially. Then Ludlov saw he was holding a folded cloth with something like a rolled-up pancake in it. Despite the large quantities of wine aboard the ship, the food itself tended to be fairly monotonous. That was until Alvarado had offered to assist the ship's cook, Berend. The Esclavian had a collection of herbs and spices, as well as a knack for applying them, that opened up a whole new world of tastes and aromas. It was afternoon, and Ludlov could certainly do with a snack, so he put his book aside and gratefully accepted the offer. To his surprise, the pancake was cold, and inside of it he could see vegetables, sauce and bits of meat.
What's it called?
Delicious, by most,
Alvarado said proudly. Ludlov took a bite and was pleasantly surprised.
They're right.
In truth, it does not have a name yet,
his friend said.
Maybe you should call it an Alvarado,
Ludlov suggested.
That is estupendo, brilliant, Ludlov.
The Esclavian slapped his back in enthusiasm, almost causing Ludlov to choke on the delightful snack.
One day I will open up my own establishment that sells all kinds of Alvarados. I will have a different recipe for each season, and special holiday Alvarados too, of course.
He wagged his finger and laughed.
You, Ludlov, you are a genius! A genius!
And with another laugh, he left. When Ludlov was alone again, he decided he had lost interest in the book and replaced it with an old large sketchbook that had remained unused so far. Following Maria's death, he had rarely opened it anymore, but after some doubts, he had decided to take it along on his journey in his satchel. He didn't think of himself as much of an artist, but there were times when he found drawing to be a soothing activity. He took out a piece of charcoal and began to draw a sinuous line across the paper. His mind went blank as he intuitively continued to sketch a pair of eyes. They were very beautiful eyes, the most beautiful he had ever seen. Maria's. To his own surprise, he found he had drawn tears rolling down from them. Why had he done that? Was that his abiding memory of her? As he looked at what he had drawn, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an unbearable desire to see her again, and to hear her voice. In order to clear his mind, he began to draw something else on the opposite page, only to discover it was another tear. He rendered it with shadow, making it a dark, oily substance. Above it, he drew an equally dark blade, shaped like a crescent moon. It turned into a more detailed rendition of Chapelle's sketch of the black sickle. Ludlov had been so preoccupied with his drawing that he hadn't noticed Federhel coming to lean against the railing beside him. When he noticed the young man, Ludlov quickly covered the drawing of the heinous symbol. His sudden movement caught Federhel's attention, who turned his head and noticed the drawing of Maria's eyes.
That's quite good,
he said.
I didn't know you drew.
I don't really, Ludlov said. Closing the sketchbook with a dull clap, he put it back in the satchel without another comment. Federhel shrugged. I'm not an expert on art, but I liked it. Ludlov smiled, forgetting his embarrassment momentarily.
I didn't know there were any topics in which you weren't well versed, Federhel.
Oh, there are far more fields where I'm an absolute dolt than there are where I'm an expert, Federhel replied.
Ludlov saw in the initiate's eyes that he wasn't speaking out of false modesty.
The truth is that I remember things easily, and I read widely, but unfortunately my interests are so widespread that I only possess surface-level knowledge on most topics.
There's a place for that,
Ludlov said with a shrug.
Well, it's me lot in life, whatever I may think, Federhel replied. But to be honest, I'm sometimes envious of a man like Alvarado. He's chosen food as his area of expertise, and he excels in it. I think life is easier when you've got that kind of focus.
We each have our own value and our own role in the goddess's grand design, Ludlov said. Besides, if Alvarado wanted to spend his entire life cooking, he wouldn't have joined the Order.
That's true, Federhel admitted. I suppose no one ever feels like they're skilled or knowledgeable enough.
Well, maybe Tuamgard does,
Ludlov said with a shrug, causing Federhel to burst out laughing. His laughter suddenly ended when his eyes turned to the horizon.
I saw it too, just now,
Ludlov said.
A ship, perhaps?
Let's see then, shall we?
Replied Federhel. He took a cylindrical item out of a leather holster hanging from his belt. Then Ludlov saw it was a spyglass. Federhel extended it and peered through.
Ah, it's a ship,
he said, sounding slightly worried.
Can you see it clearly?
Ludlov asked, feeling slightly uneasy himself.
I can. It's a frigate. Entirely black. Black hull, black sails, no sign of a flag.
He held out the spyglass to Ludlov.
See for yourself.
Ludlov accepted the device and looked through. At first he only saw waves, but then Federhel directed his arm towards the speck on the horizon. When Ludlov saw the ship, he suddenly recognized it.
This vessel was anchored in Rendez-vous, he said. I remember it clearly. Could they be pirates?
I don't think so. We didn't see anything untoward while we were in Rendez-vous, did we? Don't be naive, Federhel, said Gustav, who had joined them unexpectedly. Sometimes pirates hide their presence, you know. Did you see anyone near that black ship while we were in Rendez-vous, Ludlov?
Ludlov lowered the spyglass.
Not as far as I can remember. In fact, the ship seemed quite abandoned.
Let me have a look,
Gustav demanded, gesturing impatiently for the spyglass. With a disapproving expression, Ludlov handed over the item.
Kijk, now what?
Gustav cried out.
That is the ship. I remember it too now, and I didn't see any of the crew either. What do you think it means?
Federhel asked.
Nothing to worry about, I think,
Gustav said.
Even if they are pirates, they couldn't possibly catch up to us now.
Master von Baumeister and his faithful shadow Tuamgard approached.
Is everything all right here, initiates?
Von Baumeister asked.
Certainly, Master, Federhel said in his usual polite way. We were watching a ship on the horizon that left from Rendez-vous shortly after we did.
Black ship? Black sails?
Von Baumeister asked.
That's the one, Master.
Grunted the Master Witch Hunter.
You should have notified me right away, initiate. I remember the ship as well, said Tuamgard. It looked rather imposing in its dark appearance, I must say.
Von Baumeister granted him a sideways glance.
It is a nameless vessel, he said. I've asked the harbour master about it in Rendez-vous. He seemed to know as little about it as we do. We should keep an eye on it.
Of course, Master. But if I may say so, even if they are following us, I'm not worried, said Federhel. The ship may look sinister, but the Theresia's bigger, faster, and armed to the teeth.
Master von Baumeister's eyes were hidden in the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat, but the corners of his mouth betrayed his disdainful expression.
Thank you for your insights, initiates. We will be sure to consult you if we need any strategic advice.
Federhel caught the Master's sarcasm and nodded demurely.
There really is no need to be concerned, since they won't catch up with us, said Gustav. But I say we appoint someone to keep an eye out for it once we reach Boneyard Bay. He smiled at von Baumeister. Don't worry, Master Witch Hunter. You can just carry on with your journey as before. As long as you keep me in your midst, you will stand a chance.
And then he winked. Von Baumeister suddenly veered towards the Flatlander and grabbed him by his shirt.
Would you like to swim the rest of the distance to Boneyard Bay, you worthless purveyor of useless trinkets? You need to learn your place here, Flatlander. It's not as high as you seem to think.
Ludlov had expected Gustav to apologize for his behavior, but instead he fixed von Baumeister with a cold stare.
If you throw me overboard, I will be taking the key to the Treasure of Boneyard Bay with me to the bottom of the Southern Sea.
Von Baumeister's grip only tightened.
You forget it is not you who are valuable, but what you carry.
Gustav shook his head as he tried unsuccessfully to wrest himself free from the witch hunter's grip.
The mayor himself guaranteed to me that I myself would be allowed to hold on to the statuette up until the moment it was to be used. That was the agreement. In that case,
von Baumeister hissed,
I could kill you where you stand and tear it from your cold, dead fingers when it's time to use it.
Everyone, even Turmgard, looked a bit shocked by the venom in his words. Gustav's expression softened, as if he had just realized something about von Baumeister that changed his attitude towards the man.
Pardon me, Master Witch Hunter, but I do believe you will need my experience and my expertise on this mission as well.
Von Baumeister's face became a hard mask. Then he spoke softly.
If you were a member of our order, I would have you thrown out, but not before having you flogged until your back and your front were covered in blood. You honorless maggot. If you were a man of experience and expertise, you would have addressed your betters with some decorum. Hand over the statuette now if you don't want your experience to be expanded upon in a most unpleasant manner.
Gustav was sweating, and the fear in his eyes became clear for all to see, but still he held his ground.
I would prefer to hold on to it, if you don't mind. It's my statuette, and you can't just take it from me without violating the orders of your superiors. That would be punishable by flogging and expulsion at your end, I think.
Ludlov winced at Gustav's words. While he was right, his provocation of von Baumeister's pride was extremely dangerous. He half expected the witch hunter master to strangle the pudgy shopkeeper to death then and there. But unexpectedly, Turmgard's hand landed softly on von Baumeister's shoulder.
Perhaps it's better not to waste any more words on this flat maggot, Master,
he said. His gaze locked onto Gustav's face. Strangely, Ludlov saw something in Turmgard's eyes that belied his words. There was no disgust in them.
Even if he were dead, we wouldn't find the statuette in that labyrinth of a rucksack of his anyway. For all we know, it might be guarded by some spell, or enchanted to fit an entire castle inside.
Von Baumeister paused, but remained tense with anger.
I think we'll see if his experience keeps him alive for the rest of the journey. We could take bets on how many more days he'll survive. I, for one, would have quite a bit of fun with that,
Turmgard concluded, all the while still looking at the Flatlander. Von Baumeister slowly regained control over his emotions and finally let Gustav go. The Flatlander straightened his shirt and remained where he stood, although the defiance in his eyes had died down quite a bit.
I forgot you are only a shopkeeper. Unaccustomed to our protocol,
von Baumeister said, with a hint of shame in his voice.
We witch hunters risk our lives to protect the innocent lives led by men like you. All we ask is a bit of respect.
Gustav swallowed and eyed the witch hunter master warily.
You have my respect.
all of you. Good, von Baumeister said, straightening. Then he turned and left without another word. Tuumgard shook his head, grinning. One day you'll get yourself in more trouble than you can handle, Flatlander, he said, and then he followed his master. Federhel had been watching the entire exchange with an incredulous expression in his eyes. At last, Gustav left as well, leaving Ludlov alone with the young man. That was very uncharacteristic of Master von Baumeister, Federhel said.
I thought he was known to be a reasonable man,
Ludlov commented. Federhel shook his head. From what I heard, he was strict, proud, and often harsh, but he had control over his temper. Would never have behaved like this.
Indeed,
Ludlov said, mulling over the bizarre exchange.
Gustav can be infuriating, though.
He sighed, looking out over the sea once more.
There will be enough peril ahead. We should not provoke opposition from our own leadership as well.
The Statuette. It was midnight when they arrived at Boneyard Bay. Uncountable multitudes of stars twinkled in the nightly firmament, with a massive full moon shining like a pale lantern in their midst. The witch hunters and initiates were all standing on deck, along with Gustav and the priestess. Everyone was looking forward to their first glimpse of the infamous town, which shared its name with the massive bay in which it was nestled. So far they had seen nothing but a thin beach of white sand that appeared bluish-silver in the moonlight, and beyond it, a dark mass of jungle-covered hills. The Theresia glided along in the calm waters, slowly but surely nearing her destination. At last, the ship arrived at a quay where it was anchored. The town of Boneyard Bay was only visible as a nest of flickering lights in the distance. There was no one to greet them, nor anything like a toll to be paid, only a long strip of beach leading to the town at the end of the bay. To their left were the eerie sounds of the jungle at night, and to the right, the soothing lapping of the waves. The scent in the air was a refreshing blend of the smells of varied plants and flowers with the cool aroma of the sea. It felt a little strange to be walking on solid ground again, especially across the loose sand. The experience was somewhat like trying to walk in a straight line while drunk. Ludlov was striding alongside Federhel and Alvarado in the direction of the twinkling lights of the town. The initiates were at the head of the column, von Baumeister and the other witch hunters right behind them, and finally Gustav and the priestess closed the ranks. None of the Theresia's crew had come with them on this first encounter with the town.
The soil of my homeland,
Alvarado said wistfully as he looked at his feet.
Have you ever been to Boneyard Bay before? Federhel asked.
No, the Esclavian admitted.
My experience is mostly limited to the eastern side of Esclavia. I hear bad things of these parts, to be honest. I hear it's a haven for pirates and other villains, Federhel said, provoking nothing more than a shrug from Alvarado.
Where there is talk of treasure, there will be talk of pirates,
Ludlov commented.
I don't know if we should take those rumors too seriously. I suspect most of them will simply be smugglers and petty thieves with a passing curiosity for treasure. Not cutthroats and marauders.
Gustav has been here before,
Chapelle said from behind them, causing the three men to turn their heads.
You could ask him.
Although von Baumeister's expression was hidden beneath the brim of his hat, the initiates could tell by the man's body language that it would not be in their best interest to show too much friendship to the Flatlander for the moment. Ludlov felt a bit sorry for Gustav, who had become something of an outcast ever since the confrontation had occurred.
We'll soon see Boneyard Bay for ourselves. Perhaps we shouldn't spoil the surprise, Federhel said diplomatically.
The entrance to Boneyard Bay was a giant wooden gate that looked like it had been hastily constructed out of wreckage and leftover bits of timber at least a century ago. Walking through it was an experience unlike any other. When Ludlov had set foot in Rendez-vous, he had felt like a traveller in a distant land. Here, it was more like entering another world altogether. The entire town was constructed out of shipwrecks. There were ships lying on their side, half buried in the sand, with the hull serving as a roof and the deck as the front wall. Others stood straight up with the bow at the top, looking almost like the tall, narrow, pointed buildings of Seven Peaks. He even saw 3 ships piled on top of each other, as if a creature more enormous than Tubalba had simply picked them up and stacked them there. People made their way to and fro using boardwalks, simple bridges of rope and planks, and even by climbing along ship shrouds. The whole place bathed in a clash of green and orange light as there were lanterns everywhere, some with colored glass, others without. Despite the town's makeshift and apparently chaotic nature, the people of Boneyard Bay had protected their wooden abodes well against the dangers of fire. There was not a single naked flame in sight, but there was smoke rising from unseen places, rich with the scents of herbs, fish and meats. Despite the late hour, Boneyard Bay was teeming with activity. In particularly, every form of feasting and entertainment in existence. The people walking, dancing, or drunkenly stumbling through the town were from every part of the known world. But most were dressed like sailors who wouldn't stay in this place for long. Beyond the glow of the town, Ludlov could just make out the shadows of the tall cliffs that surrounded Boneyard Bay, looking out over the sea. Alvarado took a deep breath.
Just smell it!
He cried out enthusiastically.
I have a feeling my herb collection is about to be expanded.
I'm sure it is,
Ludlov said, still trying to take in the dizzying sight of the town. As they made their way between the buildings, they encountered one surprise after another. They saw a man swinging on a rope from one ship to another like a pirate. A gypsy family dancing to a jig around a fire made entirely of a pile of lanterns. And a giant, gold-lacquered figurehead shaped like a dragon as the centerpiece of a square. The statue was surrounded by hundreds of candles in glass jars, almost as if it were an object of religious reverence.
Dragon Plaza,
Gustav said.
Is that its name?
Federhel asked.
Yes, Initiate. I'm quite familiar with this place. That way lies the food market,
said the Flatlander, pointing at a street heading in the direction of the cliffs.
You will mostly find fresh ingredients for cooking and such over there. And over there is the beach, which is where the trinkets are sold. And that's the part of interest to us. You can also find something to eat over there. Well, almost anything really, as long as it comes from the sea.
Gustav and Alvarado both looked very excited to be in this place, while most of the others just seemed bewildered by their surroundings. Von Baumeister said,
Spread out and explore the town. If you learn anything of value, report it to me in the morning.
Will we spend the night here or on the Theresia?
Ludlov asked.
I want to spend as little money as possible in this den of vice. We will sleep on the ship.
Von Baumeister took Turmgard with him down the streets into the heart of the town, while Ludlov, Alvarado and Gustav went in the direction of the beach. Chapelle and Federhel made their way towards a rickety wooden staircase that would lead them to the higher levels of the town. Like always, Gustav went ahead at a very confident pace. Ludlov and Alvarado could tell the Flatlander knew Boneyard Bay rather well. They passed through a tunnel consisting of the frame of a large ship covered by a black leather sail. Figureheads from various vessels were lined up on either side. Most were in the shape of beautiful female characters, including some mermaids, but there were also a few less attractive ones, depicting fierce animals and even a human skeleton. When they emerged out of the tunnel, they were on the town beach, which was many times wider than the narrow strip of sand on which they had walked from the Theresia. Here, fire was clearly allowed, as quite a few little campfires dotted the sand. There was a clash of smells in the air, but most of them were delicious. Alvarado held up his nose and sniffed excitedly, sounding like a dog on a trail.
I want to remember everything,
he said when Ludlov shot a look of mock concern at him. As they continued their walk along the beach, Ludlov saw that some of the people around the campfires were holding sticks with strange-looking fish and squid tentacles, roasting them. They passed several stalls where food and drinks were served. But there were also tattoo artists, prostitutes, and even fortune-tellers plying their trades. Ludlov knew there was nothing he could do about the latter so far from Evenendale, but he had to suppress an urge to walk up to them and warn them of the dangers of forbidden magic. Alvarado held still and gasped when they arrived at one of the largest stalls on the beach, owned by a heavy-set woman with huge earrings and dark curly hair that exploded out from under a colorful bandana. Behind her back were 5 wide shelves, full of herbs, oils, and spices. At that moment, Ludlov knew it would be useless to wait for the Esclavian to finish his browsing. Gustav had already disappeared into the crowd farther on, and Ludlov decided to try and find him. To his surprise, he soon found the Flatlander coming back towards him. He was holding a metal statuette in his hand, depicting a woman in a long flowing robe.
Another priceless artifact?
Ludlov asked.
Quite the contrary, Initiate, Gustav said. This is a worthless piece of amateur craftsmanship. I managed to haggle it down quite a bit, but the price was still too steep if you ask me.
Then why did you buy it?
Just to illustrate the point, but Master von Baumeister would have to be present.
I hope he will listen,
Ludlov said. Gustav shrugged.
If he doesn't, it's his loss. He wants to find the treasure, doesn't he? Then he should pay attention.
Ludlov smiled. He admired the way Gustav was able to shrug off the hatred and threats that came his way, without even expressing any hostile emotions to von Baumeister.
Just be careful around him,
Ludlov warned.
I appreciate your concern, Ludlov. Let's return to the ship and I'll give you all a little presentation in the morning.
The sun was still hidden behind the tall cliffs when the companions were gathered on the deck of the Theresia in the grey morning light. Some were standing, others leaning against a mast or sitting on a barrel. Ludlov stood at the railing with his back to the sea.
The time has come to lay out our plans for finding the treasure of Boneyard Bay,
said Master von Baumeister loudly.
The shopkeeper's single contribution to this endeavor may be divulged now,
he continued, at least keeping the sneer in his tone to a minimum.
Show us your trinket, Finsterdunkel.
Gustav hopped off his enormous backpack, which he had dragged on deck and used for a chair. He rummaged around in it and finally took out the same metal statuette Ludlov had seen the night before. With a dramatic flourish, the Flatlander held it up for all to see.
This is a statuette of Sintrasha, the sorcerer queen of Oskurta. Supposedly, it is the one and only key to the treasure of Boneyard Bay.
How can that be? Ludlov said. I saw you buy it from a market stall on the beach last night.
Exactly!
Gustav pointed at Ludlov as if he had just made a brilliant contribution to his lesson.
This is not the key. It's a useless piece of junk. Not even very well made, if you ask me. The man who sells them has swindled me and many other adventurers countless times. You see, rumor has it that the key is indeed a statuette of Sintrasha. But this is not it.
Alvarado seemed amused by the Flatlander. Chapelle and Federhel both displayed more of a puzzled expression, and Turmgard just looked annoyed. Both von Baumeister and Blessed Zelenheim remained impassive.
The man who sells these is a petty crook. He never even recognizes me when I return to his stall, and I've been there quite a few times. He's so blinded by his greed, he doesn't pay attention to people.
He paused for dramatic effect. Everyone was quiet. Only the sounds of the sea and the jungle continued undisturbed.
But of course, the story doesn't end here. You see, the last time I was here in Boneyard Bay, I visited his stall and actually bought the real statuette of Queen Sintrasha. The crook didn't realize it, of course. I actually managed to get it for less money than this one because he was having trouble getting rid of his stock.
He grinned at the memory. The others exchanged worried looks.
Doubt me, do you?
Gustav said confidently.
Allow me to show you then.
He passed the statuette on to Federhel, who happened to be closest to him.
Notice the hands, folded in prayer. That's common in most of these fake statuettes that were made in recent days. Most people tend to think of Sintrasha as something of a saint, and so they depict her in a typically saintly position. However, the real statuette looks like this.
He bent over and started rummaging in his backpack again, finally pulling out another statuette. It looked older and a bit more worn than the one he had just shown, but it seemed to have sapphires for eyes.
As you can see, Sintrasha has her left hand on her heart, while her right is pointing downward. It's a sign of warning.
Wait, interjected Tormgard.
Are you saying that ugly old thing is the actual key to the treasure?
Of course I am. Pay attention. Now, look here.
Gustav held up the worn statuette.
I suppose the sparkly eyes are nice,
Tormgard mumbled.
As you can see, this one has a base shaped like a 5-pointed star. I believe that the base is the actual key. All we have to do is find the star-shaped slot, turn the key, and then we can return to Seven Peaks as happy heroes.
I don't know if this is relevant, but when we were exploring the town last night, we found a full-scale statue of Queen Sintrasha,
Chapelle said. Where did you see it? Asked von Baumeister, who had been unusually quiet throughout Gustav's demonstration.
Higher up, just outside the borders of the town. There is a stairway carved into the cliffs. We went up there to the top, and there it was.
Curiously, though, the statue on the cliffs wasn't pointing downward, but in the direction of the sea, Federhel added. Well spotted, said Gustav. I think that statue is supposed to ward off the evil of cursed objects that are often brought here by pirates and other scum. How did you know it was Sintrasha? She was depicted with a hairband with a 5-pointed star in the middle, Federhel replied. That was the mark of royalty in Oscorta.
Could the statue have something to do with the treasure?
Chapelle wondered.
Or was it made after the rumors began that Sintrasha had left her treasure here?
Even Federhel couldn't answer that question.
Perhaps it could be the location of the treasure itself,
Ludlov suggested.
Who knows, but we didn't see any keyholes where Gustav's statuette would fit,
Alvarado replied with a shrug.
No,
Gustav said, waving his hand dismissively.
It's never going to be that simple. There should be a clue around here, yes, but the location where the key actually fits will be hidden, I'm sure. Otherwise, the treasure would have been found long ago.
Fortunately, I believe Master von Baumeister can help us here. Pray, Master Witch Hunter, illuminate us with your wisdom.
Ludlov winced. He assumed Gustav was honestly trying to compensate for his earlier disrespect, but it could come across as mocking irony. Luckily, von Baumeister ignored the Flatlander's tone and addressed them all very seriously.
While Mr. Finsterdunkel holds the key to the treasure, I am in possession of the road map towards it.
Then he opened his coat and took a small book from his breast pocket.
This notebook comes from the Carmina, a ship that met a tragic end 20 years ago on the east coast of Esclavia, about 100 miles south of Marnossa. The ship sailed right into some sharp rocks and got permanently stuck. None of the crew survived, and in the years that followed, the Carmina was cleared and everything of value was sold in places like Boneyard Bay. As you might expect, this precious notebook has had lots of owners.
He looked at the small volume with a curious expression, before continuing his explanation. It was bound in black leather and didn't have any lettering or ornament on the cover.
Eventually, the book came into the hands of our Lord Adomir, who paid a high price for it. Since this book contains some occult symbols and descriptions of superstitious habits, Lord Adomir purchased it with the permission of the Witch Hunter Order for research purposes. It's been hiding in plain sight, right in our very own library for many years, until Mr. Finsterdunkel mentioned the treasure in public, and Lord Adomir remembered its contents. Looking at the small black book, Ludlov thought of the vast library of the Witch Hunter Order, and how inconspicuous such a nondescript volume would be in the middle of such an endless repository of knowledge. The book contains a description of the supposed contents of the treasure, which is believed to consist not just of Sintrasha's wealth, but also Novacula's, which she had held on to despite her conversion. There will be lots of gold, but also gemstones and, of course, jewelry.
Gustav's eyes glistened with a spark of excitement at the description.
And finally, there will be several documents in there of great historical value, such as journals and reports that can tell us more about the history of the Oscotans.
Now it was Federhel's turn to look excited.
Of course, the precise contents are unknown to us, but according to this journal, the value of this treasure is estimated to rival the personal fortune of the king of Esclavia.
Alvarado whistled. Ludlov remembered he had spent some time in the royal palace of Marnosa and would have some idea of the king's wealth.
This hoard will be enough to restore our beloved city to her former greatness,
von Baumeister said.
Widows and orphans will be fed, crime will be fought, and trade with Parslavena will flourish once more. As for our share as treasure hunters, we will receive the greatest part of all, the honor and gratitude of the people of Seven Peaks. If we make it back, of course.
His words were followed by a tense silence, during which he regarded them all sternly.
The true peril of our journey lies ahead of us now, and if at the end we do find the treasure, it may be cursed. There are always such rumors surrounding ancient treasures, and in some cases they turn out to be true. This is where Blessed Zelenheim will prove vital to our mission. Only she will be able to lift such a curse.
The priestess bowed her head solemnly.
Blessed, I'm happy to have you with us,
Alvarado said.
But I wonder, why would the treasure be cursed if Queen Sintrasha herself hid it? Didn't she renounce such things? In fact, I seem to remember there was once talk of canonizing her as a saint.
There was, but it never materialized, Federhel said. Not enough details were known about her life. She did claim she had left behind her old ways, von Baumeister conceded, but how can we know the truth? Besides, if Novacula's possessions are there as well, we should be especially vigilant.
Ludlov considered that for a moment, and found himself agreeing with von Baumeister.
We should also think of the supposed intentions of Queen Sintrasha,
Blessed Zelenheim said.
From our former discussions about the treasure, if I may say, Master von Baumeister, I came to understand that she devised a challenge so that only the worthy could find it.
What does she mean by worthy, though? Tomgard said. Clever? Virtuous? Or just Sintra? That is indeed our guess, said von Baumeister, as the treasure would have been found long ago if it was just a matter of knowing where to look. We think it's rather a question of knowing where to start and, of course, of owning the key to unlock it.
Then we should begin by wondering why she decided to hide the treasure here in Boneyard Bay,
Ludlov concluded.
Finally, a question worth asking, said von Baumeister. And the answer, of course, is in here.
He tapped the little black book assuredly.
It seems the captain of the Carmina was a treasure hunter himself. Whether he was simply an adventurer or more of a pirate is less clear and ultimately immaterial to us. The journal mentions several times that there have been legends and stories of a great treasure somewhere in the vicinity of Boneyard Bay for so long that the facts have been mingled with fairy tales and even jokes. The writer of this journal believed that Boneyard Bay itself is not the location of the treasure, but simply the starting point of the journey,
Oh dear, and here I thought we were nearing the end.
said the priestess with a sigh. We have reached an end, blessed, the master said. The end of our journey through the civilized world is here. Now begins the journey into the wild and untamed places.
If Boneyard Bay is the beginning of that, how do we know where to go now?
Chappelle asked.
Is that in the journal too?
Indeed it is, or so its author claims, von Baumeister said. He was terribly vague about it, though. He obviously didn't want anyone else to get a hold of this journal and find out how to find the treasure. He flipped through the pages until he found what he was looking for. Then he turned the book over for all to see. Ludlov didn't know what to think when he saw what was on the page. It looked like a crude drawing of a very tall crown with 5 spikes. The bottom of the crown was rounded, and in the middle of it was a cross, or perhaps the letter X. From Boneyard Bay, sail to... ... were the only words on the page, written right above the drawing. That is vague indeed, Federhel muttered.
A crown. Does that symbolize the treasure itself?
Chappelle wondered aloud.
If so, then this is useless.
No, there is an X, Tormgard said. That always means the location of the treasure. If so, then the treasure is at the bottom of this crown, Alvarado mused. Gustav shook his head in exasperation. I thought you knew something about herbs and plants, Initiate. Alvarado gasped. Of course! It's a strandkrone leaf. I should have seen that. Thank you, Gustav. What's strandkrone? Some kind of local plant? Tormgard asked. It is not local, Alvarado pointed out. It mostly grows on the archipelago of Garadoso, and on the southern coast around the Gate of Linier. The gardens of Marnosa had them as well, but you wouldn't find them growing naturally in Esclavia.
Perhaps it means we have to travel to one of those places where it does grow, Ludlov suggested.
An interesting idea, Initiate. But then why would the journal say we have to sail from Boneyard Bay? Master von Baumeister said. And as Alvarado pointed out, there are many places where this plant could be found. Chappelle, who had been walking down the deck, suddenly turned towards the group and snapped her fingers.
You are right, Master. We have to sail from Boneyard Bay.
She exclaimed.
And this 5-pointed crown is our destination. That means the crown must be something that can be reached by ship. What crown can be found in the sea?
The crown of Kulmaron, Federhel replied.
Of course,
Ludlov said.
That must be it.
The others were enthused as well. The crown of Kulmaron was a circle of 5 pointed rocks in the ocean west of Esclavia. In ancient days, the inhabitants of Esclavia came there to bear offerings to Kulmaron, the sea god. Over the centuries, the sea level had risen, and the crown had sunken almost entirely beneath the waves. Unfortunately, we don't have any specific coordinates, Federhel said. We don't even know if it's still there anymore. The excitement among the group cooled down as quickly as it had fanned up. Well, at least we know this. It has to be somewhere out of the way, or some unfortunate ship would have crashed onto it in all of that time, Gustav commented. There should be some old book or map that can show us where to find it, Federhel said. But I don't think we're going to find something like that in Boneyard Bay, and I don't think there's anyone who will simply point the way either.
Yes, there is,
Chappelle suddenly exclaimed, even more excited than before now. Everyone turned to the Goldorian witch hunter.
We have already found someone to point us the way,
she said with a smile.
Queen Rasha herself. She may have been pointing the way all this time from the top of that cliff.
The Crown. The statue was larger than Ludlov had expected. It stood on a rock on the highest part of the cliff. overlooking the bay far below. Only the master, Federhel, Chapelle, and Ludlov had climbed the staircase up the cliff. The others had remained on board the Theresia, or went to the town itself to buy supplies for the coming adventure. The day had grown hot and sweaty, with not a single cloud in sight, nor the slightest hint of a breeze. Ludlov was thirsty and uncomfortable, feeling his shirt stick to his body with sweat. Up here, the only sound came from crickets hidden in the tall grass that haphazardly stuck out between the rocks, accompanied by the gentle rushing of the waves far below. Queen Sintrasha made a powerful, regal figure. She stood pointing in the distance like an intrepid explorer, bearing an expression of determination and focused will. The sculptor had made her robes and hair flow as if caught in a breeze. It made for a dramatic scene.
She's holding her hand towards the open sea, Ludlov said. She could be casting a spell, warding off evil, or pointing the way somewhere.
I agree,
Chapelle said.
This depiction of Queen Sintrasha could be meant to point the worthy finders in the direction of her treasure.
I believe you may be right, Chapelle, von Baumeister concluded, as he inspected the statue up close. We will at least be making the attempt to seek the treasure in that direction. The statue's pointing west and slightly south, said Federhel, holding a compass. We should head out of the bay and sail in that direction. Following a direct line from the Queen's Arm should get us to the Crown of Culmaron, if Chapelle's interpretation is right.
Then he took off his backpack and took out a ledger and some writing utensils.
And what awaits us there?
Ludlov wondered aloud.
How could the treasure be hidden in the crown?
I pray the Flatlander's Statuette key pays off, von Baumeister said. I imagine there is some kind of lock hidden in those rocks.
Rocks that have been mostly submerged for centuries,
Chapelle said in a worried voice. Federhel was kneeling by the statue now, making notes on a map that folded out of his ledger.
Strange, he noted. There are some niches in the base here, all around the statue. 5 of them. And in each of these niches, there's a metal spike. Like we used to stick candles on. I don't know which metal this is, but it's resisted rust and wear for all these years.
Ludlov knelt beside Federhel to inspect one of the niches and the conical spike inside. It was rather thick.
Perhaps they were actually once used to stick candles on, but they would have to have been rather big candles. As for the material, it might be grey metal.
An ore that could only be mined in the mountain range of the White Towers, where the Dugarim dwelled. Grey metal had a reputation for being extremely durable, and it never rusted.
Well, I don't think Finsterdunkel's key would fit in any of those, von Baumeister said at a cursory glance. I suggest we stay focused on finding the Crown of Culmaron. And if we succeed at that, there will still be the difficulty of opening the lock underwater and getting that heavy chest to the surface somehow. I might be able to open the lock, Federhel said without looking up. I'm a good swimmer. I grew up in a fishing village, remember?
By the river,
Chapelle remarked.
I spent my youth swimming in the Northern Sea itself on the coast of Rendez-vous. I have jumped into the waves from cliffs almost as tall as this one.
Boasting doesn't become you, Chapelle,
Ludlov said with a smile, provoking a blush from her.
Well, at least we won't lack volunteers, von Baumeister said pragmatically. I hope we won't need more than one.
Despite the heat, Ludlov felt a shiver as the implications of the Witch Hunter Master's words sunk in. Ignoring the conversation, Federhel took out a ruler and drew a line across the map.
Well, this should provide the captain with the information he needs to set sail,
he said, looking up. They all looked at each other, and for the first time since their encounter with Tuvalbar, Ludlov was reminded of the very real possibility that not everyone would survive the search for the treasure of Boneyard Bay. When they arrived at the ship, they found Captain Breukelhoff on deck in the middle of an argument with Gustav.
The Theresia has suffered more than enough damage on this trip already,
they heard the captain say. Now you want us to sail straight towards a hidden formation of sharp, spiky rocks?
Gustav shrugged.
Don't worry, he said.
Von Baumeister hastened up the gangplank and approached the captain.
Please don't be deterred by the Flatlander's reassurances, Captain, he said. The truth is that the Crown of Kulmaron has always been the destination of this entire endeavor. We just didn't know it yet.
Welcome back aboard, Master von Baumeister, said the captain. And while I believe you are right, that does not diminish the peril. For centuries, seafarers have done all in their power to stay as far away from the Crown as possible. And now you intend to sail directly towards it. I'm sure you will understand my hesitation. Drowning at sea is not a pleasant experience from what I hear. Not to mention that the Isle of Torgusan is not far from the place you want me to steer the Theresia. And I need not explain that it's always better to stay away from the main nest of the pirate lord.
According to the map, Torgusan is further north than the Crown, Gustav interjected. And as far as the Crown is concerned, the Theresia can stay at a safe distance, you know. You don't have to sail right up to it. We'll row there in a rowboat as soon as we find out its exact location.
I already assumed that, Mr. Finsterdunkel, said the captain through gritted teeth. The problem is that the Crown is not always visible. The last I heard was that the spikes stick out of the water from time to time depending on the tide, and that's all anyone can see from a distance, if they're lucky.
Then we will be slow and careful, said von Baumeister. And we'll be on the lookout. All of us.
Captain Brökelhoff sighed and gave each of them a wary look. I did promise to bring you to your destination. I suppose I cannot go back on that now. And they were able to improve the crow's nest when they fixed it in Rendez-vous. Maiden have mercy on our souls, I'll do it. But not before the priestess blesses every part of the Theresia. Blessed Zelenheim spent quite some time on the task set before her by the captain, but she performed her duties with solemn dedication. It was late afternoon when the Theresia was ready to leave Boneyard Bay once more and set off into the southern sea, towards the unknown waters of the west. For the remainder of the day, their journey was uneventful. By evening, the coast of Esclavia was out of sight, and the sea stretched out into the horizon on all sides. Ludlov was lying in his hammock, looking up at the wooden beams above him by the light of a single candle in a lantern dangling from the ceiling. Tomorrow morning we will be out in the unknown, the captain had explained at the dinner table. We will have to be extremely careful then. None of us seem to have any idea precisely how far the Crown of Kulmaron is. We only know in which direction it lies, if Mr. Federhel's calculations prove correct. The captain had been unusually stern and quiet. There hadn't been a trace left of the bon vivant who had sent out Chapelle to order wine in Rendez-vous. It was clear to Ludlov that Captain Brökelhoff was deeply worried about his beloved Theresia incurring even more damage after the close encounter with Tubalbar. Having lost the real Theresia, this vessel was now the captain's spouse, and he would not let any harm come to her. Ludlov could understand that sentiment. He thought of his own beloved wife and how he had always been able to fall asleep right away, as long as he could rest his head against her warm body. He was starting to understand the captain in another respect as well, as he was growing accustomed to the ocean rocking him to sleep. He closed his eyes, and soon his mind began to conjure up strange images. He saw Maria, dressed in a white gown, covered with silver sequins, wearing a tall crown, much like how he imagined Kulmaron's, rocking him in her arms like an infant, singing him to sleep. Her arms turned into soft, giant waves,
and he could see gulls flying far above the spikes of her crown. The waves roared like a crowd of thousands, but the sound was peaceful and reassuring, and made him feel far removed from all worldly concerns. With this last semi-conscious thought, Ludlov wondered if he was really hearing those roaring waves, or if it was just his imagination. Then he drifted off. Ludlov was stirred out of his sleep by a hand grabbing his shoulder and shaking it. He refused to believe that it was already morning and tried to ignore the intruder, but the hand kept tugging at him relentlessly. Some part of his mind that was not yet fully awake was hoping to see Maria's face, so he eventually opened his eyes, only to be met with the coarse features of a stubbly, small-eyed man with hair that looked like it had just withstood a hurricane. Gustav was smiling at him. "Good morning, sunshine." Ludlov was half expecting the Flatlander to lick his face like a dog and swatted him away. He felt like an old man when he got up. Looking through the porthole, he saw a sky of pink and grey and concluded it had to be just after sunrise.
Am I late?
"No, I'm just early," Gustav said.
That's not the way this usually goes,
Ludlov said, with a wary frown, as he grabbed his weaponry and put on his belt.
Are you anxious to see the crown?
"Finding the crown means finding the treasure, Ludlov. Don't you see?" Ludlov smiled at the adventurous shopkeeper. For all his faults, he could only admire the man's spirit.
Do you really believe that, Gustav?
"Of course I do," came the answer firmly. "Do you have any doubts then?"
I am quite convinced that we're looking in the right place. That is, that Sintrasha or her followers did bury the treasure there,
Ludlov grunted.
However, I'm less convinced that it is still there, or still accessible. With the crown of Kulmaron submerged, we might not be able to get it. A heavy chest full of gold and diamonds so deep under the sea. I'm less than optimistic, I have to admit.
They ascended the steps to the deck. Ludlov saw that the sails were furled and the Theresia was slowly bobbing along in calm waters. At least the weather was on their side, he thought.
"Ah, there you are,"
came Chapelle's voice behind them.
"The captain wants to have breakfast with all of us,"
she said, and disappeared again below deck. Spirits were high at the breakfast table. Everyone was talking excitedly about the treasure. Even Captain Brökelhoff was in a decidedly more optimistic mood than the night before. Only the priestess was quiet and kept to herself. When Alvarado wanted to fill her plate, she held up her hand.
"At the start of our true peril, we will need all the help the goddess is willing to bestow upon us. Fasting will purify my prayers."
"Of course, blessed," Alvarado said politely, before sitting down next to Ludlov. Leaning close to him, he said,
I'm happy I chose to become a witch hunter and not a priest. The celibacy I can handle, if barely, but all that fasting would really be too much.
Tuomgard, who was sitting on the opposite side, answered with a sardonic grin. "You're not a witch hunter yet, Esclavian. It would surprise me if all of us made the trip back home. Don't assume you'll be among the fortunate ones." The initiate shrugged as he gobbled up a spoonful of broth.
I trust in the goddess, not in fortune,
he said.
"And she has already helped me, Ludlov and Gustav here to chase off this sea serpent. We'll see what comes next. Besides, if I do have to die, I'm certain the goddess will have a fitting death in mind. And from what I hear, for the honorable soul, the afterlife has more to offer than life on Hruda does."
Finding his threatening words had been without effect, Tuomgard's grin faded. "I need all of your eyes today," the captain told everyone at the table, coming out of a conversation with von Baumeister. "This may be a boring journey, because we don't know how far we have to travel. My men and I will see to it that we travel safely, but as the treasure hunters, you will need to be on the lookout for the crown of Kulmaron. Each of you will be given a spyglass. I made sure to buy them in Boneyard Bay. You may compensate my expense if and when you find the treasure. Stay focused at all times. At the slightest hint of anything that isn't water, we will steer the Theresia away and send you out in a rowboat to investigate. A few hours later, Ludlov was sitting in his usual spot on a crate on the deck, enjoying the warmth of the sun. He lowered the spyglass through which he had been peering for the past half hour. The day was bright and the sea still calm, but clouds were gathering on the horizon. So far, no one had seen anything out of the ordinary. Sighing, he sat back, putting the spyglass down next to him. He decided to take out his journal and write. It had been a while since he had last taken the time to do so. Flipping through the pages, he went over his early entries, when he had just joined the Witch Hunter Order. The writing had been terse, written in a sloppy, hasty hand. He smiled. It was clear his superiors had kept him too busy to mull over Maria's death. Reading some of his earlier writings again, he noticed how they contained little mention of his fellow initiates, or the other witch hunters aside from his teachers. He felt shame at that. He had been turned so inward that he had failed to engage with his peers. He raised his head and looked at Chapelle, Alvarado and Federhel on the other sides of the ship, realizing he had learned to care about other people again. Part of him was still aloof, still afraid of the cost of attachment, but he had taken his first steps out of his self-absorbed grief and was grateful for that. If they never found the treasure, the journey would at least have given him that. He looked at Alvarado, who was leaning over the opposite side of the ship, carefully watching the sea surface, eschewing the use of a spyglass. It looked like he was eating something. Then he noticed Chapelle on the quarterdeck behind the captain. She was kneeling and seemed to be cleaning the planks that had been nailed onto the wooden railing. The crew had put them there to reinforce and in places replace the railing where Chubalba had apparently bitten through or his acid had damaged it. As Chapelle's arm moved, he saw she just wiped away an excess drop of paint from a plank with a piece of cloth. Ludlov closed his journal, jumped off the crate, and made his way up the steps onto the quarterdeck, nodding a greeting at the captain in passing. As he approached, it became clear the young woman was actually painting a beautiful landscape on the planks. It was a field of flowers in front of a deep blue sea, with stars shining in the sky above it. The colors were absolutely stunning.
"You're just full of surprises, aren't you?"
he said to Chapelle. Turning from her work, she smiled modestly and said,
It calms my nerves.
Then there was a short silence, and she added,
I thought the captain would appreciate it if I helped him to brighten up the ship a bit after it got battered by that snake.
I do appreciate it, my dear, said the captain's voice from the steering wheel. He was still looking ahead. Chapelle's attention was focused on her painting once more, and Ludlov decided to leave her in her creative meditation. He turned and made his way down the steps again, walking towards Alvarado. He felt uneasy, and his mind was no longer set on writing. Alvarado gave Ludlov a playful salute and offered him an exotic piece of fruit, identical to the one he was still chewing on himself. It looked somewhat like a peach, but it was deep red on the outside and had soft yellow flesh on the inside.
No thank you,
Ludlov said, too nervous to eat all of a sudden. The two initiates watched the waves together in silence for a while. There was a certain peace in that, and Ludlov felt himself calming down again. His stomach began to rumble, and he regretted declining Alvarado's offer. The Esclavian must have heard it, because he wordlessly offered the fruit once more. Smiling, Ludlov accepted it gratefully and took a bite. The fruit was very sweet and tingled on his tongue. It had a strange aftertaste, unlike anything he had ever had before.
Strange but wonderful, isn't it?
Said Alvarado.
Yes, that's exactly what it is,
said Ludlov.
This is mithakara,
said Alvarado.
A very popular fruit in Esclavia, and healthy too. Very good for the skin. That's why mine is so smooth.
Ludlov chuckled.
Speaking of smooth skin, what is Chappelle doing up there?
Alvarado asked.
Haven't you taken a look? It's quite stunning,
Ludlov said.
I was watching the sea, as I was ordered, Ludlov.
Alvarado replied with a wink. He threw the stone at the heart of the fruit into the water and wiped his hands on each other.
Let's go take a look then,
he said, and made for the quarterdeck. Ludlov took a look around. Federhel and Tormgard were still looking ahead with their spyglasses. Figuring it was safe to take his eyes off the water for a bit, he followed Alvarado for another look at Chappelle's work. When he arrived on the quarterdeck, he immediately recognized the new addition she was painting. The elegant flower, with a yellow heart hidden between soft, silver-purple petals, had been rendered quite faithfully. It was undeniably Maria's favorite flower.
Maiden's night cloak.
Well noticed, Initiate,
Chappelle said, continuing her work without turning.
I didn't know you were a connoisseur of flowers.
I'm not,
Ludlov admitted.
I hadn't heard of that one. Can you eat it?
Alvarado asked.
No,
Ludlov said, still captivated by the beauty of the painting.
The taste is unbearably bitter, but the scent is what I imagine the light of the stars might smell like. If you ever come across one, you will understand.
Alvarado shrugged.
So it's inedible. That's probably why I hadn't heard of it.
You know, Alvarado, for a man of fine taste you sound as coarse as a Flatlander sometimes,
Chappelle said.
Where is Gustav anyway?
Ludlov wondered aloud.
Mr. Finsterdunkel offered to man the crow's nest,
said Captain Brökelhoff.
I gave him the opportunity. He's very committed to his task.
I do not doubt that,
Ludlov replied.
He has been extremely excited about the treasure hunt from the beginning. Why, I wonder?
Alvarado said.
Just what did Lord Adomir promise him if we find it?
He's only after a single trinket, he claims,
Chappelle said.
And he's convinced it's part of the treasure. He's not willing to divulge anything more than that.
Mr. Finsterdunkel is, and remains, a mystery,
Ludlov muttered. As the day crept by, the clouds on the horizon got closer. Rather than rising up or dissipating, they remained hovering over the sea until the Theresia slowly sailed straight into a thick broil of grey mist. It became impossible to look ahead with their spyglasses, as their visibility was limited to less than a dozen yards. At this point, the captain became very nervous, clasping the steering wheel tightly. It felt like the ship was just resting in the water now, but they could still hit the crown unexpectedly at any moment. Ludlov was beginning to fear they had actually passed the notorious rock formation by now.
You know, this whole endeavor might be for naught,
said the captain, echoing Ludlov's quiet concerns.
Perhaps the sea level has risen so much by this point that we've already sailed right over the crown.
If you are right, Captain, then indeed we might as well return home,
Chappelle admitted.
But it's too soon to tell.
Ludlov was sitting on his usual barrel again, looking at the others on deck. The crew was quietly going about their business, while the treasure hunters were all sitting around idly, looking nervous. He watched Alvarado beside him, once more in the middle of eating something. Apparently it was a piece of bread, some kind of garlic bread by the smell of it. All of a sudden, a white bird emerged out of the mist and soared down towards Alvarado's hand.
"Shoo! Away with you!"
cried the Esclavian, swatting the gull away. which responded with loud, angry cries, but then fluttered out of sight again.
"Winged pirates!"
Alvarado grumbled, as Ludlov looked at him in shock.
"Why are you looking at me like that?"
The initiate asked, still grumpy about the gull's attempt to steal his food.
Seagulls never stray this far from land, Alvarado,
Ludlov said meaningfully. Alvarado quickly swallowed the piece of bread still in his mouth and pointed back into the fog with wide eyes.
Do you mean that the crown is right here? Somewhere close at least.
The bird flew starboard, said the captain. I assume it went back to its nest, so there has to be land in that direction. We will steer port side to stay clear. You witch hunters should row a boat in the opposite direction.
"I fully agree, Captain,"
said von Baumeister, scanning the deck with his eyes.
"This is Mr. Finsterdunkel's chance to prove his worth,"
he proclaimed loudly.
"He will be taking the key with him."
"What? Into that creepy mist?"
Ludlov heard Gustav mutter close by. He wondered when the Flatlander had come down from the crow's nest.
"Chapelle should also go, since she has already offered to be our diver," von Baumeister continued. "Actually, our 3 initiates are required to join. Ludlov and the Esclavian may do the actual rowing."
Ludlov sat in the middle of the boat next to Alvarado, facing the aft and rowing away from the Theresia. He turned around momentarily to cast a glance at Chapelle in the front of the boat, silhouetted by the light coming from a lion's head, carrying a lantern in its mouth that was artfully constructed on the inside of the prow. Ludlov turned back and continued his rowing. The lantern's glass had a green color, causing the light to land as a sickly glare on the figure of Gustav, who sat in the back of the boat facing them, holding the statuette closely. The lantern did little to penetrate the fog, however, which hovered silently on all sides, thick as the murky waters of the Grand Marshes, from what Ludlov had heard. It was like the grey shroud was a living entity, bent on hiding the crown from all who would come to seek it out. Ludlov and Alvarado could no longer see the Theresia at all.
Listen,
Chapelle hissed behind Ludlov's back. He and Alvarado stopped rowing and waited. Everyone was quiet for a bit. The water lapping against the hull of the rowboat, the only sound. Then, the cry of a gull broke the silence.
it's not far.
Chapelle said.
Turn left just a bit, and then row onward.
The 2 initiates obeyed, and the little boat changed direction. The gull's cry was joined by another, and soon the sound of the seabirds became a clear guide ahead. So they continued, slowly making their way across the water until it felt like the Theresia was nothing but a distant memory, and the whole world had shrunk down to the size of their modest vessel. Suddenly, the boat rocked as Gustav veered upright, appearing ghostly in the light of the lantern.
"There!"
he cried out.
"The crown of Kulmaron!"
Neither Ludlov nor Alvarado could resist the temptation to turn and look. It emerged out of the waters like the towers of an ancient castle, hidden deep in a forest. 3 of the 5 enormous peaks were clearly visible, towering out of the water like massive clawed fingers. Gulls were flying to and fro, letting out their melancholy cries into the mist.
It hasn't sunken beneath the waves at all. It has risen above them.
Chapelle said in awe.
"How is that possible?"
Alvarado said with a grunt of exertion while rowing.
"Has the sea level gone down again?"
I don't know.
Chapelle admitted.
Perhaps we are in luck. Or perhaps the tales of it sinking beneath the waves were simply exaggerated.
the rowboat entered the circle of 5 stones.
Here we are in the city of 5 peaks,
Gustav joked uncomfortably.
2 more and we're back home.
No one laughed.
The bottom of the ground is still below the surface, so I will still have to dive,
Chapelle said, looking at the water apprehensively.
Are you sure I shouldn't do the honors? Federhel offered. After all, I'm expendable.
No one here is more expendable than anyone else, Federhel.
Chapelle countered.
You are brave, but inexperienced. Besides, I used to dive for oyster pearls back in Rendez-vous. I have done this sort of thing before.
Undoubtedly, your big blue eyes helped you see underwater as well, Alvarado said in a half-jest. Ludlov was quiet, but he knew this was a very different situation compared to a carefree dive into clear waters on a sunny day. There was no telling how deep the bottom of the crown was, and the mist probably made it dark below the surface. Chapelle had entered the boat barefoot, without her hat, weapons, or leather vest. Wearing only her buttoned shirt and dark breeches for modesty's sake, she was ready to jump into the water right away. She stood up and held out her hand to Gustav, who handed over the statuette very slowly.
It's heavier than I thought,
Chapelle said. As they had agreed, she took a long piece of rope that lay coiled in the boat and began to tie it to her waist, with the statuette tucked in snugly. She handed over the rope to Ludlov.
You hold this. If anything suspicious seems to be happening, just pull me back up.
Ludlov nodded and cast a worried glance in Alvarado's direction.
That key hasn't left me since I bought it, Chapelle. Please bring it back,
Gustav pleaded in a surprisingly vulnerable tone.
Without it, I fear that von Baumeister will feed me to the sharks.
Don't worry. If I survive, so will the key,
she said.
That's what I mean. Please don't die. Oh, and one more thing.
The pudgy shopkeeper stuck his hand into one of his pockets and began searching for something awkwardly.
Ah yes, here it is.
He pulled out a glass sphere, similar to the ammunition for the strange crossbow Ludlov had used against Tubalba, but smaller. There was a swirling green mist inside.
I've no idea how this works, and it's probably some sort of magic, but it may help you.
Chapelle frowned suspiciously.
Magic? I'd rather not, thank you.
Wait, Ludlov said. What does it do? Gustav shrugged.
It casts light if you tap it hard enough. It might be enough to see the keyhole by. That would actually be very helpful,
Federhel admitted reluctantly.
Do your witch hunter rules say you cannot use magical items?
Gustav asked.
No, actually, Federhel replied. The Codex says it's allowed under specific conditions. Would those conditions apply now?
Gustav asked. Chapelle sighed.
They would,
she said, accepting the small orb, looking at it with more fear than she had exhibited at the prospect of diving for the key.
Just tap it very hard when you think you are near the bottom, Gustav said. It will give you light for, well, long enough to insert the key and turn it, I think. I hope.
Maiden be with you, Chapelle,
Ludlov said.
Maiden be with you,
Alvarado and Federhel repeated.
Thank you, initiates. But don't be afraid. As far as I know, there are no sharks in these waters,
Chapelle said in a failed attempt at levity. Then she took a deep breath, stretched out her arms in front of her, and with a graceful swoop, she jumped into the water. She disappeared into the depths quickly, and soon the rope began to follow with a powerful tug, then quiet, followed by another tug, continuing in a slow rhythm. Ludlov held the rope in his hands, letting the coarse material slide through. With each tug, he felt his friend's descent into the darkness below. As the seconds passed, the tugs came more slowly, until the rope stopped moving altogether.
She's at the bottom, I think,
Federhel whispered. Ludlov began to worry. How long could this woman hold her breath? She didn't exactly look like she had very large lungs. Suddenly, the rope jerked into motion, like the sudden attack of a snake. Ludlov grabbed it tightly, but the pull became even stronger, causing the boat to rock. Alvarado stood up and helped Ludlov pull at the rope with all his might. The two men exerted all their strength until suddenly, whatever weight was at the other end came loose and they almost toppled over each other. "What happened?" Federhel asked, wide-eyed. No one responded. Ludlov began frantically hauling up the rope. He could still feel a small weight at the end of it. Everyone waited in silent tension until Ludlov would reach the end of the rope. Ludlov's heart sank below the waves, when out of the water came nothing but the statuette of Sintrasha, tied to the rope in a firm knot. "The key!" Gustav said in relief. "But what about—" "There!" Alvarado hissed, pointing at a movement in the water a few paces ahead, accompanied by a soft green light. It was the glass sphere that rose to the surface and then lay bobbing on the gentle waves as the light slowly faded. Then the water moved a little further on. There was a strange bubbling foam, followed by something rising to the surface and then floating on top of the water, just like the glass sphere had done. This time, it was a flat and brown object. "What is that?" Alvarado asked. Ludlov gave it little attention. "It looks like just a piece of driftwood. The real question is, where is Chapelle? She couldn't possibly still be breathing underwater." They all stood staring at the impenetrable water, their hopes crushed. Ludlov felt a sickening sensation as he began to realize what had happened. Somehow, Chapelle had known she wouldn't make it back to the surface and had tied the statuette back to the knot so at least her companions would still have the key. She had made one final sacrifice before whatever lurked in these depths had taken her. She... Federhel stammered, unable to get the impossible words across his lips.
"Don't just stand there, you idiots!"
A voice came from behind them. They all turned around. Ludlov's heart skipped a beat when he saw Chapelle swimming towards them. Her wet, darkened hair stuck to her face, and she had a frantic expression as she swam as fast as she could towards the rowboat. "You're alive!" Federhel cried out.
"The woods! Get the woods!" she yelled.
Ludlov turned around again, looking for the piece of driftwood they had seen earlier. It was out of sight.
"Where is the woods?"
Chapelle cried out again, as she grabbed hold of the rowboat. "It came out of the water over there," Alvarado replied. "But why do you think—"
"Get it!"
Ludlov pulled off his boots as fast as he could. He wondered why he had even been wearing them. Then he jumped into the water. It was cold at first, but he quickly got used to it, especially when his body warmed up from the exertion of swimming to the center between the 5 peaks of the crown. Once there, he could see nothing but the stone peaks and the rowboat. He turned, watching Alvarado and Federhel rowing towards him, Chapelle in the back with Gustav.
The waves are moving that way!
Federhel yelled, pointing to Ludlov's left.
It must have drifted over there!
Ludlov understood and immediately began swimming as fast as he could in the appointed direction. In his haste, he had failed to take off his leather jerkin, and he could feel his clothes weighing him down as he swam. It felt like wading through a thick swamp. After crawling some distance through the water, he took the time to look ahead again, but he only saw little waves lapping up to the grey peaks. Then his eye caught a glimpse of something small and brown, swaying nervously against one of the rocks. "There!" he cried out, and swam towards the rock formation with the most powerful strokes he could manage. His arms and legs ached and his lungs felt like they were on fire when he arrived at the peak. The movement of the water had pulled the piece of wood loose, and it now lay on the surface, floating out into the open sea ahead.
Oh, no, you won't,
Ludlov grunted, before taking a deep breath and continuing his frantic swim. If he hadn't been wearing so many clothes, he could have easily caught it, he realized, cursing himself for his lack of forethought. The piece of wood was close now, just out of his reach. With a final, agonizing effort, he made his way towards it in a movement that could barely be called swimming anymore. He found himself submerged and swallowing a mouthful of cold, salty water. Rising to the surface, he coughed and spluttered about until his hand by chance grabbed hold of the piece of wood. He held onto it as if his life depended on it. Not bothering to even look at the thing, or wondering why it was important, he held it up.
I've got it!
The rowboat emerged out of the mist, and Ludlov saw Chapelle's excited expression. To his relief, his companions hadn't noticed his less than heroic display of swimming. Alvarado stretched out his hand to him. Ludlov clasped it gratefully and was hauled on board. The Castaway.
What is this?
Asked Captain Brökelhoff, as Ludlov presented the piece of wood. They were sitting around the table in the captain's quarter, Ludlov and Chapelle still wrapped in blankets. The object looked like a plaque, but the wood was very old and rough. The drawing carved into it was still clearly visible, however.
Where's the treasure?
Tormgard barked.
Well, clearly this is not it,
Chapelle said in an irritated tone.
Then what is this? A clue, I hope,
Master von Baumeister said.
Yes, if this is the actual treasure, I think we've got reason to be disappointed, Federhel commented dryly.
It's the claw of some kind of beast,
Tormgard said, pointing at the carving. Gustav snorted.
You're not the sharpest blade in the witch hunter arsenal, are you, Tormgard?
He said, ignoring the man's venomous look.
This is the archipelago of Garadoso,
Captain Brökelhoff said calmly.
It lies to the east of Esclavia.
And this is truly all that you found when you used the key?
Von Baumeister asked Chapelle, who sat up straight to regale her story.
I dived to the bottom of Kulmaron's crown and found the lock. Just a small, star-shaped hole in a metal trapdoor, really. I almost missed it, since it was covered with seaweed and mollusks. I tied the statuette to the rope so I wouldn't lose it, then turned it. It felt like something clicked, but I couldn't open it, so I pulled at the rope to warn Ludlov. Then I think he pulled very hard because the statuette came loose from the trapdoor. At that point, I thought it was all over. But somehow the trapdoor had opened as well, and I could see that there was nothing inside except this piece of wood, which floated straight up. I tried to catch it, but I could only barely touch it and ended up only pushing it away. I saw it rise up away from me. At that point, I had to swim up myself because I was almost drowning. I reached the surface near one of the peaks.
In short, this is all you found,
Tormgard said darkly.
Just another clue, then. It's better than nothing,
Captain Brökelhoff said.
I can sail to Garadoso with you. It may take some time, so we will need to restock when we reach the southernmost point of Esclavia, but I know how to get there.
No civilized men have set foot on those islands in 1,000 years,
Alvarado said gloomily.
Details about them are terrifying.
Well, what did you expect? That the treasure would just be buried in Boneyard Bay itself?
Chapelle said.
Well, I did think finding it would have been easier,
Alvarado muttered with a shrug.
It's like Gustav pointed out before,
Ludlov said.
If it were buried there, the treasure would have been taken long ago. But I'm still wondering about Garadoso,
he continued, reaching for the wooden carving.
If this depiction is accurate,
then it consists of one big island and 3 smaller ones, making it look like a huge paw print in the sea.
That is correct, said Captain Brökelhoff. You will find it like that on any map of that region.
Remarkable,
Ludlov said.
But which of the islands should we visit?
Well, I've read quite a bit about the ancient Garadosians, said Federhel.
Of course you have,
Tormgard interjected, rolling his eyes.
They were a central part of the Matpetanian civilization. Apparently, they used to have a sacred temple in the middle of the main island.
Why do you think that's our location?
Chappelle asked.
Because it was dedicated to the sea god, Kulmaron, Federhel replied. He was worshipped by the Matpetanians.
We did find a map in the crown of Kulmaron, of course. That in itself may be a clue,
Chappelle mused.
And there is more. According to the writings of an Orba Classican scholar named Amia Ostinia, the temple itself was near a hill, entirely covered by the flowers we now call strandkrone. But if I remember well, I actually think the Matpetanians refer to them as crowns of Kulmaron.
It's the only clue we have for now,
Ludlov said.
What do you say, Master?
He asked von Baumeister.
I am aware of the writings of Amia Ostinia, he said. Much of her work seems to be steeped in exaggerated mythological language. For instance, she also tells of a great monster guarding the island, judging the hearts of those who sail there. But Kulmaron was definitely an actual Matpetanian deity. That is well attested. If there is indeed a temple dedicated to this same god on the main island of Garadoso, it may be a clear indication of our destination.
So I assume that means we will sail there, Captain Brokelhoff said.
Yes,
von Baumeister replied.
Although I'm quite surprised you are so eager, Captain. Your service will be required much longer than we initially thought, and there is no guarantee we will be able to pay you more for it. Although we will if we find the treasure, of course.
Captain Brokelhoff smiled at the prospect. All the more reason for me to help you witch hunters find it, he said. But in truth, I'm mostly eager to leave this place. The Theresia set sail towards the southeast, slowly making her way back towards the peninsula of Isclavia. As their journey continued, the weather began to turn. The wind picked up, speeding them along, but the sea became more restless as well. Ludlov began to appreciate the hammock in his cabin even more. When the whole ship heaved and swayed about him, hanging suspended in a net provided some sense of stability. The captain had ordered Berend, the cook, to be more sparing with his ingredients, and so their meals had become much more modest than before, although Alvarado made sure to encourage him from time to time to try some of the herbs that he had bought in Boneyard Bay. And of course, the Goldorian wine still helped to keep the conversation lively in the captain's quarters, especially whenever Gustav was involved. Federhel tended to keep to himself, and had his nose buried in books even more than before, devouring everything he could find on Garadoso. Alvarado had become unusually quiet as well. Wondering what was on his mind, Ludlov had approached him one evening.
You know, what this scholar wrote is no mere myth, he had said. The monster that judges hearts is real. Everyone in Isclavia knows that. They also know that no one ever returns from Garadoso. Well, if no one ever returns, then where do the stories come from?
Ludlov had replied. The sky was bright, but the sun was hidden behind the tattered rags of white clouds when they arrived in the southernmost port of Podia. It immediately looked more civilized than Boneyard Bay, but beyond the harbor it was rather small. The buildings were white and thick-walled, with wide turrets covered with red shingles. Tall, thin palm trees stuck out between them. They fascinated Ludlov, for they looked unlike anything that grew in his home country. He also found himself marveling at some large, colorful birds that he had never seen before, with curved beaks and long tails. Alvarado paid a boy with a monkey on his shoulder to lead the group through the town and show them where the best traders could be found. In the streets, they saw people from every part of the known world, many of them from the southern continent. there were turban-wearing men carrying scimitars, and tall, mysterious black-skinned women who wore rows of rings around their exceedingly long necks. All manner of languages were spoken at the market stalls, including some that sounded different from anything Ludlov had ever heard before. Their stay in Portia was brief. Once they had restocked their food supply, the captain decided to make use of the good wind while they still could, and they quickly left again. The Theresia sailed east and then north once she had passed the southernmost bend around Disclavia. The wind calmed down again once they were on the east side of the peninsula, and their journey slowed down somewhat. One night, Ludlov was alone in his usual spot on the barrel on the deck, enjoying a blood-red sunset, when he decided to stretch his legs and walk around a bit. As usual, Gustav, Federhel and Alvarado were playing cards, while crew members went about their business around them. The other companions of the treasure hunt seemed to have retired below deck. Ludlov made his way to the poop deck, leaning on the railing, looking at the widening trail the ship made in the water behind them. He had never expected it, but the journey really had helped him with his grief. He almost felt guilty about the relief and even joy he had felt at times, as if he was only allowed to feel pain and despair anymore after Maria's death. But then he thought of the return home, with or without the treasure, and the empty living quarters that awaited him there, and he knew he would be grieving for years to come. Would he ever truly be free of the pain? Did he really want that? As he was mulling over these questions, his eye suddenly fell on a familiar sight on the waves. A ship that looked like it had black sails. Perhaps it only seemed that way in the dim light, but if the sails were indeed black, it was almost certainly the same vessel they had encountered before. It was closer now, and he could make out its shape without the help of a spyglass. His suspicion only grew as it was picking up speed, closing the distance towards the Theresia with the wind in its sails. He looked around at the sailors on deck. Some of them noticed it as well and pointed.
"Ain't that the ship you saw earlier, Mr. Ludlov?"
asked one of the men.
It is, Ludlov replied. I'm almost certain.
"I'll inform the captain then."
Good.
The sailor left and Ludlov remained standing at the rail, keeping his eye fixed on the vessel. The sun had set completely, leaving only a tepid glow in the sky when Chapelle arrived.
I was sent here to watch the black ship with you,
she said, then turned to Ludlov, eyeing him warily.
Don't you have a spyglass?
I do,
he said.
I find them useless. I prefer just watching.
Chapelle shrugged and took out her own spyglass.
You are a strange man, Ludlov of Seven Peaks,
she said, as she peered out over the sea.
Ah, there it is. Oh, that is close.
She lowered the spyglass. The ship was much closer behind them now.
Yes, I'm sure it is the same ship that followed us from Loinvu.
More than a little strange, isn't it?
Ludlov suggested.
Well, they're changing direction,
Chapelle said.
What do you mean?
Ludlov asked, confused. The ship had clearly been gaining on them the whole time.
I thought you didn't need a spyglass, Ludlov. Look for yourself.
Embarrassed, Ludlov returned his gaze to the ship. It was harder now that the sky had grown much darker, but he could still make it out nevertheless. Chapelle was right. The frigate was turning west, returning to the coast of Isclavia.
That's strange,
Ludlov said.
It wasn't flying the pirate flag,
Chapelle said.
So I never thought they were planning to board us.
Are pirates always so polite as to announce their visits?
Polite, no, but proud and cruel, said Captain Brokelhoff from behind Ludlov's back. He turned to see the lion crester approaching. They love to let their victims simmer in fear a bit before they attack. Most of the time they can avoid meeting any resistance like that. A lot of pirates are cowards and would prefer not to fight. He smiled. In the case of the Theresia, we have nothing to fear from most sea robbers. A galleon like this, armed with broadside cannons, they wouldn't dare approach us. Ludlov frowned.
In that case, Captain, I think these may have been pirates.
The captain shrugged. Perhaps. But then they obviously changed their minds and gave up. Ludlov couldn't argue with that. As he watched the ship sail away towards the last remaining light on the horizon, Chapelle laid her hand on his shoulder.
It is good to be vigilant, Ludlov. You did well.
I hope so,
was all he could say. Ludlov remained on deck throughout the night, still wary about the ship. Their turn could have just been a strategic maneuver, a ruse. For all he knew, they were planning to return for a surprise attack in the dead of night. Pirates never do that, the crew members had told him over and over again. But Ludlov believed there was a first time for everything. He knew there was someone in the crow's nest, but he couldn't sleep anyway. And as Chapelle had said, it was good to be vigilant. The stars and the moon were shining brightly far above, mirrored in the calm waters of the sea, when Ludlov was still sitting on his barrel, watching the horizon. Once again, Chapelle approached him, bearing a lantern this time. The warm, flickering light reflected on her golden hair, making it look like living fire.
You are one obstinate man, Initiate,
she said, as she set the lantern down on the barrel next to him.
Some would call it paranoia, he admitted. Perhaps it is,
he added, feeling self-conscious.
Did they send you to keep an eye on me again?
Chapelle shook her head.
No, I came of my own accord.
Ludlov was silent, but he appreciated her visit.
I want to thank you, Ludlov,
Chapelle said unexpectedly.
Thank me? For what?
She hesitated and looked a bit embarrassed.
It was only because of you that I returned to the Theresia after Rendez-vous,
she said quietly, even though there was no one around to listen in on the conversation.
I was really thinking about quitting and returning to my past to set some things right. It seems in some ways I'm still an initiate myself, and I still need to be tested at times.
I think that is true for all of us, even Master von Baumeister.
She gave him a knowing smile.
In any case, Witch Hunter, I believe you passed the test, if I may say so as an initiate,
Ludlov said.
For now I did,
Chapelle said.
But I still feel the pull of Boduwag Forest. It calls to me, Ludlov. I've never experienced anything like it. It's not merely the desire for justice or revenge. It's destiny.
She spoke quietly, her eyes taking on a faraway, dreamlike quality. Then she returned to the present.
One day I will go back,
she said finally. Ludlov and Chapelle talked for another hour before deciding that rest was needed and retiring each to their own cabin. Ludlov's rest was short, however, as he was shaken out of his sleep at the crack of dawn by a loud cry from the deck.
Man overboard!
He had slept in his clothes, so he could simply rush outside to see what was happening. As he arrived on deck, he saw Alvarado jumping overboard with a loud splash. Ludlov hastened to the starboard side, where he could see the young Esclavian swimming towards a piece of driftwood a ship's length away. There was someone lying on top of it, who was moving very slowly. From this distance it was hard to tell, but it seemed to be a man with long reddish-brown hair. Alvarado heaved the castaway onto his shoulder, leaving the piece of wreckage behind. The man seemed very weak, but managed to hold on to his rescuer, if only barely. Alvarado's return swim was slower, But eventually he arrived, and the two of them were brought back on board. By this time, all of the companions had arrived on deck and were watching the rescue. Everyone made way for Alvarado when he laid down the unconscious man on deck. Up close, Ludlov could see his face was burned red by the sun, and his lips were scabbed and parched. He looked like he had been floating on that piece of driftwood for days.
Is he conscious?
Von Baumeister asked.
He was when I arrived, because he listened when I told him to grab me, but along the way he may have slipped into a faint.
Alvarado looked concerned and anxious, as if the man's survival had become his responsibility now.
You were brave to do that,
Ludlov said reassuringly.
Thank you, amigo.
Allow me to take a look at him,
said Blessed Zelenheim, making her way through the gathering. She knelt down at the man's side and put her hand on his forehead. There was silence.
I don't think that man's an Esclavian,
Tormgard said.
He's Flatlandish. I'm certain of it. You can just tell,
declared the captain.
Excuse me, Captain. I'd like to know how,
Gustav said with a frown. Captain Brökelhoff shrugged. Something about the jawline, the teeth, the forehead. I don't know. I just know a Flatlander when I see one.
Yes, well, the smell of beer, sweat and cabbages is usually enough to betray the presence of a lion crester,
Gustav grumbled.
This man needs rest,
Blessed Zelenheim said, looking up at them all.
Do we have some place we can put him?
Ever since Tubalbar, there have been a few empty hammocks in the hold. He can sleep there, the captain answered, with a touch of melancholy in his voice.
May I remind you all that we're on a secret mission for the Witch Hunter Order,
said Tormgard.
Do we really need a stranger on board?
Everyone was quiet, but then the priestess spoke up.
Do we need him? No, we don't, Witch Hunter, but he needs us.
I understand that, Blessed, but I think our priority is the mission. We know nothing about this man, and our quest is secret,
Tormgard continued to protest. Alvarado was unable to hide his anger at those words.
I could not just let him drown, could I?
He said harshly.
No, you could not,
said Master von Baumeister, who had been remarkably quiet in the conversation so far.
We are witch hunters, men and women of the goddess. We do not abandon the needy.
Ludlov was shocked at the master's magnanimity, but he did appreciate it.
However,
von Baumeister continued,
Tormgard is right. We are on a secret mission, and the stranger will need to be watched and guarded very closely.
I will take responsibility for him,
Alvarado said.
After all, I was the one...
No, I will,
Gustav interrupted him.
If the captain is right, he's my countryman. I will take care of him and keep an eye out as well. See to it that he doesn't do anything wrong and all that.
At first, Ludlov was shocked by Gustav's noble offer, but then he saw the Flatlander's anxious expression and realized he was trying to secure his own position aboard the Theresia. Now that the key had been used, von Baumeister might be looking for an excuse to get rid of Gustav. This would make him useful enough to last at least a bit longer.
If he does cause trouble, let it be on my head,
Gustav concluded.
If you wish, if you please, Master von Baumeister, sir.
Von Baumeister gave him an appraising look.
Very well. The Castaway will be your responsibility, shopkeeper,
he concluded.
Make sure he's comfortable, but he doesn't overhear our conversations.
Ludlov was in his cabin, drawing mindlessly in his sketchbook. The afternoon had become too hot to stay on deck for his taste, so he preferred to spend his time here. He found he couldn't really enjoy the solitude, as his thoughts dwelt on the mysterious stranger they had picked up. Whoever he was, it looked like he was the last survivor of some kind of attack, and that troubled Ludlov. With the black ship only just out of the picture, it seemed there were more dangers out here in the southern sea. If the man survived, they might learn what had happened, but Blessed Zelenheim had shared nothing about his physical state. At least he didn't look wounded, just parched, half-starved and ravaged by the sun. When the bell rang for supper, Ludlov was surprised to see an additional guest at the captain's table. The stranger was sitting at the corner, between Gustav and Federhel. He was wearing clean clothes, and he was already enjoying his food. Ludlov gave the man a curt nod in greeting. Once everyone had arrived at the table and given up a prayer of thanks to the goddess, Captain Brökelhoff addressed them all, while Berend was distributing bowls of stew. "As you can see, our guest has remained consciousness and is quickly recovering," the captain began.
"I believe this is his third helping,"
Alvarado whispered to Ludlov as the newcomer plunged his spoon into his bowl. "It turns out his name is Art, and he was a lone sailor on these waters until tragedy befell him. Art, if you feel well enough, perhaps you could tell us more?" Art looked up, his scraggly beard dripping with stew.
Nou, fijn jullie hier allemaal te mogen ontmoeten. Bedankt dat jullie me lekker gered hebben. Vooral die jonge kerel met zijn zwarte hardels daar,
he said in a surprisingly deep voice. Ludlov had no idea what he had just said, but it sounded like a coarse dialect of Flatlandish.
"He's happy to meet us and thanks Alvarado for rescuing him,"
Gustav translated.
I can speak, Tolkien.
Ard laughed.
I just wanted to see if my fellow Flatlander would translate me honestly.
He patted Gustav on the back.
"Good job, friend,"
he said jovially, provoking a crooked smile from his countryman.
Where do you hail from, Ad?
Chapelle asked politely.
Middendam,
he said.
Born and raised. Started out as a fisherman, then became more of an adventurer, and eventually ended up a Castaway, looks like.
What happened? Ludlov asked. Pirates?
No. That would have actually made for a much better story to tell, I have to admit.
Ard shrugged.
My sailboat just broke.
Your sailboat? Repeated the captain incredulously. That sounds rather small for the open sea.
I couldn't afford anything bigger on my own,
Ard said.
And I wanted to sail to Marnossa.
From where? Asked Tuamgard.
The Gate of Lineal,
Ard said, taking another spoonful of stew.
Well, to be more precise, I started from Bukovia,
he corrected with his mouth full.
Did you travel down the river?
Asked Tuamgard.
Of course I did,
Ard replied, after swallowing his food. That's an ambitious journey, Federhel said, his tone somewhere between skepticism and genuine admiration. Why did you do it? Ard shrugged again. It seemed to be a typical gesture of his.
Love. What wouldn't we do for it, eh?
Could you elaborate? Federhel asked.
Gladly,
Ard said with a glint in his eye.
Shall I tell you of Ismelda, the loveliest maiden in the world?
Just the gist of it will do, Federhel said carefully.
Very well, you cold-blooded Evanindalian. I promised Ismelda a treasure no one else could give her. And then I thought of the blue pearls that can be caught along the coast of Marnossa.
And so you travelled all the way from Bukolia on a little sailboat?
Chapelle asked, the awe in her voice unmistakable.
Well, for the right woman, the right man will do whatever it takes, Ard said with a smile. Even go on a journey no one has ever even tried before.
No one's done it because it's impossible, Tuamgard grunted.
Besides, Marnossa is still quite a way north from here.
If your story is true, you sailed way too far south, Flatlander.
You can say that again,
Ard said.
By the time I passed by Garadoso, I realized something was wrong.
You have seen Garadoso? The captain asked, intrigued.
Not up close. Too dangerous. But yes.
Why is it too dangerous to get close? Ludlov asked.
The rocks,
Ard said, in a tone that indicated he thought that was obvious.
Those islands are surrounded by sharp outcroppings of volcanic stone. Very dangerous, even for a little sailboat when the sea is restless, as it was at the time. So I headed west, hoping to reach the coast of Isclavia. But something must have gone wrong because suddenly my boat started making water. No matter what I did, I couldn't stop it from sinking. So I just broke loose some wood from the deck to make a raft. I clung onto it for dear life as I watched my boat sink. And there I was, all alone on my little raft in the big blue sea.
He stared gloomily into his cup for a bit, until Captain Brökelhoff refilled it for him and his mood lit up again.
I stayed on that raft for days, nights. Goddess knows how long, actually,
he said, looking as if he had just only now realized how close to death he might have come.
I think I got sunstroke, or maybe I passed out from hunger, but I don't remember much of that, nor do I want to. And then you came along and fished me out of the water. Thanks again for that.
He raised his cup and drank some wine.
Ah, you remind me of a young me,
Gustav said, smiling proudly at Ard, as if the castaway were his son.
Oh, Sancta Agnes be praised. Another boastful Flatlander aboard,
Tormgard muttered.
What an adventure this has turned out to be,
Ard said happily.
And here I am in a ship full of witch hunters. I always thought you were an amazing order. I love those hats you wear, and the uniforms, especially on the lady witch hunters,
he added with a wink in Chappelle's direction.
What's the story behind this journey, anyway? You're a long way off from Seven Peaks, and there are no witches in this area, as far as I've heard.
Our business is our own, von Baumeister declared categorically. You may stay on board if you pull your weight as one of the crew, but you do not get involved in our endeavor unless I give you a specific command. Is that clear? Ard's expression had gradually turned from cheerfully curious to timid and dejected while the witch hunter master had been speaking.
Perfectly, sir,
Ard said softly, then exchanged a mock-fearful expression with Gustav.
But if I may ask, where are we going?
Eventually, we will drop you off in a civilized location, don't worry, von Baumeister said. But before that, our group is headed for Garadoso.
Garadoso?
Ard repeated.
So that's why you were so interested in my trip. But that place is cursed, let me tell you. I wouldn't set foot on land there.
Good, von Baumeister replied, because you will be staying on board the ship. Prove your worth. Fulfill your duties as a sailor.
I can do that, sir,
Ard said.
We lost some men in an encounter with the sea serpent,
Captain Brokelhoff clarified.
We could use the help.
Gladly.
Good, said von Baumeister. Mr. Finsterdunkel next to you has offered to take responsibility for you. Your behavior will reflect on him. One wrong move, and we'll put you both on a desert island with nothing but the clothes on your backs.
Is he always like that?
Ard asked Gustav, who shrugged.
Most of the time.
By sunset, Ludlov was standing at the railing, but he wasn't watching the spectacular display of light and color at the horizon. His eye was on the two Flatlanders, walking around the deck. Gustav pointing and explaining things, Ard following and asking questions. Alvarado approached him and smiled.
One loud-mouthed Flatlander was trouble enough. Now we've got two.
Actually, it does trouble me a bit, Ludlov said. What do we really know about Ard? Can we trust his story?
I think if he had made something up, it would have been a little bit more heroic on his part,
Alvarado said.
I suppose that's true,
Ludlov said, not entirely convinced.
Still, I would be cautious around him. Our mission is secret, after all.
Upon seeing Alvarado's concerned frown, Ludlov held up his hand.
Of course, I'm happy you saved his life, and I commend you for it. I suppose I'm just a bit wary of strangers in our current situation.
No offense, Ludlov, but I think you have always been wary of strangers before as well.
Ludlov just gazed at his boots in silence, as if he felt caught somehow.
Perhaps his coming to us was a divine gift, Ludlov. We lost men, and now the goddess has provided us with some extra helping hands.
The two Flatlanders walked up to them. Ard was carrying a bottle of wine.
What is that?
Alvarado asked.
A welcoming gift from the captain,
Ard said.
I was just about to ask you men to share a glass with me and Gus here.
Don't call him that,
Ludlov said.
He's sensitive to it.
Really?
Ard asked, turning to Gustav.
Why?
The shopkeeper shrugged.
I just don't like it. My name is Gustav Finsterdunkel, not Gus.
You know, it makes me wonder,
Ard said, then looked at the bottle of wine.
Forget about glasses,
he muttered, and then pulled the cork from the bottle with a loud plop. To set the example, He took a good swig from the bottle before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand.
Rendez-vous, he said. Not bad. Not bad.
Then he passed the bottle on to Gustav and leaned comfortably against the railing with his back between Ludlov and Alvarado. What do you mean it makes you wonder? Gustav asked Ad before he put his mouth to the bottle. Ad shrugged.
You're from Flatland, but your name is Totik. Why is that?
Gustav drank, smacked his lips and passed on the bottle to Alvarado.
It's just the name I chose when I settled in Seven Peaks. I wanted it to sound like I belonged there.
Why Finsterdunkel? It's a bit strange, isn't it?
Ludlov remarked. Gustav grinned.
I wanted it to sound intimidating too.
Ludlov thought it rather ridiculous, but he kept his opinion to himself. Apparently Gustav was quite touchy when it came to his name. He accepted the bottle from Alvarado and had a gulp. It felt wrong to treat fine wine like this, but he did enjoy the taste of it.
So, this journey to Caradoso,
Ad began.
It is secret,
Alvarado said.
Oh, I already know you're hunting the treasure of Boneyard Bay,
Ad said with a dismissive wave. Ludlov sighed in exasperation.
Let me guess. Gustav told you?
Of course he did. Flatlanders tell each other everything. I actually think it's exciting.
The money is not for us, Alvarado said.
It's for Seven Peaks.
Ad shrugged.
It doesn't matter to me. It's the adventure that excites me, not the treasure. I grew up rich. Money bores me.
He had another swig from the bottle after Gustav handed it over to him.
The truth is, he continued, I spent the last 8 months of my life without a coin in my pocket, and I've never been happier. I've been working for food and shelter, living from day to day, like I will be doing here. It's simple, it's honest, it's good enough for me.
He smiled and passed on the bottle to Alvarado. There was a pleasant silence. For a moment, Ludlov had the feeling he was just on a boat trip with some friends, not on a perilous journey to find a legendary treasure. He noticed the two crew members, Piet and Nele, clearly having a break, watching the sunset together. In that moment, he truly enjoyed his newfound sailor life. It seemed straightforward. He almost felt envious of Ad. To be free as a bird, living from day to day, unburdened by goals and objectives, going where the wind blew you, meeting people everywhere, depending on their kindness. It seemed like a peaceful life compared to his complicated existence of justice and vengeance. Maybe that was why he felt a strange dislike towards the man. Of course, he realized he shouldn't. The man hadn't done anything to deserve that. As he was mulling over his feelings, Ludlov noticed that Ad had been looking in his direction, as if he was trying to determine what he was thinking. He decided to give the newcomer a friendly nod of acceptance. The Guardian. Ludlov emerged out of the hold. As he ascended the steps towards the deck, he became aware of the screams. He began to run, but his legs moved as if he were wading through a swamp. When at last he arrived on deck, he saw flames all around, towering high above him. Screaming men were jumping off board, some of whom were burning alive. The heat was unbearable, but Ludlov just stood there, too shocked and overwhelmed to do anything. Then Alvarado came running towards him.
Ludlov! You have to do something!
I don't know what,
Ludlov said.
Do something!
Alvarado caught flame and burned to ashes in an instant. Ludlov wanted to help him, but still he stood frozen, watching the ashes blow away in a gust of hot wind. Behind the swirling torrent of grey, he saw Maria. She was barely visible behind the smoke and the heat shimmer, but she saw him. Her golden hair was loose, spilling freely over a black dress that looked like a morning gown. She turned to him, a tear running down her cheek. There was pity in her eyes, and something more devastating as well. Disappointment. Ludlov tried to scream, but while he felt the air moving through his throat and his mouth, no sound emerged. He turned away from his wife in shame, seeing only a wall of flame behind him. Then, through the flames came Tubalbar, wearing a rock formation on his head in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Ard was held in place on top of the sea serpent's head, locked up behind the bars of the crown, screaming for Ludlov's help. Maria re-emerged by his side, a hopeful look in her eyes. Ludlov suddenly had a bucket of seawater in his hands that he started pouring out onto the flames. But even though the bucket never seemed to run empty, the flames still spread and became bigger. Tubalbar grinned with malice as Ard's face caught fire. His lips and skin were scorched by the flames. As Ard's body burned away, all of his friends on deck caught fire as well and started screaming. Dropping the bucket, Ludlov reached for his own face and found that it burned too. He felt Maria's hand on his shoulder and noticed it had caught fire. Her beautiful eyes turned to hollow, scorching sockets. Ludlov opened his eyes and saw the wooden ceiling of his cabin in the soft grey light of early morning. Another nightmare, then. As he emerged onto the deck of the Theresia, he felt a tinge of fear, almost expecting to see a wall of flame around him. But all was quiet and peaceful. A few sailors were already at work. He saw the man called Wannes, possibly the strongest member of the crew, moving crates as if they were pillows, his naked muscular torso glistening in the early daylight. Then his gaze shifted to another sailor, a smaller man with a big moustache, whom he had heard called Swa. He was just sitting on a barrel, watching the sea and smoking a pipe. Piet and Nele were silently loosening some knots in the sails and tying some others, all the while throwing each other knowing, shy glances. In the middle of the deck he saw the white figure of Blessed Zelenheim, kneeling. Her hands were folded, her head was bowed, and her eyes were closed. Ludlov didn't want to disturb her morning prayers and tried to stay out of the way. He turned his gaze towards the sea.
"Do not turn away, Initiate,"
he heard a voice say.
"You are welcome to join me in prayer."
Softly, Ludlov approached the priestess. She opened her eyes and smiled. She had very gentle features, Ludlov noticed, and he liked the wrinkles around her eyes when she smiled. She was like the mother he wished he had known.
"The final part of my prayer is wordless,"
she said.
"In it, I invite the goddess to approach me in any way she sees fit. Most of the time, nothing happens right away, but this morning, you arrived on deck at precisely the right time. So perhaps the goddess wants us to meet. What brings you here so early, Initiate Ludlov?"
"Bad dreams," Ludlov admitted, against his own expectations. Again. The priestess regarded him compassionately.
"You carry a burden of grief,"
she observed.
"and it is still fresh."
Ludlov could only nod, unwilling to tell her more.
"There is pain in you,"
she continued.
"Pain you do not understand. You wonder why the goddess allows you to suffer as you do."
Ludlov felt uncomfortable under her soft but relentless gaze. He swallowed bitterly.
"And yet, you are a man of great faith. I can see that in you as well."
Ludlov felt a knot in his stomach. He had not expected this from her. Blessed Zelenheim had always seemed a bit aloof to him, too deep in her own world of prayer and ritual to notice what was going on around her. But then he realized there was more to her observations. She couldn't possibly know all of these things just by looking and listening.
You are still connected to the arcanic language, he said softly.
Finally, she lifted her gaze from him.
I know it,
she said.
but I can't use it. Nor do I intend to, while the presence of the Seven Stones forbids it. But I know its place in our history, and I will not deny that.
That was far more than Ludlov had come to expect from a Voronitzian.
Yes, I am familiar with your writings, Ludlov of Seven Peaks.
She added with a sly smile.
What did you think?
She shrugged.
Good points, but if you're right, then the goddess will prove it. Until then, my allegiance lies with the cardinal.
Another fair assessment, Ludlov had to admit.
It's a shame you stopped writing because of your grief,
the priestess said.
I can't. I couldn't, no.
I understand. You have been placed on a different path now. Very often the goddess surprises us when we discover her will for our lives.
Was my wife's death her will?
Ludlov dared to utter the question that had been tearing at him for months.
She does not will evil, Ludlov,
the priestess said.
But in a world where evil is not possible, what is the meaning of good?
Ludlov understood. He had always understood, rationally. Living through it was another matter altogether, though.
The goddess has allowed this evil to befall you, suffering from it as much as you do. But if you allow her, she will also use your pain to bring about great good. Already she has placed you on the path of a witch hunter. You will bring justice to this world and destroy evil, and your pain will drive you.
When she saw his expression, she smiled again.
Rest assured, Initiate, it will not always be so. Eventually, you will find rest.
Ludlov looked at her understandingly.
2 years ago, I never would have imagined myself as a witch hunter,
Ludlov admitted.
Now I'm on my way to become one. Indeed, the goddess puts us on surprising paths.
The same is true for me,
Blessed Zelenheim said.
You will have noticed I'm not naturally the adventurous type.
I have,
Ludlov conceded, with a crooked smile.
Somehow the goddess has placed the ability to lift curses in my hands. And now I must leave behind the safety of Seven Peaks and travel into darkness and danger to use my gift.
Do you expect you will need to lift a curse on this treasure?
Ludlov asked.
I do. And when the time comes, I want you to watch closely, Ludlov. When you see the power of the goddess at work, you may be inspired to write again.
Ludlov nodded, slowly, letting her words sink in. He had no intention of ever writing a book again, but he respected the priestess and her opinion.
I would be honored to witness such a thing, Blessed,
he said. They sailed on for many more days, and Ludlov lost track of time. It was as if the cradling of the waves was lulling him into a permanently foggy, dreamlike state. The weather seemed to grow warmer every day. On a particularly hot day, Ludlov had gone for an early swim with Chapelle and Alvarado. Afterwards, they had exchanged stories about strange encounters and funny anecdotes over lunch, while their clothes dried in the noon sun. Even though he seemed to be chewing some nice pieces of Berend's freshly baked bread, Gustav was in a particularly bad mood, moping around and grumbling to himself. Occasionally, he let out a sneeze that the rats below deck might have experienced as a hurricane. Ludlov feared the shopkeeper might be having a cold. Although he felt sorry for him, he didn't want to come too close to Gustav, as the prospect of getting sick on this journey did not appeal to him at all. But then the Flatlander turned to him with an irritated frown, saying,
Gulls! Those flying rats want to steal my bread! I hate them! They always make me sneeze!
Ludlov couldn't help but laugh as Gustav danced around like a monkey, trying to chase the birds away.
Go away!
Then, when they seemed to have finally left, he gave Ludlov an exhausted look and said,
Never trust a bird, Ludlov! Never trust a bird!
It was late afternoon when the cry came from the crow's nest.
Land ahoy!
Garadoso had been reached. Soon, the main island became clearly visible to all, slowly growing bigger as they approached. In front of the coastline were many jagged peaks of dark rock sticking out of the ocean, much like the crown of Kulmar. Smaller, but more numerous, constantly being lashed by waves that burst upon them in a mass of foam. The island lay beyond, dark and quiet, like an old and patient spider in its web. It seemed to be covered entirely in thick vegetation, at least from what Ludlov could see at this distance. While the weather was still warm, grey rain clouds were hovering ominously over the jungle, daring any trespasser to come closer.
It doesn't look very welcoming,
Gustav said.
It is not,
Alvarado replied, in a surprisingly serious tone.
All will depend upon our captain now.
It could be very dangerous to navigate that rugged coastline,
Captain Brökelhoff admitted.
but we will be careful.
That is not what I meant, Captain,
Alvarado said.
Soon, the rocks will be the least of our problems.
What do you mean?
The captain asked, with a suspicious frown.
Is there some other danger you witch hunters conveniently forgot to tell me?
It is I who should have told you,
Alvarado said earnestly.
But I thought it better not to alarm anyone, as it is unavoidable anyway. I humbly ask for your forgiveness.
So you know something about this island then?
Alvarado shrugged.
Just what every child raised in his Glavia knows, he said. There is only one way to set foot on Garadoso. There is no preparing for it. You just have to be yourself, and hopefully, that will do.
Concerned sailors began to group around the young Esclavian. The other treasure hunters regarded him with apprehension.
I know most of you think these are just children's tales, but when you hear them again and again, you know there is truth there.
What are you talking about, Initiate?
Tomgard inquired impatiently.
I speak of the legendary guardian of Garadoso, Krankor.
The captain smiled in relief.
I've heard of that. There is supposedly some creature here that judges whether you are worthy to visit. Do you know how many tales like that exist about remote locations in the sea?
Like the legendary crown of Kulmaron?
Alvarado asked.
Well, that's different,
the captain objected.
Is it? Why?
Address the captain with respect, Initiate, von Baumeister warned.
I meant no disrespect, Master. I just wanted to point out we have already seen one legend with our own eyes. Why not this one? And both are related to the Matpetanians.
Federhel came to his aid. He grew quiet when he saw the master's expression.
Tell me about this crankpot,
Captain Brökelhoff said.
Krankor, Captain,
Alvarado corrected.
Gladly.
Everyone was quiet, ready to listen to Alvarado's explanation. He seemed to grow a bit nervous about all the sudden attention, but then he composed himself.
Well, as you can see, and as Ad will be able to confirm,
The entire island is surrounded by sharp rocks.
Captain Brökelhoff quickly glanced at Ad, who nodded.
I've sailed past the eastern side, and I can confirm it, he said. Those rocks are around the 3 smaller ones too.
Go on, the captain told Alvarado.
Well, there is only one place to anchor the ship, which is by a very tall spiky rock, some distance from the island. It has a strange symbol carved into it, or at least that's what my nanny told me. There, Crankor will come and put you to the test. You, and only you, he added sternly.
Because I am the captain, Brökelhoff said with an understanding nod.
The Guardian judges both your heart and your reasons to visit the island. If they are pure, he will let you pass. If not, he will destroy the ship and kill us all.
Captain Brökelhoff raised his eyebrows. I see. Is that all? Alvarado raised both his hands.
I can only pass on what I have learned in my childhood. It's up to you to decide what you do with it.
The captain scratched his face. Well, we cannot anchor down here. That much is clear anyway. We will have to find a good place. Where is this big spike? Did your nanny tell you that? Alvarado shook his head. Well, if it's the only place to anchor down, we'll just keep on moving until we stumble upon it, like we did with the Crown. The winds are taking us to the south coast of the island, and according to the maps, there's a bay. Seems like a logical place for nature to provide a bollard.
We'll need it, said Alvarado. The sea is so wild out there, the anchor alone won't do.
The Theresia made her way around the bend of the island as the clouds thickened and a distant thunder began to rumble. The darkness remained close to the island, though. Unlike their encounter with the Crown of Kulmaron, the air above the sea was surprisingly clear. Soon, the spike became easily visible, sticking out of the water like a warning finger. Several crew members were pointing towards it as the ship neared Garadoso. They sailed as close as the captain deemed safe. The crew had no trouble anchoring down the Theresia in time, even while the sea was gradually growing more restless. Then Pete dove bravely into the water to swim around the spike with a thick rope. He got some help from his fellow crew members getting the other end back on board. Naylor was watching him with a mixture of pride and worry. Ludlov observed there was indeed a small bay beyond the spike. The beach there was very narrow and quickly gave way to steep jungle-covered hills and dark rocky cliffs. It was raining when the Theresia lay cradled on the waves, her sails folded. Captain Brökelhoff was standing at the steering wheel, carefully regarding the dark water in the bay.
Mr. Alvarado,
he said to the initiate who was standing nearby.
I've done what you suggested. What happens now?
Alvarado bit his lip and took a deep breath.
Now, we wait for Crankor, Captain.
Well, we'll first see if he turns up,
the captain said, still a bit incredulous.
Oh, he will turn up,
Alvarado said.
He is the ancient guardian of Garadoso. To set foot on its soil, you must appease him. Otherwise, he will destroy us.
From my readings, no one has actually visited Garadoso in... Federhel began,
but a sharp stare from Chappelle silenced him.
Be not afraid, Captain, Alvarado said. I have full faith in you. We all do.
Ludlov knew Alvarado spoke his honest opinion by nature. He quietly wondered what he himself believed of these tales, and how the captain would fare if he were indeed to be tested by this guardian.
How do you know it's the captain who will be tested?
He asked Alvarado, expressing another concern that had come up in his mind.
Perhaps the creature will consider Master von Baumeister to be the leader of this operation.
Alvarado shook his head.
Rancor is a creature of the sea. It will have to be the captain. It's always the one in charge of the ship. It knows who that is.
Captain Brökelhoff looked around at each of the witch hunters, the priestess, Gustav, and several crew members, including Ad, all of whom had now gathered around him on the quarterdeck. There was silence between them, until the sea began to rise, and the ship heaved, its timbers groaning and creaking. In the bay, the water began to ripple into large waves as a huge, dark form slowly rose from it. Sea water streaming down from it. Everyone stood still, watching the behemoth appear. At first it looked like a small island or a rock formation. Ludlov had no idea what to expect. Then, without warning, 4 massive shapes burst from the briny waves. They were long black limbs of hard carapace, each ending in a massive pincher like a lobster's, only sharper and twice as long as a man. 2 of the pinchers bit down into the side of the ship, pulling it slightly down. Ludlov almost lost his balance, and then his nerve, as Crankwar's grey head appeared out of the water. It was massive, sporting 5 horns spread out over its skull, with fleshy, translucent webbing in between that made it look like a fan. The hard, stony, vaguely humanoid face had no mouth and ended in a complex mass of writhing tendrils, like the tentacles of an octopus, continually questing for something to grasp. Still, none of these features, however strange and disturbing, were what caught Ludlov's attention. Only one part of the creature's appearance caused him to freeze in otherworldly terror. Crankwar's single wide eye, carved in the midst of its face, a glistening black orb, slowly coming to life with a deep blue glare that gradually turned into light emerging from its impenetrable depths. No one screamed, jumped, or reached for their weapons, but the fear was palpable. There was a bitter smell in the air, unlike anything Ludlov knew, and it made his eyes sting. As the blue light in Crankwar's eye grew brighter, the cross-shaped pupil at the center became visible, darting around the ship, now and then holding still to focus on a single figure. It lingered on Master von Baumeister, who stood with his chest out in a challenging pose. Then, the eye moved away from him and finally settled on Captain Brökelhoff. A sudden tense sigh betrayed either a fearful gasp or an escaping breath of relief. The light intensified, bathing the entire ship in it. It felt to Ludlov as if the cold glow of that light made time stand still, frozen in a moment of abject fear. Then he heard a voice, like a whisper echoing in his head, but louder than a man screaming into his ear.
I am the guardian of the island. Do you go with honor?
The captain slowly walked closer to the eye, the only person on board the Theresia who dared to make a move. Then the eye held him in its inscrutable gaze for an agonizingly long time. Captain Brökelhoff held his ground as the creature bored into his soul. Ludlov could almost feel Crankwar's piercing stare, like a cold blade. Gradually, the light from the eye subsided, and the head slowly rolled back, the tentacles at the end of it rising and squirming, finally revealing a dark, gaping hole in the midst of them. the tentacles spread out, leaving the hole wide open, facing the captain. Then the entire head shook as an enormous gob of greenish slime was flung out of the dark opening and hit the captain with such force that he fell down on deck. Determined never to freeze again the way he had with Tubalbar, Ludlov reached for his rapier and drew it. While it was probably too late for Captain Brokelhoff to escape the damage done by this sort of monstrous acid, Ludlov wouldn't let this creature get away with it so easily. Who was this hideous Cyclops to judge the heart of a fine man anyway? Never again would he simply let the monsters of the world commit their heinous deeds unpunished. But then, he heard that sinister voice again.
You have received my blessing.
Ludlov saw the captain crawl upright as the squid-like tentacles receded back into the water. The giant pinchers released the ship and slowly moved back down into the waves until there was no trace left of the creature. Captain Brokelhoff turned to face his crew and passengers, dripping with slime, too baffled to say anything.
You passed! I knew it!
Alvarado cried out.
All hail the captain!
The Esclavian couldn't help himself, and forgetting about the slime for a second, gave the captain a firm hug.
Hi, I'm Domin.
And I'm Aline from Audio Epics.
We are the writers and producers of The Treasure of Boneyard Bay, a witch hunter tale.
We hope you had fun listening to the story.
We just wanted to introduce ourselves and won't keep you any longer.
Please enjoy the second part of The Treasure of Boneyard Bay on this very channel.
Bye.